Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the COD Mobile Garena Masters 4. Welcome to the early birds, and it's me, Cali Gaming, down here with the one and only the Mustachio AJ. Wow. Man, it's been a while since we casted with each other, and I want to ask you something. How are you feeling coming in today?
Ooh, I've been having a terrible month, but now that I'm casting with you, Cali, I think the month's going to get much better.
Oh, that's great to hear, man. And I mean, it's really exciting to be here with you, man. I mean, because I've been casting with all the play-by-play, so I really want to be a color commentator today. So I can't start the day with you, and I want to ask you. We have we have 4 matches here today. 8 teams are going to be fighting here at this 3rd week of the group stage. Any matches that you're looking forward to the most?
How dare you ask me that question when we've got SMARTERmega taking on ALMGHTY in the very first series of the day? If I'm not looking forward to that series, I don't know if I can call myself like one of the OGs doing this, right? Because when we went into the first clash between SMARTERmega as well as ALMGHTY in Garena Masters 4, one would have expected at the very least a 2-1 scoreline. But no, SMARTERmega, they got beaten down 3-0, right? And to think that ALMGHTY could do that, especially after the interview where Heaven was like, you know, we took a 1-month break, we just came back, we barely scrimmed. And to think that they were able to do that, now that they are back in here full scale, scrimming all the time, getting ready for the big leagues once again, I don't know what ALMGHTY can do, but at the same time, they've pissed SMARTERmega off. So I'm expecting a little bit of a fight back coming through from SMARTERmega, but I don't know if that's going to be possible against ALMGHTY that's fully awake now.
I mean, it's the MSP Classic Showdown that we're going to have here today, you know. After that 3-0, that was a very shocking victory again. We expected SMARTERmega to at least win that SnD where they're more greater at in terms of like their performance and the strategies, but that we didn't see from them. And it all boils down to how well ALMGHTY played actually on that search and destroy, because before we know them as a team that's very passive, so they kind of wait for the aggressors, or I mean SMARTERmega, to do all the attacks. But on that game, on that SnD Raid, we saw how well they play when they initiate, and I think that kind of threw off SMARTERmega a little bit, because they were expecting this team to just hold back and see them just go guns blazing. I think it was a stun there that happened.
I think, you know, I'm very glad that you brought up that search and destroy, because that search and destroy was truly a shocker for everyone, because it was opened up with Whoopi almost getting an ace on the whole squad of ALMGHTY, right? And that unfortunately didn't happen. He got those 4 kills, and those were tremendous back-to-back snipes. The guy was on fire. And then right after that, the discussion between ALMGHTY was, okay, we need to see exactly how we can put a stop to Whoopi so that we can roam around the map a little bit more. Heaven picked up his switchblade. He went around roaming with the SMG, and we kind of saw things happening. And then at the end of the day, it was Heaven at the very top as the MVP. I didn't expect the game to go in that way at all, but that's exactly how Garena Masters is, man. You can never see exactly how things are going to end up.
It's all about just adapting here for ALMGHTY. I mean, they struggled against Whoopi on that first round and the first initial rounds that they played. And knowing that the dual snipe setup between Shut Up and Heaven is not going to work, they just decided to go in there and change their play style. And that was just the difference maker on that SnD. But today, it's going to be different. So we're going to see a totally different team here go in there and of course play a different couple of maps. But looking at the Garena Masters 4 tournament format, we had 256 teams from the qualifiers, and then the top 2 of each group from the qualifiers for PH, Malaysia, and SG qualifies here at the group stage. We have 16 teams. The top 2 of each group that we have will play at the playoffs for a double elimination format, and of course the winner will be crowned as the champions. And I've had some information here and there, but I mean, you really need to get at least a top 3 in this tournament just to make sure that you get that placement for CGI if it's ever going to happen.
Yeah, I feel bad for LF.org as well as SR NACAGUE, because they are pretty much in the group where they will die. Unless they find some sort of miraculous play to take down ALMGHTY as well as SMARTERmega, nothing's going to go their way. And in this double round robin setup for the group stages in itself, this is the second half of the group stage. So this is where everything needs to happen. They've already met these teams once in last week, or I have to say in the past 2 weeks. So hopefully we do see a little bit of a change coming through. As for the rest of the teams, like for example, R&D, that might just be a potential end already to their run in the competition so far, looking at how they've barely picked up any points for themselves. But EZR Reborn in Group A, they surely have a chance, but they have to go up against the Broke Boys as well as SKADI. So that's just a little bit scary if you ask me, no pun intended.
Yeah, I mean, the only victory that they've won so far in the first week was up against R&D, which is a team that they'll play here again today. And what we saw from Easier Reborn from R&D is the consistency. They're able to start strong and, of course, able to close it out. That we didn't see against SKADI and Broke Boys Club. And I just think that it needs to change here. But, of course, they have to win against R&D first if they do want to talk about that playoff picture.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, last week, like you did mention, EZR has already gotten that win already. So it pretty much should be easy for them to get it done again. But we will have to wait and see. In Group B, of course, we've got the very first ever full-on girls group. The best girls team in the universe. The one and only DIVINUS, followed by Blacklist International, Ultimate, Kazoku Legacy, as well as Huntsmen. In this group, I mean, no prizes for guessing who's at the very top. Blacklist International Ultimate with 3 series wins so far. Not a single map loss whatsoever. Today, they take on Kazoku Legacy, who have a 1 out of 9 map wins for themselves. And that in itself was against DIVINUS. So it doesn't really look like things are going to look very bright for Kazoku Legacy by the end of things today.
Yeah, potentially it could be a one-sided matchup we're going to have there, knowing that this two matched up last week. And of course, it was just Blacklist whose team rolled the competition. Now, looking at the group that you did touch up on this earlier, and I mean, if you're LF, Oregon, S, or NACAGUE, the only way for you to actually get to that playoffs is at least take this last 2 teams, this top 2 teams, Smart Omega and Almighty in this second week, which is going to be hard knowing that these 2 squads played at the World Championship last year.
And LF Org, of course, has the better end of the stick here. They're looking at the fact that they've already got 3 map wins, but they have to do the impossible, right? They have to take all 3 maps away from SR. They also have to take a couple of maps away either from Almighty or Smart Omega, and hope and pray that potentially Smart Omega maybe falters and they are the ones who get that second spot, because Almighty does not look like they're going to be losing any matches whatsoever. Group D, on the other hand, has got the 4 S-Gangs, FRANIC, SHUSHHH, and West Point Mamba Lowkings. Once again in this group, no prizes for guessing exactly who's at the very top. The Cobras are at the very top, and they are here to not just slay, but absolutely dominate. And they've been doing exactly that so far, Callie.
Yeah, they've been dominating in the individual records so far in the Garena Master Season 4. First was PJ with that first ace of the season, the fastest hardpoint match versus SHUSHHH, and of course, it's a total shutdown against all the players that they played here at this Group D. They are stunning at the 9 wins and 0 loss so far, and nothing's stopping them so far right now. Unless they play against Almighty, against the like of Smart Omega and Blacklist Ultimate, which we will see in the playoffs. But looking at the standings of the group stage so far, we saw SKADI, by the way, at Group A stand tall. I mean, Chirac and Cisco, who just made a comeback after, you know, disappearing for 2 Garena Masters season, finally making his way here once again at Garena Masters 4 and being the leader of this crew and leading them here at the top of Group A.
I think the only thing that disappoints me a tad bit is the fact that I haven't been able to shoutcast for SKADI just yet. I really want to scream Cisco's name as he hits all of those shots, but I'm very sure I will get that opportunity, looking at the fact that these guys are most definitely going to make it through to the playoffs. If you look at each and every single group, you will see the 4th place team, and you know, it looks like the journey is going to be very, very tough for them in this second half of this double round robin. Once again, they have to beat all of their opponents, and it just doesn't seem to be very, very viable, looking at how some of them have gotten absolutely crushed. I mean, you know, least to say about SHUSHHH, they haven't taken away a single map win so far. Assuming that they will be able to take down, you know, the teams that are in the 3rd spot, taking down the top 2 might be a tad bit more difficult than that.
Oh yeah, exactly right, AJ. And for SHUSHHH, I mean, 1 more lose here at this group stage just eliminates them from playing in that playoff picture. And for RAU, FRANIC, and Forest Kings, they're actually on a deadlock here. So the coming games that they're going to have has to be all 3 and 0s. And once they face off each other, that's where we settle the deal. Because knowing that RAU, FRANIC won against SHUSHHH last week, and of course against Forest Kings, they potentially got this Group D second place. But it's not, the group stage is far from over, so it's going to need to be a 50-50. But here is our today's schedule. You know, we've tackled about Almighty and Smart Omega, the MSP Classic showdown here at the first game. And any more teams that you're looking forward to the most? Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, we got to ignore the timings there because we're not going to rewind the clock for you guys, all right? We're going to start this at 6 p.m. for sure. Almighty Smarter Mega, SHUSHHH takes on Round FRANIC, EZR Esports, and their phenomenal rematch against RND. Good luck to RND because EZR will be looking to sweep up yet another 3-0. Blacklist Ultimate takes on Kazoku Legacy. Kazoku Legacy, just like some of these other teams sitting down at the very bottom, have been struggling. So being able to even take a single map away from Blacklist will be a huge blessing. But what's all of the effort for? $26,500 on the line, Cali. First place takes home a solid 10,000 USD.
And that's a lot of money that you can use to just to make sure you upgrade your phone, of course, to get better performance. Maybe get the top tier phones that is currently available in the gaming scene right now. But then again, you get the second place. That's still a lot of money, $4,500. The third place gets 3,000, and fourth place gets 1,500. And if you place around the fifth to the eighth place, you still get money, $750. That's still a lot that you can use just to make sure that you get some incentives for your performances.
I think putting aside whatever you can buy, we really have to acknowledge this is salaries, man. This is the salary for that pro player going out there and putting in so much of effort all throughout the months to reach up to the top, right? So I really want to see some underdogs take it this time around instead of one of the OG squads. That would truly be beautiful. But whether or not that's going to be possible in Garena Masters Season 4, we just have to wait and see, Cali.
It's still looking like WPM Lowkings could finally take that away from the top 3 of the MSP right now. And one of the top teams that we're talking about is going to be first one in line. That's Almighty, Jeffro, Heaven, Shot Up, Irfan J, and Incendio, the defending Garena Regional champs, by the way. And so far, Heaven and Irfan J showing out consistently, playing that response in that SnD.
I mean, the one thing that has been extremely disappointing with Irfan J is the fact that he has not cheekily whipped out the Cheekom just yet.
Yeah.
CBR4,
the Hades also. Hades also.
Yeah, the Hades as well, right? The CBR4 has been a constant in this guy's hand, and we know exactly why. The CBR4 absolutely just rips through the opponents, right? The only player on the team that has been very, I guess, experimental with what he goes out into the battlefield with has been Heaven. CBR4, DLQ33, as well as Switchblade. He just switches between these 3 guns depending on the game mode as well as the map, depending on how fast he wants to sneak around. And the guy is as effective as he is on the sniper on that SMG as well, right? I mean, Heaven on Switchblade, you better run.
You better run, especially in Search and Destroy, because he's just a slow reaper. I mean, he leads the team with total kills with 32 in the first 3 games in that SnD. But now, you see, the team that they beat last week, it's Smart Omega. They got Candy, Kebs, Risky, Idratin, and Whoopi. And hey, by the way, it's Kebs' birthday today. So I don't know if he's going to be playing or not, but it all goes down. We'll see it later.
Happy birthday, little Kebs. Hopefully, he does manage to hop on into the game and, you know, get a couple of rounds in there. Maybe he's in the toilet.
He's not going to take
maybe
the
he's
chance.
sitting down in the corner here.
No, I think that's Device right over there, and that's Coach J standing. And Candy's prepared to play. You see, he's got the finger sleeves. No, that's Coach Device.
No, I thought Coach J was standing.
Oh, yeah. He is.
Sorry, I meant sitting.
I'm so confused right now, AJ. It's all because of you,
okay.
Caps.
The joke will come slowly. It's a height joke. Jericho will get it. Jericho will get it.
Hey, yo. Oh, yo. Press F in the chat. Press F in the chat.
Say it's his fault. It's his fault for not being able to defend himself on broadcast because now he's a coach. He's not a caster anymore. I mean, if he was here, he would be able to say something.
Yeah, that's the cons of being a coach right now for you, Jericho.
Oh well. So Smarter Mega, this is the team that obviously we want to see rise up to the occasion today. And you know, there was a little bit of that info that you were sharing me a little bit earlier on as well as to how things could have changed in terms of the scoreline for Smarter Mega prior to this.
Yeah, obviously so. And you know, Kebs is really a great slayer for the squad.
Yeah.
And of course, on that response, that's where he's very efficient. But in that Search and Destroy is where he performs the most, and he delivers at least the second best team performance in that SnD. But looking at the head-to-head, right now you see Incendio and Idra. These are the 2 captains, and obviously kills, the KD ratio won't matter. It's going to be a bloodbath here this time around. But you can count on Incendio and Idra to make plays. And for Smart Omega, the performance for Idra so far, the response with that SKS has been absolutely brutal because of how well he slays.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, he's just been a standard SKS master throughout the whole competition so far. And look at that, average kills 28. I mean, going up against Incendio's MLM post, this is a no-brainer, right? Hidra's gonna eat him up alive. But, you know, speaking of eating him up alive, the last time these two teams went up head-to-head, it didn't really show up much on the side of Smart Omega. It was just all out almighty. Individual scores, on the other hand, Idra obviously shines on every single point, man. Look at that. 18.5 assists versus 6. Incendio has nothing on Idra in this, you know, head-to-head stats.
Everything is just tripled in the hands of Idra right now. But here's the thing, you know, once these two already go head-to-head 2 weeks ago, and Idra performed on firing range very poorly. He only scored 18 kills with 27 deaths, and that's a negative KD that he had. And well, for him, he needs to bounce back in here today because nobody wants to get second place when you're coming into the playoffs.
I mean, that's the definite obvious statement, Cali. Nobody ever wants to be second. Who remembers who comes in second? I mean, sometimes I remember because I come in second, but you know, that's besides the case, right? Almighty winning the coin toss. They get to pick Slums as well as firing range for a hardpoint and control. A response by Smart Omega for a Summit SND. That's going to be a tad bit exciting. And you know, Whoopi knows every single angle to snipe up of. This guy has got one of the best openers on an SND at Summit. I'm excited to watch that map a little bit later on. Takeoff has been banned off by Almighty. Standoff is a standard ban coming through from Smart Omega. And I'm actually starting to wonder exactly why.
I'm not entirely sure why, but honestly, you know, Standoff has been a map where Smart Omega has been struggling because according to Coach Jericho, that's their hated map out of all the maps that's available in 7-map lineup. But again, we're looking at the map picks right now, and Almighty is picking Slums. That's one of their better maps during Garena Master Season 3 where they went undefeated. Nobody was really able to touch them, even in the playoffs. But things will get a little bit more spicier. You touch up on this. Search and Destroy Summit, Whoopi's gonna be that First Blood Reaper.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that guy pulled up with 4K against AMT last week during Raid SND, and no doubt he's gonna show up in here once again today.
Yeah, I mean, he's just absolutely nuts when it comes to the First Blood pickups on Summit SND, right? I think I have never seen any other player, any other sniper perform as good as Whoopi when it comes to SND at Summit. So I'm definitely looking forward to that map for that very, very specific reason. But just like how Whoopi popped off in that very first round at Raid last week, we might just see a plan coming through from Almighty to shut down his place instantaneously. And I believe Almighty has been a victim to Whoopi on Summit SND in the past, and they know exactly what to look out for. So it's going to be spicy on both ends to see how Smart Omega rises up to the occasion as well as to see how Almighty deals with that. But that's going to be in the next matchup. For now, it's Hardpoint at Slums as we kick things off.
Of course, you already know Hardpoint number 1 is going to be located in the middle of the map, so things are going to get scrappy as the start of this game. But Omega starting on the blue side, you already know that they're going to have that spawn advantage moving into P2, and right now they just need to control that. And number 3 in blue is doing a great job holding it for the team.
Yeah, it's a great play coming through from the one and only Smart Omega, just sending in one objective player. The rest of them just trying to control the crowd around this hard point, but things do go ahead to fail. Almighty finally stepping on into the hard point, and they do it a little bit differently, overextending into the grounds of Smart Omega. Why? Because they want to pick off the spawns for P2 as well while still handling P1's hard point. I think that's a genius plan, but Smart Omega manages to prevent that, all thanks to Kendi.
Yeah, controlling is something that Kendi is absolutely phenomenal and good at, and right now that's what this team needed, because with him saving that play, obviously the team is gonna get that P2 spawns, and that's going to be the next hardpoint rotation coming in our attacks after this last 3 seconds expire for this old rotation. And now AMT, they're starting to soak up that time, but they haven't really made much move at all. And now this time you're gonna have to push not in front of that ghetto, but you have to push in the long A just for you to get this attack to happen, because you're not going to get this in the staircase control.
Let's see exactly how the players of Almighty managed to circle around, because they tried taking away the spawns once. They failed this time round. They don't want no spawn. They want that hard point straight up. They bash their heads in. But player number 2, the one and only Jin, the newest acquisition, will be able to bust through the players of Almighty and kick them off of the hard point. Smart Omega holding on for their dear lives. Player number 5 on the side of Almighty, the one and only President Jeff Pro, sneaks around, but Idra says, get the heck out of here. Smart Omega has woken up already, Kali.
That they want this victory badly after that sweep last weekend. Of course, for Smart Omega, Tin has been such a great addition for them so far. Not only can he slay inside of that hard point, but he can do the objective time as well, and you can count on him to absolutely do much of the time and soak up that hill. But now you're starting to move into that next hard point, and P3 is kind of getting one-sided in here right now. You see, it's going to be AMT having that found its spawns, but with the Predator missile, Idra's going to get 1 kill, but that's not enough. It's currently 7 spree in this game. As the hardpoint opens up, they're going to get inside, but knowing that AMT has that spawn, they get inside of that hardpoint easily.
Even if you have a 60-point lead on a hard point where you're racing to 250, you know it means absolutely nothing. What less when it's just about a 40-point lead? Almighty on the way back. They've got the spawns out of laundry. They've got Junkyard held on by 2 players as well. It's an all-out gunfight now between the 2 teams. And Smart Omega slowly trying to sneak on in, but they're just attacking from one angle. They're not going for the spawns of Almighty at all. And I think that is just a unfortunate mistake coming through from the Smart Omega squad. And Almighty should be able to rule this. Can they survive? Answers no. Almighty, they match up with Smart Omega.
Yeah, this is a money hill that AMT just claim in, and of course now that they're back in track, they kind of lose the spawns in here, by the way, and it was all because of Kendi, who took the garage rotation. And of course, the gods of RNG just favored Smart Omega to be there right in time for P4, but the battle just comes through here, AJ.
Shut up! Sneaks behind them, manages to make a play for the spawns, but thankfully, the gods of RNG, they will not let go of Smart Omega just yet. They allow them to keep that spawn, but it is Almighty holding on to the hill inside of Garage. 2 objective players, both standing head-to-head, and they get backed up as well. Here comes Heaven from the back. Shut up, goes in for the Sparrow investment, manages to get one down. Heaven gets taken out by the Annihilator. It's just a party in here with both teams going head-to-head, but Almighty winning out a majority of the engagements. This is just all-out chaos as we are not even halfway through the match just yet.
I mean, this is the MSP Classic Showdown. This is what you get paid for in here right now. And of course, for AMT, the way they broke the map, it was all because of SHUSHHH's Sparrow control. And of course, that the play was just more than enough for them to collapse Smart Omega inside and take over the control. It spawns, and now you see Smart Omega giving away this garage. And that's going to be a lot of time. That's a lot of time.
Dude, that's too much of time, man. Almighty, they were down in the dumps, 40 points behind Smart Omega, and now they're all in front. All thanks to the Junkyard play, is stringing it into the garage as well. They didn't go for the spawn second time round because Smart Omega won that fair and square, but they bashed their heads into that hard point, and they won that fair and square. But now, as we hit that reset button on the hard points, it's all about who manages to control the site once again, and who manages to take the spawn off of P2 as well. Almighty failed this once around. Let's see if they can get it second time round with just 2 players. They smash the hill.
And they smashed the hill. And look at this as well. Number 3 in Nintendo is on the way for that P2 spawn. He's prepared to spawn his team on his back. And if we can get a little bit more eliminations coming through there from the ghetto, that team, AMT, will just not string that P3 to P4, but it will also chain P1 to P2 as well. And you're talking about AMT just having the momentum now and just been slain. Look at the kill feed. Everything is all painted in yellow.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Almighty all holding on with the one and only clutch. King Irfan J, and he gets the clutch as well. One challenge from Tin, and the other one and only Risky sorts him out, but Heaven comes in from the back, saving the squad. Almighty refusing to let it go. They haven't made a play for the spawns just yet, though. Just one player sneaking in from the back. Shut up. Can he sustain? The answer is no, but the spawns has not been taken away. Kendi trying to make a play for it, but the rest of the Almighty players are there. Kendi says, hell no. This is where we rise back up to the top. This has to be the money hill for Smart Omega once again.
But again, despite the stand from Kendi, AMT just continues to flood in that hard point. And well, this is really a close match that we're really seeing right now. And well, we're on P2, and this is where you kind of get the need to get the spawns. And Smart Omega, they are not going to repeat the same mistake twice. They sent out 2 players to play that garage, and that is currently working in here right now because they have the limited reinforcements coming through with this hard point. And take a look at that break.
Oh, that's such a beautiful kill coming through from the players of Smart Omega. And you need to see the beauty of it because Risky, he rotated around dumpsters, he played the distraction and then just allowed a little bit of opening for Smart Omega to smash the rest of the Almighty players out of that hill. And here's Smart Omega trying to catch up, but Ghetto is just not enough. They have to string it into Junkyard, and in order to be able to hold on to this next hill, they must get that spawn first, Cali, and they're just a little bit too slow to get that.
Yeah, no one's really close there. No one's even at garage at this point. They're still by the bricks. And now the hardpoint opens up. AMD is going to claim time. And number 2 in yellow, that's going to be shut up, holding up the fountain spawn. Someone needs to take care of him. And I believe Risky could have that chance to pull that off. But that's not going to be completely easy, right? When you're trying to break this hardpoint for now. And well, for AMD, they're using this claw just to make sure they break away some players, and they do so clean it up. And one player from the graveyard is going to be spotted there, but that guy is going to stay alive, and now the break is on for Smart Omega.
I have no idea why Smart Omega's not going in for the spawns at all. They were given the God spawns at garage. They could have just taken the backstab. 2 players were there. They just refused to go in for that. They're just bashing their heads into the hard point straight up. And it seems to be working for the time being, but they still get smashed out because the manpower comes on through, but God spawns for Almighty from that fountain just proves to be the winning formula. Almighty, final 12 seconds, and Smart Omega's not going to be able to challenge this. This is deja vu all over again as the one and only Smart Omega picks off the spawns at fountains just moments before garage gets unlocked. They've got the manpower, but Almighty's got the slaying power. Get the heck out of here. Once again, they say 190 to 139. What a crazy match we've got on our hands.
Yeah, man. I have to agree with you on that one, but just take a look at the consistency that AMT has been doing all throughout this map. I mean, back-to-back consistent effort on controlling the spawns and winning the gunfights. It's been something that Smart Omega's been having trouble at, and here is the problem coming true now. AMT's got their overhead skills ready, which means Omega has to time their attacks here perfectly and better get those trophy systems out, because once you see shut up with this, Sparrow is just obviously over.
And that's the weakness of that Sparrow. You might be able to pull that shot off, but you might just get slain before that shot hits as well. They traded each other out. Unfortunate. Almighty now getting challenged at this hard point. They need to take one more player out of the equation, but the guy standing up strong. And Almighty finally manages to make a play for it. 15 more seconds to go, and Smart Omega's not giving up just yet. Spawning out of Memorial. They've got the manpower, but Almighty once again sticks to their slaying power. Slaying left, right, center, and they're almost at the finishing line. Oh, Big Freddy coming through, but it's the trophy system that absorbs it.
A good thing that Smart Omega is prepared for that, but because of that play, they're kind of distracted, and AMT just used that as a deception to get into that hard point, and they bullied these players out. But now you see the collapse come through here for Almighty. Smart Omega slowly getting their acts back in it together. Taking over control at that brick is severely important for Smart Omega to get this. 40 seconds. Do get this. They can't afford to get Almighty a little bit more time because they just only need 10 more points to win this game, AJ.
Yeah, that retake all started off with Shut Up and his Hunter Killer Drone. Hunter Killer Drones are so freaking annoying in the match, man. You just focus on players, and here comes a flying drone that just aims for you and takes you out of the equation. And unfortunately for the players of Smart Omega, that's exactly what started the crumble of their defense in this first hard point as we reset it for the second time round. Almighty once again manages to find the break. 2 players on the objective already, but player number 5 on the side of Smart Omega tries to hold the fort. Almighty says thank you for trying. We'll still take the dub.
A pretty impressive gameplay for Almighty. Again, the hard point at Slums is very, very absolutely stunning for this squad. I mean, just take a look at the map control that they had over P3 to P4. When they got that first 2 rotations, I meant that was just a great lead that they just built it up. And Smart Omega not really adapting was kind of the problem there. I mean, we saw 2 sets of hardpoint, right? We got the P3 to P4 happening again. And we didn't see any attacks to come true. They were just attacking the third hardpoint, not really entering garage to break up the fountain spawns that AMT has been holding. And that was the detrimental, and that led to their loss. And AMT wins the first series today.
And I swear, Shut Up only got this MVP because of that Hunter Killer Drone kill, man.
Yeah. Look at the 5,029 score. That's just 100.
It was just a sliver of a little bit better play out of Shut Up, and he took it away from Clutch King Irfan J. But overall, it was a phenomenal matchup coming through from Almighty. But shout out to Broski on YouTube, who says, LMAO, Garena teams not close to Tribe or Luminosity. I absolutely agree, right? Garena teams on the World Series this time around, they just didn't cut it. But this is exactly where they start from, man. Every single time you fall, it is not a measure of how weak you are. How strong you are is measured on how well you stand right back up. And this is exactly what we want to see out of these two teams. And not just out of them, we're trying to see exactly who else has the capability of representing Garena at the end of Garena Masters 4, Cali.
Yeah, it's not just Smart Mega and Almighty that we're talking about here. There's obviously a lot more options out there, and that's why we have this type of events to really gauge who's the best out of the best and who we can send out to that world stage. Because, you know, after playing the first 2 weeks of group stage right now for Garena Masters 4, we saw Blacklist Ultimate finally get their research with Yado back in their lineup, and we saw WPM Lowkings absolutely tearing apart that Group D. And despite of that, I mean, Garena is onto something, man.
I mean, I'm glad Lowkings is back in the big league staring people up instead of just, you know, just absolutely trashing teams in community tournaments. Right? they've gone from small tournament to small tournament to small tournament, being the biggest fish alive in those tournaments. And now that they're in the big leagues, they still look like mighty big fishes. So I am very excited to see the Lowkings right back in top league action. I cannot wait to see exactly what they're going to be doing over at the playoffs later on, because it's pretty much guaranteed they are going to be at the playoffs. Pretty much the same thing for both Almighty and Smarter Mega. We can't expect to see them in the playoffs unless something just absolutely miraculous happens for the other two teams within this exact same group, mainly being LF Org as well as SR NACAGUE, mainly LF Org, who already has 3 map wins. If Almighty can slay out Smarter Mega 3-0 once again, and at the very same time LF Org can find a way to beat Smarter Mega later on, shut down SR NACAGUE, dude, we might see Smarter Mega getting taken out of the group stages and not even make it through to the playoffs. And this group of death might still be it.
Yeah, I mean, just by thinking that Smart Omega will not reach the playoffs despite being the 2-time defending Garena Master champs just boggles my mind thinking about it. Yeah. And it's totally possible. I mean, LF Org had a good run against Almighty where we saw Sieve from that squad pulled up with 60 kill streak, almost nuking Almighty in that hardpoint raid last time. And if they can step up their game big time this second half of the group stage, it's totally possible. But again, it's not easy to go up against Smart Omega. I mean, of course, AMT is just making them look bad in here right now, but the caliber that Smega has is clearly on another level.
Yeah, and you know, I low-key expect Smart Omega to step it up in the playoffs as well, but I don't really see exactly why they would want to maintain, you know, just playing it low-key for the group stages and then want to pop off in the playoffs later on. It makes no sense to me. Maybe they want to hide away some strats, but you're Smart Omega. Everybody knows your strats, though. You know, we just want to see some really good matches, and I hope Smart Omega really steps it up. But if this is the quality of them already stepping it up, then I have to say, all hail Almighty.
All hail Almighty. I mean, maybe it's because Smart Omega is struggling with their addition of their roster. You know, I mean, they dropped Candy and made him an SnD player. They added Kebs and Tin to their respawns just to make sure that they improve on respawns, because that's where they absolutely got destroyed. Not just in the world stage, but against other regions here at the Garena, where they absolutely get destroyed at hardpoint and of course in control. So it's a good addition, but for now the team chemistry isn't really there at all, and that is something that they have to work on over time, because just can't let AMT get all the series here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Irfan J now. Opportunity, but Call of Duty mobile timing, he backs away. Trophy system on the play as well. And here comes Indra and Whoopi, both striking at the very same time, but Clutch King just pulls one back for himself. Kev's now rotating around from the back. He should be able to catch a couple of players from the side of Almighty off guard, but no connections whatsoever as Candy finds heaven. Things look dire for Almighty.
Yeah, great start here. I mean, Whoopi, that first Blood Reaper, once again, took down Incendio, who was using that sniper as well. Now it's all down to Shut Up, who finds the first one against Ither, now has to worry about 2 players and has to pick up that bomb located at the catwalks. 1:14 left on the clock, and Omega's just waiting for him to pop off. They're waiting at the bomb.
Yeah. I mean, no surprise here whatsoever. Smart Omega, we expected them to be the better ones on this summit SnD, but it's starting off like Raid. It's starting off exactly like how we expected, with them popping off. But this is how we see how good Almighty is. Can they control the raging Smart Omega just like they did in Raid? It'll all be decided potentially on this second round. They will be able to show us if they've got some responses.
All right, so like Lucas the Birthday Boy is in here, AJ. Kev's is playing, and that's good. So maybe really Smart Omega is trying out the, different sort of roster lineups when they're playing at the group stage. And Heaven there takes the first blood, and again, a crispy shot.
I mean, this is what we expected, man. Heaven just will not sit down waiting, but Whoopi says, sit down, Heaven, sit down. You have no other choice. Beautiful snipe coming through already with a pre-scope. Whoopi, on the other hand, not aggressing on forward, waiting for yet another victim to step on into his crosshairs to take him out. Risky finds Incendio in the meantime, and Almighty, they started off hot, but they're down by 1 man.
We're kind of on a stalemate in here. No one's really making a move. But if you're AMT and the clock is winding down, you gotta at least shut down Whoopi, who's controlling this longer range, and you gotta at least send Shut Up here to take care of this guy. And well, Shut Up there to clean up Kendi. Now we got a 3v3 situation. Not really much of happening here, but Shut Up needs to win this gunfight, but no, he gets shut down. So still, numbers game for Smart Omega.
And ripped apart by that CBR4. Jeff Bro now, just ever so slowly. He wanted to wrap around, but got punished, leaving Clutch King all alone. Check your corners, Mr. Clutch King. Doesn't do that.
No.
And Kev stakes an easy one. Smart Omega 2-0. Almighty seems to be struggling on this summit bit.
A great start here, honestly, for Smart Omega. I mean, they're playing true with their snipers. I mean, Whoopi with that scope, pressuring these players and angles, it really all goes down to him, setting this team up with success. And if you're Almighty, you gotta at least send out 1 player to hunt this player down because you've been pressured for these first 2 rounds.
Kizzy says Garena may stand a chance this year because the best teams are now scattered, but it's not just about NA, right? LATAM is just waiting to rip Garena apart once again. It's not just about the North America. I mean, when you go to the World Series, everybody wants to show off. Garena just did not have the best to show off, but that was last year. This time around, we might just be able to see a difference. Maybe West Point Mamba Lowkings might make it all the way there, and they'll be able to show exactly how they trash people around, right? But one can hope, one can wish, Cali.
One can hope. I mean, I am definitely one that's hoping that the WPM Lowkings make it out there. I mean, they've been in the community for so long, surprising us here and there. But it's not just the MSP teams that's really coming here, having the chance to play the world stage. But crispy shot there for Irfan J. But back to what I was saying. Yeah, Garena Call of Duty Indonesia, they currently have Kagendra, which is a formation of Dunya Games, the best players from Dunya Games and ABC Esports in one team, and they're just trashing the competition in there. There's so much opportunities. There's so many variables that you have to take into consider. And I am just excited for the world stage, even though we're still at Q1.
Yeah, I've always been in love with the Garena scene from the side of Indonesia. Hopefully, they do have one team that can make it to the World Series this time around, and also maybe pull that trophy back for Garena, man, because I really don't care which server exactly, but as long as Garena gets to shine a little bit, right? That's just a little bit of homeboy pride at the end of the day that we all want to flex, but Smart Omega flexes on Almighty, saying that you can take 1 round, but you'll still take the dub. 3-1. Smart Omega wraps that round up super quick.
And it, once again, all goes down to how well the sniper has been doing. Look at Heaven currently sitting at 1 kill. And you take a look at his counter opponent, which is Whoopi, who has currently 7 kills in here and has currently had 3 first bloods in this first 4 rounds of action. And Omega's been winning those first bloods, and they've been converting that to wins, which is very important if you want to win a series up against Almighty.
Yeah, absolutely. And Almighty has figured out the solution to not being the first blood in the hands of Whoopi, but they have not figured out exactly how to stop the first blood still coming through from the side of Smart Omega that's getting converted time and time again. They are avoiding Whoopi, and I think that's the crux of victory for the side of Smart Omega. Whoopi the biggest threat, as they all try to avoid him, the rest of the players are just spreading out on the map and just picking off Almighty players one after the other. Almighty doesn't have an answer just yet, but we still do have more than enough rounds for them to make a strong comeback in here. At the end, this is a defensive-sided map, so Almighty, when they drop that bomb, they might be able to really try a little bit of a something later on, but I guess Smart Omega will still try to punish them either way.
Yeah, I mean, you need to get every round that you need to have in here. And Omega just making the most of the opportunity. I mean, fine, I get it. AMT's playing it slow, but Smart Omega, they know how to play fast and slow. And they have the patience to do so. And there it is. Smart Omega just devouring AMT. Something that we didn't see when they go up against each other on the first game.
Yeah, and that's once again expected, right? You have to pay your respect to the map picks, and there's a main good reason as to why Smart Omega led us into this summit SND. We expected Whoopi to pop off. Whoopi's popping off, but the blessing in disguise here is more than Whoopi. Yeah, he literally popped off in that round. But it was more than Whoopi that's doing all of that work for the side of Smart Omega, which is what is getting them those wins. Shut up. Opening things up with a God nade. Does manage to spot out yet another player, but no shots coming through just yet, but he knows exactly where to aim. Candy sneaks around, but a beautiful headshot taken away by Shut Up and his Locust.
And you can always trust this guy to, you know, win those gunfights, especially at this angles. He's always prepared for the next gunfight, and he's been killing it in here right now as well. 7 kills leading his team, and at the moment, at the very least, they are trying to slow it down. Same thing with Smart Omega. But now that they're going to find a way to get that bomb. And number 4 in blue, that's risky. He's waiting for the player to pick it up. And no one's really picking it up at the moment.
The crowd is just divided on our YouTube chat. We had a poll asking which team do you support for this matchup. 53% on the side of Almighty, 47% on the side of Smart Omega. Obviously, Almighty just winning it by 6%, but I will still call it pretty much equal, man. 53 to 47, potato, you take whatever you want. Smart Omega, though, they don't have the majority to support, but they do have the majority of rounds on their side.
Yeah, obviously so. But on this series overall since 2020, we're talking about the rivalry here. The longest standing rivalry of AMT and Smart Omega. Currently, it's 9-7 in favor for AMT. And if Smart Omega gets this win, they might be able to reduce that lead to 1. But now the push comes through for Risky. He's going to find one against Irfan J. 40-second step, that's plenty of time. And AMT shot up. He needs to stand his ground, but Ira dare to slide and get that shot. And the defuse comes in early here as well. 4-round leads for Smart Omega, ending the first half.
Almighty is just getting dominated at this moment, and you know, with the bomb, without the bomb, it really doesn't matter. But as we switch sides now, the defending side of Almighty, what will they be able to whip up? Attacking side of Smart Omega, now they have to slow the pace down, because once again, this is a very defensive-oriented map. The defenders will be able to get there first, but it is a very aggressive Almighty who just gets wiped on the ground by Smart Omega. Risky, Kendi both picking up a few. Incendio, I believe. Shut Up is going to be the final man. Beautiful one-shot, one-kill coming on through, but he has to do that 3 more times with his Locust.
This is very hard and tricky, especially when that bomb gets put down. The attacks just needs to be lined up in here perfectly. Now he spots the foot. He finds the first player against Whoopi in a cheeky ankle, AJ.
Oh, beautiful shot. And Shut Up might just be able to get this clutch for the squad. But now, it is all about the timing here. Kev steps on out. Oh, quick scope does not hit. And Kev manages to pick up the match point for Smart Omega. Almighty, what a great big mistake. Rushing on in onto that second floor. If only they had played it a little bit more slower, things could have been different, Kali.
It obviously so. I mean, Smart Omega's just been playing through their pace, and AMT's just trying to keep up against them. And that needs to change in here right now. I mean, you're on the defending side. You just got to sit back, wait for the players to push, and get the slays on these angles. And that's not been working for AMT in that first defensive round.
Risky. Good reposition, but gets spotted out! And still nothing happens. Shut Up takes a couple of shots and then gets immediately eliminated. Kendi trades out Incendio. Kevs finds the Clutch King. 2 more players still alive though. Make that 1 as Heaven goes down as well. Jeff Pro nowhere to be seen as he wraps around ever so slowly. At least Idra will get out of the way. No, he just reappears in time to take it for the one and only Smart Omega.
That's a very beautiful, dominant victory here by Smart Omega, displaying their efforts, of course, in getting those first bloods, initiating the strategies, not only on the attack, but on the defensive side as well. And Almighty, again, you saw how impatient they got. They love to rush Smart Omega. That's been one thing that they've been doing since the first round, and it hasn't been working, and they didn't really change the strategy, and Omega just started to feed onto that.
Yeah, and you know, you just gotta love the kill effects coming out through that CBR in the messy draw, right? Every single time you get a slay, you literally kick your opponent off of the map.
Yeah. You kick their head.
Best animation.
That's one of the best. I got that draw. I only I draw it one time and I got the CBR4. I'm really lucky.
What?
I'm lucky. I don't know why I have to bring it up when we're casting one of the games.
You're just making chat salty with you right now, Callie.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, chat. But yeah, maybe if you draw it once, maybe you get that. Maybe at least you get the luck of Callie in any way possible. But yeah, there's a lot of draws really available in the game right now, and you can feel free to, of course, top in. Maybe
I believe the
one.
messy draw is still there.
Yeah, it is still there. Yeah, it's been
you
there
guys
for
can still get it. It's legit the best skin, the best skill animation, and CBR4 is really literally ripping through the opponents right now. So I see exactly no reason whatsoever to not get that draw.
Yeah, I mean, like the meta is currently about to reach a year. And, you know, we started with Garena Master Season 1, and that was March. It's almost March, and the meta didn't really change at all over the years. And yeah, it's worth it to get it.
Yeah, at least for Garena, it's not changed. Like for the other regions, they keep switching it around. They keep trying to look for something new, and that's exactly how the SK has literally ripped through the whole of the Garena scene, man.
Yeah, nobody really saw that coming. I mean, Lucas in just dominating with that SKS, and the LATAM region being the weakness of every Southeast teams.
Yeah.
And that was a heartbreaking matchup. I mean, we saw that against Cade and ALMGHTY. We saw how well Lucas in perform against Smart Omega. I mean, that guy pulled up 40 kills easily.
Yeah, and of course, highlights to Risky in this matchup. 10 slays coming through the guy. Whoopi only managed to pull out that 7, and then he just went stagnant right after that. But the job was very well done. The statement still stands. Whoopi was great, but it was just not him alone doing all of the deed on this SnD matchup. It was the whole squad of Smart Omega. Extremely well played, and it's not another donut on our hands, and I love that. Now the momentum has switched sides. It's on the side of Smart Omega as we head on into control, but to a certain degree, you still do have to respect the fact that ALMGHTY is the most dominant team when it comes to control. Stats, please, Mr. Callie.
I mean, 100% win rate since Garena Master Season 3. 12-0 right now after their victory against Smart Omega 2 weeks ago. And, you know, it's not just one player that you really have to worry about this ALMGHTY squad. Everybody is doing the work. You know, one player can do the objective for you. One will do the spawn trap. And the way they just function around this game is like clockwork. And once you fall to their bait, it just go down to the rabbit hole, AJ. And the next thing you know, you end up with a defeat.
And the advantage this time, of course, goes to the side of Smart Omega as well. They get to pick exactly which side they want to start on, since ALMGHTY was the one that picked firing range for control, and they picked defensive. We all know there is a huge benefit to the team that picks the defensive side, so hopefully we will be able to see Smart Omega kind of make good work out of it. Every single time any team starts off on the defensive, they do have a slightly better average in terms of wins picked up, but it's not a guarantee though. I mean, especially when you go up against a team like ALMGHTY in control.
Obviously so. And I think like picking the defensive side is kind of explanatory of getting those power positions early in the game. But of course, as well, knowing that ALMGHTY struggles at offensive sides. They always let go of offensive sides. At Shenda, they lost 2 rounds on that. And I think if Smart Omega can capitalize on winning these defensive sides, they might be able to take this series. And we start off with Omega getting it on early in the defensive spawn. Look at him. They're already in the spawns of the enemy.
Yeah, beautiful plays coming through from Whoopi as well as he quickly circles on around, going for the spawn trap. But Shut Up says, please sit down. Don't get too excited. But the rest of the Smart Omega squad still are excited. A 7-kill lead. Make that 8. They're just ripping through the players of ALMGHTY.
And number 5 in Inter is using that SKS to control the range with the 2-top gun. And Risky now over here at the Woodhouse, taking control of the power position at the staircase. And it's an automatic guaranteed, you know, fall down or fallout for ALMGHTY during the first set of attacks that they felt against our Smart Omega.
Yeah, it's the defensive advantage that will continuously just run circles around you in control. But Almighty still can find a way to make it way back through in here. Just 7 kills. They have proved to be the better team when it comes to the eliminations out there on the battlefield. As Almighty now starts to make headway at this A control point. Will they be able to pull it off? Oh, one quick mistake and the Clutch King does take the 2 kills back to back. Slides on through, repositions, but Tin goes in for the slide, a quick scope, and he will take Irfan J out of the equation, clearing off the market at A. But B now is being lost. What a play by Almighty on the attack, but they've got half the lives of Smarter Mega.
But I think it's still obviously possible here for Almighty if they get the attacks. But I mean, once that they fall down, it's pretty much over now. 11 to 4 life counts. The difference is just so huge. Unless Almighty pulls up by winning all this objective time and, of course, slaying the players out and finding the right timing. And Incendio needs to win his gunfights in here. He takes 2 players down, but eventually gets traded. And now they're only down to their final player. And Tin is there to hunt Heaven down, but he's still gonna be alive. But Whoopi there to finally seal off the first defensive win for Smart Omega.
And there was a 8 life count advantage for Smart Omega, and those were the 8 lives that were initially lost on the side of Almighty due to the aggressive nature of Smart Omega at the opener of that first round. If only Almighty had seen that coming, things could have been very different. But I'm still ultimately impressed with how Almighty managed to make headway at both the control points. Let's see how Smart Omega handles the attack this time round.
I mean, it's obviously about map control here. If you're going to be able to take control of the enemy spawns, it's much going to be easier for you to get in here and, of course, surprise the enemy with elimination. But for Almighty so far, the attack is going to be the same exact setup that Smart Omega pulled off on the first round. Taking control of that mid-map, of course, that trailer, and not really sending out a player on the Tiki is something that they need to add on later on. But, I mean, they're just playing it safe here right now, waiting for Omega to make a move.
Yeah, 4 life deficit. Incendio missing the kill is a great big mistake. And now he has an opportunity to take out yet another, but Cavs turns it on him. Unfortunate for Incendio. Back up now from the Clutch King. He misses fire. He thinks one's going to be at the door, but Idra whips out the Annihilator. Gets annihilated by Heaven from afar. A 2 life deficit for the players of Almighty, but they're losing control on that A side.
And, you know, the operator skill investment there by either the Annihilator opened things up at this ace site, and now they're claiming time. 2 players inside, which makes the capture much faster. That's going to be another minute added to the hands of Omega. Now the transition is on. It's still evenly close, 17 to 17. And this is where things gets very dangerous. On this transition is where you kind of fall apart. So if you drop your gunfights here, chances are you're going to lose the momentum.
Oh my goodness, and that's just unfortunate for the one and only Shut Up. Managed to get that hit mark, but then just misses that follow-up with the secondary. 1 Predator missile kill coming through from Risky, but every single kill counts. But I don't know if or not he should have just waited for the Predator for that next round. Just 1 life between these 2 teams, and Almighty just needs to focus on locking down that B control point, which they're doing fantastically well. Risky punishes Heaven as well as Irfan J, who gets super aggressive on the outside. Risky misses the 3rd shot though, and here's that opportunity for Shut Up, but Risky's still on fire.
Now they have controlled their spawns. This should be pretty easy kills now for Smart Omega. They're not trying to win through capture. They're trying to win with the elimination. And that is something that you really need to look an eye out for, because winning this defensive side is going to be key for Almighty. But Smart Omega is just trashing them with the way they play.
Yeah, good play so far from the side of Almighty on the defense. They just backing things away. Jeffro misses one, but Incendio with a good follow-up. Jeffro cannot afford to overexpose himself. They back away, but here comes the team fight from the side of Smart Omega, and that Preddy takes one out from the spawns far away. And now just 2 more defenders on the B control side. Can Smart Omega pull this off? This is a 4-man push coming all the way through at the same time. They take the first player out, but the second one goes down to Incendio and his Annihilator.
Idra with that range. Idra's in on point. Just one more. And there's only 3 seconds left here, so they gotta get inside of that point, and they need to get in there fast. Irfan J, he's got the claw, and if he can get the perfect timing to get this, he might just be able to win this for the team, but he needs to play time here perfectly. He needs to get that timing as well, but Cabs turns it up, and now Omega surprisingly wins. 1 defensive side, 1 offensive side. They are at match point and a chance to finally score a dent on Almighty's win rate in control.
Yeah, Jericho heard me. He was like, oh, okay, Mustachio, you don't want us to hold back? You want us to go all out? You want us to show our skills? Let's go, baby. This is 2-0 against the best control squad out here in Garena. All my trash down here at firing range. They are mad big, but Smart Omega running circles around them with their aggression. 26-28 though. Smart Omega down on lives, but it is their defensive round, so they don't have much to worry about.
I mean, look who's standing tall now, AJ. It's Smart Omega. And it's going to be a pretty quite close battle here. But once again, what we know so far for AMT, looking at their first 3 matches here at Garena Masters Season 4 in this control game mode, they have a 50-50 chance of course, winning offensive sides. And up against Smart Omega, that could potentially decrease even more just by looking how well the map control is right now happening for Risky.
Yeah, Almighty hasn't been able to make headway at either one of the control points. But as I say that, player number 5, Jeff Pro, manages to make it through to the B control point only to be shut down instantaneously by the one and only King of Snipers, Whoopi. 19-20, 1 life between them, but 0 in terms of control on either side of those control points from the side of Almighty.
And Almighty is looking to find ways here. They're trying to slow it down. They're just trying to gain control, of course, gain traction of their own spawns for now. And Omega's not really pushing really deep into enemy lines. So that's pretty smart for them because they're just on the defense. They just have to wait for Almighty to attack.
And Almighty should be able to pull away this A control point now. 1 player on the defense from the outside. The one and only Heaven should be able to hold on to it. They both take it away. 3 life deficit for Smart Omega as they play defense. Everybody's piled up onto the B control point. And Tin makes that one mistake by overextending into auto repair only to get slain out. The rest of the players on the side of Smart Omega though, they are on that perfect defensive lock for that B side already.
And now for this squad of Almighty, they're trying to take the hit here at this B side, but they're making sure that they have all the space. They have all 3 entrances actually locked down. And number 3, I don't know, I feel kind of bad for him because every time he spawns, he gets taken away so easily because of how well Almighty has been controlling this spawn right now as they trapped him. Now, a minute left here for Smart Omega, 4 lives left. They gotta make sure that they slow it down, play time, and of course, wait for Almighty to get their attacks on going here. See for some errors and maybe play through Idris SKS. But with him out now, they just gotta win with their 1v1s.
Yeah, no more respawns coming through from the side of Smart Omega already. And that's about it. They should be able to pull away this B control point. Tin manages to take one down. He wants to go for the spawn trap instead. Tin, masterful play. But he doesn't need to win this. The players of Almighty already have the site. But with one more survivor going down, Almighty holds on for their dear lives in control.
That's a very impressive offensive round win there for Almighty, knowing that this control game mode is a defensive-sided game. And now let's see how well they do on the defensive side, where we know earlier they kind of faltered apart when we saw Smart Omega just bounce their way inside the trailer. Hopefully so, those operator skills are going to change things up in here as they look through. They're looking at, they have the mid-map control for now. But again, Smart Omega finally making moves. 2 players inside of A control point. If that's not going to be dealt with, that's going to be a problem for Almighty as the clock, of course, will be extended to another minute.
Shut up, trying to clear things off. Locust misses it. It's just a hit mark, but a secondary whips out. And Shut Up still gets the kill. Pops yet another hit mark. Come on, Shut Up. This is just not the way. But the Locust is one of the best snipers in the game right now. Heaven and Jeff Pro, they go ahead to strike. Incendio goes in for the Annihilator investment as well, and everything's working right for Almighty.
The sniper is just on for Almighty. Shut Up has 20 kills right now and he's been controlling this round number 4, making Omega struggle with their gunfights, not just in the close range, but of course in the long range action. He's on a 5 spree with the Locust and he's been unstoppable, controlling this A control point all by himself.
Yeah, secondary out for Shut Up now. He gets tagged up. Just repositions himself. 1 concuss will come on through it.
Oh my god.
What a play, Shut Up! And this guy is just an absolute monster. 10 more lives left for the players of Smart Omega. They are on the attack. They're running out of time. That B control point on the tees by 1 player, but he gets taken out instantaneously by the one and only Incendio. Whoopi, tough luck. 7 more lives left, and the claw investment now comes through for Clutch King, but he gets eaten up.
And I mean, for Smart Omega, they just really can't push enough in here. There's not much opening that they can enter needle through because of how well AMT controls the map. They got 1 player sent out towards B. They had Shut Up here controlling the trailer all by himself, where he scored 8 in a row before he gets taken down by a 2-man. And well, it's still going to be a back and forth action here. But just by looking at the lives left, Smart Omega is on pace to lose this round. And I mean, Almighty shut up just happened. They had no answer for him.
This is the kind of control game we want to watch for sure. 2 more lives left. And what a beautiful quick scope coming through from Shut Up once again. Keps moves on in. Can he finish things off? He gets the first kill, but he cannot continue that against 10 lives on the other end. 2-2. And we head into round number 5 in this control matchup. What a game we've got, Tally.
Yeah, here we go. This is to determine who wins the series and who might just be able to take that #1 spot here at this Group C, the Group of Death. Omega has the best chance of winning this game on the defensive side right now. Let's see if they're gonna be able to close it out.
You know what? Quick update, baby. YouTube has switched its mind. We now have 51% thinking that Smart Omega is going to win this series versus 49 thinking Almighty is going to rip this away. Almighty, they on the attack. Smart Omega showed us exactly how aggressive they could be in that very first run, but now they are 4 lives down. Heaven goes down as well. They get that equalized, but 3 more lives left here as Shut Up goes in for yet another quick scope, missing that wide out, but he does have the Hunter Killer Drone and the Pretty to make good use of.
And here is the Snipe Annihilator duel here between Shut Up and Whoopi. They're just kind of waiting around, beating around the bush, and Shut Up goes wide out, swing out, and of course the nade gets him. That's just untimely for him, but the teammate is still inside of the point, so they are doing time and freezing that clock off, AJ.
Oh, GG. This is just a GG. Clutch King now, sitting down inside. He's just pulling away this A control point, but he should not be engaging, though. If he gets taken out, there's no backup to take away this control point, but it doesn't matter. He gets the deed done, and then gets taken out by the one and only Whoopi. 17 to 15 lives. Almighty doing phenomenal on this attack.
But here comes the adjustments being made by Smart Omega. See, number 5 and number 4 in blue, they have their operator skills ready at the Woodhouse, and the spawn shop is currently on and activated. And Almighty, though, will win their gunfights at the trailer, so they're currently doing a great job surviving the attacks and the onslaught made by Smart Omega. The late game is pretty much attacking either this team through elimination or winning by capture.
I thought that Hunter Killer Drone was going to be able to smack it. And now, yet another Hunter Killer Drone response coming on through. Player number 3. And he avoids it. Both Hunter Killer Drones absolutely goes wide. What a phenomenal matchup that we've got on our hand. 10 to 9 lives. Smart Omega down by 1. But they do have the defense on this B control point. And now, Almighty, they just need to circle on around quickly. Locust, quick scope does not connect, but the secondary will be able to get it for the one and only Shut Up. And he takes over the tool shed. Tin now under pressure. Quick scope comes through. And Shut Up slays. What a player. What a game.
And Almighty now with just 1 more player to kill. This just makes it a triple round lockdown. And AMT still wins the series, coming back from the dead.
They don't care about the defensive advantage and control because they, the kings of control. Almighty, twice in the group stage, smashed the Smart Omega. But at least this time it was no donut.
Yeah, I mean, love that play from Smart Omega. A dominant victory in that Summit map. But this win right here from Almighty at this firing range puts them with 13-0 in the entire Garena Masters season. So we're talking about GM3 until GM4. And well, such an impressive feat for this team. Who knew that, you know, making that attack side look so easy? I mean, Heaven with that SMG, Shut Up with that sniper was just unstoppable. I think that play from him at that round number 4 was the kind of the deal breaker, and where Almighty kind of just reached a breaking point and just said, no, that's it. We're going to win this round.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, except the fact that they made it look easy because this was not an easy fight at all. They had to work. Smart Omega forced Almighty to go into overtime and really work for this victory. And Almighty said, I take that call and I'm gonna answer you by smashing you on the worst potential here on firing range. As they played on attack, they took it, man. And what a champion of a team Almighty is, going up against a super aggressive Smart Omega. And we saw once again Smart Omega, they were so hot when we first started off this control match. They were on the defense, but they were the aggressors. They were trying to spawn trap Almighty left, right, center, and they were actually succeeding at it.
And the thing here with them is that once we reach that round number 3, things kind of just change. You know, they just kind of fall back. They kind of slow it down. And that's where Almighty started to pick up their pace and rev
yeah.
their engine. And the next thing you know, they win one, they win the second, and they win 3 straight rounds just to come back in there at this control game mode. And, you know, despite this being such a close game, Omega could have just played it round number 3 clearly a lot better if they managed to just do the exact same thing that they did in round number 1 where they initiated the spawns. But clearly, it didn't happen, and Almighty take the dub.
Yeah, and you know, I truly agree with you, especially with that final point, that if they had played that last round just like how they played the first, because we noticed that those 8 life deficit that Almighty kind of ended that first round with was all because of the aggressive push that came out of Smart Omega and that spawn trap. But it just didn't seem like Smart Omega wanted to play that exact same trick again. Alternatively, we also did see a little bit of aggression coming out of Smart Omega, but Almighty was handling it so much better. They were expecting a spawn trap in those defensive rounds in those attacking rounds a couple of moments later. So, you know, I guess it's just a side of Almighty really calling Smart Omega out on their strats and being able to show us that they can respond perfectly well. And I wouldn't have the series any other way. The teams who pick the maps get the wins on those maps. It was Smart Omega that picked Summit for SnD. They get that victory. They're going to be happy. So this might just be a premonition of how the grand finals is potentially if these two teams do make it there as well. It could go down to who picks that map. It could go down to who gets that coin toss victory.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. And of course, once again for Smart Omega, Respawns, despite the addition of Thin, hasn't been pretty much working up against this top caliber teams that we are seeing so far right now. And again, their SnD is still pretty much strong. So again, if they're playing by this pace, and if we play that playoffs right now, everything will go down to a game number 5. That's just how it is going to happen for Smart Omega. At least we need to see more efforts being made here by the squad in terms of playing that hard point and of course that control.
And can we talk about what a phenomenal comeback that was for Almighty?
Yeah. I mean, look at we had so much dominance that we saw from Smart Omega. I mean, spawn trap at the first round, total domination with the kills on that second round, and out of nowhere, Almighty just came up with like a huge dominant victories in terms of the life counts. Yeah,
they literally clapped them 3 rounds in a row to show that they are the kings of control. But this SnD matchup was a totally different, complexion altogether. It was just all out Smart Omega. It started off with the expected player on this map just doing so very fine. I mean, even if his profile picture shows exactly why he does well, right? It's all about the girl power behind him.
Oh yeah, it's the bebe buff, or we call the baby buff in the Philippines, such as works. I mean, such as Whoopi, it's Cavs as well, and this too works so well in that SnD. And well, shout out to Jadi, of course. The baby buff of Caps down that SnD. But hey, this is where it really started. You see the positioning that Whoopi and the squad had. Number 5 in Lu, which was Idra, was on that jungles, and they had one player sent out around the wood map, and of course a player at the back trailer. So pretty much Smart Omega had in the first 2 rounds was total map control, which didn't happen consistently, and that's why they weren't really able to close this game out.
Yeah, and second round was pretty much the same. We saw a little bit of fight back coming through from Almighty, but Smart Omega still smashed them 2-0 up. One would have expected Smart Omega to just take the victory. Even YouTube chat thought that, okay, this is it, man. They're gonna win. And, it just switched. Almighty initially had a 6% lead on people thinking that they were going to actually win this out. But when this control match started, everybody just switched their minds and Smart Omega led. Smart Omega led the whole thing with 51% on the votes. But Almighty showed up and they said, it really doesn't matter how things start. What matters is how things end. And it ended quite phenomenally for the Singaporeans.
I mean, the winner is obviously going to be AMT and the MVP of the game of this killer classic MSP showdown. It's going to be your boy Irfan J. I mean, we didn't see that KSP. We didn't see, those oddly unique guns that he's currently using, but he's been so effective with that CBR4. And that really helps this team a lot winning games. And he's here right now serving, I believe, his second MVP in control.
I love game. Yeah, I love Irfan J, but I feel like slapping his face every time I see him because that guy is just way too good looking, man. I stand in the same room as him and he just outshines me, hands down. So much of charm, so much of skill, there's so much of good looks on his side. I'm jelly.
I mean, he's a pretty chill guy. We met him during the Garena Master Season 3 and I was like, hey, Kelly, what is up? And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm really, really good. And I think that's really his personality just showing out, not just in real life, but of course in game as well. And when you think that Almighty is gonna have struggles, and of course when they're about to get mowed down, this guy will step up and of course, guys, chill, I got this, and proceeds to take over. That's how he is.
I mean, that's exactly why I dubbed him the Clutch King of Almighty, right? When push comes to shove, Irfan J always delivers, just like how he delivered in this control matchup as well. I was a tad bit disappointed with the President Jeff Pro, but Jeff Pro, he has his moments to shine. When the team really needs him as well, he steps it up. But this time he thought, okay, you know what? Irfan's doing it, Shutup's doing it. I can chill in this matchup. But lucky that happened though, because that control game was just way too close for comfort if you're an Almighty fan.
Yeah, I mean, Smart Omega is the only team that actually always pushes them to around number 5. I mean, we saw that on the first half of the group stage where on Hacienda, we had to go through around number 5. Same thing happened in here today. And obviously, Smart Omega, they came so close, but again, they came yet so far. And Almighty still undefeated in that control game mode in Garena Masters. And that speaks a lot. And you know, here's the cool fact about this team. You know, like, when they play the playoffs in Garena Masters Season 3, they get swept, right? But the only team that they won against, or like the only game mode that they win every time was that control. And that's been like the saving grace for this squad. So like we always see a game 4 or a game number 5.
It could have happened here too, man. They almost lost it, but you know, once again, they just stepped it up. They said, you know what? A loss we can take, but not at control. This is our home. This is our game mode. And they just managed to prove themselves to be the kings of control. You gotta love Almighty there all the time.
Obviously so. And I think we got some giveaways or an interview coming right out. And of course, you guys have a chance to win exclusive crates once you answer this one correctly. So Popquiz, hashtag number 1. Who was the MVP player of the last match? Oh, come on, guys. You obviously
MVP
know
in my
this
heart
one.
or the official MVP?
I want to know
it's the
both,
same
AJ.
person. It's the same person.
Okay. We've talked about this guy during the, of course, the MVP picture. And of course, the only way for you to win the crates is, of course, by answering with the format of answer plus your player ID plus the Popquiz hashtag, which is Popquiz hashtag number 1.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you who the MVP was, but I'll say when you put Mustachio and Irfan J in the same room, you know, he's always the MVP, man. God damn it. The guy's just too good.
Yeah, he's so cool. He's so calm. I want to be like him as well, man.
Everybody wants to be like the Clutch King, no doubt whatsoever. But I cannot wait to speak to one of the players and ask them what exactly happened in that Summit SnD and how are they going to recover from this in the future, because they just seemed so overwhelmed in that game. Yeah,
I mean, the reason where there's a problem where they're actually not really winning their first bloods. I feel like that's something that they need to improve on moving over the course, because you can't do that against Blacklist Ultimate. They're gonna feed all those mistakes. And they had some instances where they were able to counter and they won some rounds, but not really able to do so. And now we're gonna bring in the interview. And of course, I wonder if it's the one in the Popquiz. I mean,
we will see. Let's bring on the handsomest, maybe, or the most awesomest, or the greatest sniper on the side of Almighty. It's gonna be the captain instead, the one and only Insane Dio. What's up, my man? Good to speak to you again after such a long time.
Hi, what's up, guys?
I got one question for you, Incendio. Summit SnD, you guys seemed super overwhelmed. What was happening? Talk to me about the team comps and, you know, whether you guys figured out exactly what was going on there.
I think we were struggling a little bit and timing was on their side. So most of the rounds, they managed to pick us off one by one, which is what Omega always do. So
fair enough. They did that pretty well in that SnD matchup, Kali.
Yeah, of course, obviously so. And of course, I have another question for you. You know, going down 0-2 on that control, and of course, your record on Garena Master is on the line. How did you guys came back from 0-2 to a 3-2 victory?
So we managed to understand how they play. So I talked to the team, let them know what we should do to come back into the game. So, and we managed to do it.
That's just it. That's so easy, AJ. That's so easy.
They literally did it right. Now, we all know within our server Incendio that it is the Philippines that has got the biggest market share, right? Be it in terms of players, be it in terms of teams in the pro scene, be it in terms of supporters that are watching as well. But you guys, as a Singaporean team, you know, you've got a couple of Indonesians on your side as well, has managed to garner so much of love and support. Do you have a shout out for all of the fans who have been by your side through thick and thin?
Shout out to all the team, all the fans that is supporting us. We have a lot of fans even in Philippines. And really thank you guys for supporting us since we were Divinity, we were unknown until now. And yeah, thanks for supporting us. Without you guys, we would not be here.
Thank you for giving us a reason to support you guys, because I think, you know, every single time I see you guys play, I've had so much of fun on broadcast or so much of fun on the mic as well. So thank you guys for being that one team that has inspired not just one, not just two, but multiple teams across MYSG to strive for the best, because you guys are proving the absolute impossible. Thank you very much, Incendio, and good luck on your journey to the playoffs.
Thank you.
Oh well, AJ, that's it. I mean, he's such he makes the comms look so easy when therefore it's not when you're in those situations. And you know, now that this game is over, it's currently Almighty up 10 wins over Smart Omega 7 in the current rivalry record, and that's impressive. These guys are pulling away.
But I'll tell you, man, the one thing that I say beats Irfan J's charm is Incendio's MLM post.
Yeah.
That's the post of every single one of my friends that wants to sell MLM to me all the time. I tell you, never gets old.
Never gets old. And well, it's gonna be the first series ending, and we got 3 more matches to go. Once again, we come right back. It's going to be another banger. We'll be right back.
Oh God.
Oh my God. That. Of course.
Welcome back to the best Call of Duty Mobile esports show out there on the internet right here, right now. My dog's bored of my introduction.
Bro.
Thanks, Eva. That was such a Potong Steam moment. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Callie. What's up, people? Now, we opened up with a banger of a matchup, Callie. I'm crossing my fingers that each and every single series moving forward is going to be as exciting as that one.
I mean, the next game that we're gonna have is RAU and SHUSHHH, and I think that I'm just gonna have to spoil your expectation. But again, I'm hoping that it's gonna be a different day today, and it's gonna be opposite day, because we're looking at RAU is currently the number 2 team in the Group D, and of course they're fighting up against SHUSHHH, who hasn't really won anything here at all, and that's obviously fine, knowing that they're just a week-old team coming into this event. AJ.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, at the end of the day, you know, as much as we want to throw our support towards the players of SHUSHHH, they really have to step it up on the battlefield as well, because we haven't really seen a lot of, you know, strong effort from their side, I have to say. I want to think that, you know, they've been giving it their all, but if that is their all, I think they need to put in, you know, they need to dig a little bit deeper and show us exactly what they're capable of. Out of the 9 maps played so far, SHUSHHH has only managed to shine just in 1 game, and I don't think that's enough by any chance whatsoever at all. So hopefully today is the day they manage to hit right back. The last time they went up against FRANIC, of course, we all know that they got trashed 3-0. They couldn't even pull away a single victory at Control. And, you know, SnD, we saw a couple of rounds where they did shine. Hardpoint, it was pretty much a one-sided game where their best player was, you know, one that held a negative KD. So a lot of expectations out of SHUSHHH today, Callie, for sure.
Yeah, obviously so. I mean, this team hasn't won anything, and of course, if one thing that you'd love to root for this team to actually win at least 1 map. And I believe that SnD is going to be one of the best chances for them to actually take a map against RAU FRANIC, because that's where this team actually struggled. I mean, going up against Forest King States, this team dropped a map on Raid. And I believe that if we can see more plays from Edic and SHUSHHH, and of course, Zero here for the squad, they might have a chance. But again, the chance is very, very slim, knowing that their performance was kind of underperforming in the first week.
Yeah, at the end though, RAU FRANIC did manage to get that 5-round victory. So 5-7 scoreline against the Forest Kings. I still take that as a potential game that they could have pulled away a victory. So pretty much in support of RAU FRANIC overall to make it through to the playoffs as well, looking at how well they've done for themselves in the competition so far. But a quick refresher of today's schedule. You all saw the blockbuster matchup, ALMGHTY going up against Smarter Mega just moments ago. SHUSHHH now takes on RAU FRANIC. Later on, we'll have the rematch between EZR Esports as well as RND. Today's all-out rematch because it is the first day of the second half of the double round robin group stage. Blacklist Ultimate takes on Kazoku Legacy. We also know exactly how that has gone, so we just want to see a little bit of change. The main reason why the first series got me so excited was because we could see a potential change. And it was definitely a change because instead of 3-0, we saw that SnD matchup go the way of Smarter Mega. And that's the kind of changes we want to see in all of the series.
And I don't want to see another donut day today. I don't want to get fat. And then, of course, AJ doesn't want that to happen as well. And for SHUSHHH, no, they have made sure that they play so well in SnDs, but it's not enough actually here to win a map. But they have Edic, Zero, Devour, Frasha, Mouse, and Mikey. And this team hasn't won anything yet, but they've shown some consistency. But again, it is never enough for them right now.
It's most definitely, you know, a painful process for SHUSHHH. But they look like they are in high spirits. I like that. You know, at the end of the day, it's never about how many times you fall. It's all about how many times you stand right back up and you move on forth, right? And ZeroShhh clearly is having a lot of fun out there. You know, he's getting a little bit of a sugar rush with all of that candy, but hopefully he will be able to take that energy and throw it into the game in a few moments.
Yeah, that's going to be useful, especially when the game is fast-paced and that hard point, you know, that sugar rush currently going to be benefiting that team. But they're going up against RAU FRANIC, the number 2 team in Group D right now, led by Arrow so far, has been impressive in terms of playing every game mode. He's the guy that really is depended by his team and in terms of slaying power. And of course, you also have the backup from Thurston, who's been helping this team gather that strength to absolutely push for that playoffs.
When Oro picks up the DLQ, I get a tad bit excited. I would love to see exactly what he can do this time around. You know, once again, one of the more exciting players to watch out there on the battlefield. The last time he went up against SHUSHHH, he pulled 2 out of the 3 MVP titles away, and I think he might want to shine again today out there on the battlefield in a few moments. But of course, looking at the maps that were picked, initially it was FRANIC that lost the coin toss on the first time they went up against each other. So this time, if FRANIC does manage to win the coin toss, then things get a tad bit more difficult for SHUSHHH, don't you think?
Yeah, I obviously so, especially in response where they have most trouble with two. I mean, this team got held back to 9 points only against WPM Lowkings and Hardpoint Slums, and that shouldn't happen here. They have to win that coin toss. If not, it's gonna be a lot of trouble. But again, looking at the head-to-head, we've mentioned Arrow, but let's talk about Mouse in here. You know, he's the only player that absolutely have a positive KD for his team, 1.06, AJ.
Yeah, and you know, it's good on him that he does manage to pull that away. Mouse has been quite the stand-up player from the side of SHUSHHH, but he's not the only, I guess, titan from SHUSHHH, right? You still do have Mikey as well as Devour to sometimes lean on, but hopefully we see a little bit more from them, because being the top player on your side and only having a 1.06 KD does show that you don't have the mechanical capability to keep up with some of the other teams. Even if you do have strategy, if you don't have the capability of shooting down your opponents, you're not going to be able to make it through a lot. And I think this kind of is shown through the average deaths as well, right? When you compare Oro versus Mouse, I mean, I don't even want to compare. I want to look away.
Yeah, I mean, 7, 14, 21, that's 3 times, you know, 3 times more deaths for Mouse. And that just goes to show how much trouble they have when playing respawns. I mean, okay, GG. What do we have here?
GG, because I mean, what I did not want to see happening has happened. FRANIC has managed to get the win on the coin toss. So they pick 2 out of 3 maps, which just makes this whole journey so much more difficult for SHUSHHH. You gotta hope and pray for a miracle if you're a fan of MYSG right now.
Obviously so. And I mean, FRANIC, one thing so far that we saw from them when they're playing Hardpoint is they're currently 1-2, like 2-1. So like they won once against Forest Kings and they won once against SHUSHHH. And so obviously it is, their win percentage is clearly a lot better for SHUSHHH in terms of playing this respawns. And I mean, just by looking at the map, Raid, Hardpoint, that's going to be the first Hardpoint tightly contested. We go to P2, P3 to P4. That's going to be a one-sided match. Obviously, you need to get that spawns. And if you're SHUSHHH, something needs to change here today. You know, you got to win those early rotations and, of course, make sure you win the gunfights so you have the chance to actually score points inside the hill.
Yeah, very basic bans coming through for the operators as well. Purify and Sparrow taken out. You can expect that Claw to be popping off on Raid. And later on, the Gravity Vortex gun will be making its appearance in Standoff for sure. You know how much more easier it gets, either on the offensive or the defensive, in such tight spaces in those control points. You know it is going to be abused most definitely in that matchup later on. But I'm still thinking, what is the possibility of SHUSHHH pulling away a victory from the side of FRANIC here? You know, not just one match, but, you know, 2 games at the very least, 2 matches at the very least, and a whole series win at the end of the day. You think that's going to be possible, Callie?
I think it has to start with the team actually putting off a strong start here at this hard point where, you know, they check in a few things. Get that early rotation, put some players inside of that hard point, and of course, take away the power positions away from RAU FRANIC right off the get-go, because you obviously see RAU getting that top laundries right off the get-go, and they're going to have the initial advantage here, AJ.
Well, straight up, a quick update for you guys. The vote on YouTube says that FRANIC has got more support in the chat. 65% think that they are going to be the victors of this series, and about 34% think that SHUSHHH is going to be able to upset them. Drop your votes and make sure you participate in the comment section. One of you guys might just be able to get a shout out once in a while.
Obviously so. I mean, that vote thing is just so heavily one-sided right now for RAU FRANIC, and I hope that changed in here. Well, you know, you see gunfights being won right now by RAU FRANIC, and SHUSHHH is trying to find ways to get away and, of course, score some positions. And number 1 in blue, that's Edik, holding off to that laundries, and Mouse, they're going to initiate that pinch, so they're going to be able to take care of one player on the gallery. Says make that one more, but he's not going to connect all the shots. So it's still RAU FRANIC claiming this final 4 seconds.
Yeah, he's lucky that he's using the Holger, so
no.
didn't have to reload all that too much throughout that whole endeavor. And finally, when they do get those kills, the hardpoint moves away.
It's just unfortunate. But the good thing here is they're actually on position to get the spawns away from RAU FRANIC if they win this gunfights. And Mouse has been missing a lot of shots, and the punish is there for RAU FRANIC as they open things up with them inside of the hill, and of course they spawn in their favor.
Wow, okay, the Pretty only takes one away, so Oro, I wouldn't say that's a huge waste, but he could have done slightly better with that. But the timing just wasn't the perfect moment. Could have waited for a more open hardpoint later on to, I guess, make a little bit more of an effective play out of the Predator missile. But it doesn't matter, I guess, when you're leading the match with 72 points. SHUSHHH still has got a long way to go, but now with that one sticky coming on through for Paul, it looks like things might be turning around once again for the side of RAU FRANIC. With SHUSHHH inside, it was just way too easy for them to get the read.
Yeah, I mean, just the first these 2 hard points, you only have 6 points. That's gonna be worrying you a lot right now. So,
yeah.
I mean, this team just tried to get the spawns on this P2, but it doesn't really matter at all because RAU FRANIC has been winning with more gunfights. And I mean, we're just gonna have to talk about the accuracy all by itself. I mean, we saw play from RAU just finishing his players by just 1 bullet. And right now, the break is on for this squad. RAU Arrow is going to lead this team in the pack, and it's gonna break this hill, finding 2 players, routing around that van, and it's gonna get taken away. So far, great job for SHUSHHH standing their ground.
I can tell you the problem with a lot of MYSG squads is the fact that they just do not invest enough time to play the game. They just do not invest enough time to scrim alongside their team members, and that just leads to 2 possible things, right? Number 1, you are not going to have a lot of chemistry with the rest of your team members, and number 2, you're not going to be sharpening your skills, especially when you're not jumping into serious scrims with the other teams. Hopefully SHUSHHH is not one of those teams that's making those mistakes, because we know for a fact that they could use many more hours of practice looking at the way they're taking some of their gunfights here. But hopefully, if that is the case with them, they turn it around right after hearing me say that.
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, knowing that Call of Duty is a fast-paced game, and you know you have to trust your gun skills just to be able to survive, and of course help your team get some gunfights in, and of course advance. It's gonna be very needed here, especially in playing respawns. And RAU has been doing a great job, of course, slaying in terms of the life department there, just kicking and of course flaming these players off. And while for now, right now, you have SHHH holding up the spawns with number 1 and number 4 holding up that gardens. It doesn't really matter at all. RAU FRANIC is still inside. They're still winning their gunfights, and that's the way to go for this squad.
Yeah, and I mean, let me just put that statement into a little bit more of a perspective as well, right? You see teams like Smartomega, you see teams like Almighty. They are the ones who are putting on a great example of how you should be as a squad, how often you have to scrim, how often do you have to go out there and really grind. But even they got whooped on the world stage. So even that is not enough. So you know already the benchmark of what it takes to be the ultimate champion. Whether or not it's going to pay off, whether all of your hard work is going to pay off. I mean, look at these prize pools, man. The first place in this tournament itself takes away $10,000 US. Dude, if I was a younger kid and if I was a pro player, I would be ecstatic with that. You go over to the world stage, you win that, and your whole year's salary is sorted out. I mean, think about that, Callie.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, you know, like, this is motivation. That's just one part of the motivation, not just for the money, but of course, just being called the best in the competition is one thing that should really die for the most, because we humans, we really love, you know, achievements as well. Yeah. And just by looking at the picture here for SHHH, they have to make sure that they, you know, like after this game, after this series, that they get to their usual scrim times, maybe?
Yeah. And, you know, I see a comment here coming through from Phoenix saying that SHHH is probably one of the worst teams in the tournament. I mean, that may be the case in terms of mechanic capability, but it's not going to be the be-all and end-all of the journey of SHHH. They may be bad today, but they can rise up tomorrow. Smartomega lost 3 matches in a row. They rose back up to the occasion. They pulled back that SnD, almost pulled back that control as well. Not everyone can be Smartomega, but most definitely can keep them as ones to look up to and strive for in terms of perfecting their gameplay to match up to, right? 189 to 36. SHHH continues to struggle. No surprise here, but I really want to see a little bit more effort in that SnD matchup later on, because clearly in the gunfights department, Callie, they are struggling, but the strategy department, That's exactly where the true test is going to be, to see if or not this team can keep up with the rest.
For me, honestly, at that SnD, they have the strategy. Of course, they have the gunfights. I mean, that sniper from Zero is gonna be very useful for them later on. And it's just kind of I mean, this squad, they just really struggle with the respawns, and they're just maybe more of an SnD team, because we saw them go up against 4S Kings and go down the distance, and that's on SnD. And maybe they are gonna have that chance actually to prove that here up against RAU FRANIC, but again, it's just really hard to predict right now, just knowing that's what's happening here in the performance from RAU. They're just shutting this team down in every lane, in every position possible.
And, you know, as you look at all of the team members out there on the side of SHUSHHH, DIVINUS really trying hard, and Mouse is doing the exact same as well. He's leading the team with the most number of kills, but it's just not going to match up to the number of slays that RAU FRANIC has on their side. And more than the number of slays, they've got that mechanical capability to maneuver around together as a squad. And you got to love how they stick together with each other and challenge together as a team instead of individuals. SHUSHHH, on the other hand, they're just trickling into that hard point one after the other. They don't really have the sustainability in terms of those team members to back them up. And that's being the biggest mistake or the biggest challenge for SHUSHHH at the moment. Now, they finally fight it through as a squad. They are in that hard point. Can they hold on? It looks like they sure as hell can. This is the kind of SHUSHHH we want to see out there. The fight is on.
Yeah, they're finally showing up, and of course, looking revitalized after this reset. And well, for now, for them, number 2 and number 3 is just doing a great job holding off the point. They are winning gunfights, by the way. That's like 8 in a row on the kill feed. I was counting, and then we see them now showing some light. They just got to get that final 13 seconds, but they have to make sure as well that the break is early, of course, in that next hard point. And they're on their way, routing right through here at the bedrooms. They're just going to have to worry about at least 2 players for now in that hard point. And if they can get those shots to connect, but unfortunately, that Predator Whistle will not do. They just have to win their gunfights in there once again.
Yeah, the Predator missile could have just been a huge aid on their side. And look at RAU FRANIC. They've given up the money hill already just to take the attack now from the back. Player number 5 moving on in. Can he get those kills? The answer is yes. Asta and Nasty with those nasty shots coming on through. But SHUSHHH still has got the manpower. They rush on in there together as a squad. If they can win just 2 gunfights here, they'll have the hill right back for themselves. Player number 3, Devour. Can he stand up? The CBR4 free fire does not work out in his favor, and Nasty with those nasty comeback just manages to clap it right back. FreshHH has got the claw though. This is the game changer, but just a single kill for him just breaks down the attack for SHUSHHH once again.
Yeah, it's a tightly contested game here, but if you're SHUSHHH, you gotta win your gunfights now, or else Ori's gonna pull up with the victory. There's still 15 seconds left. There's just 4 more to go, and they're gonna take this victory. RAU, they are trying to get the win, and there it goes. Asta goes up with a 5 in a row to end map number 1, 250 to 85. But I love what I saw there from SHUSHHH. At the end, they were fighting, and that's just the consistency that they can just need to replicate over the course of this group stage, so maybe finally take one away in this Group D.
Statistically, they picked up less points, and Nasty, of course, flexing exactly what gives him the extra bit of boost. It is no energy drink, but it's the girl power from the back.
You all love that girl power, man. It just makes things it just makes things a lot easier for you, man. But now you see the stats. 250 to 85. RAU, of course, have dominated all across the board. The gunfights, the positioning, the strategy, and of course, the time inside the hill. But one thing that we saw from SHUSHHH is that they were able to actually find a way to adapt to the situation that they're in. I mean, they got absolutely destroyed in that first set of rotation, but at that second set, on that P2 to P3, if they can replicate that once again, I see them actually winning a game.
I wouldn't go that far just yet, Kali.
But again, if you can replicate it over and over again.
Yeah, if they can do that over and over and over again, yes. But I think the winning factor that they have to recognize, that what got them that hill at Kitchen earlier on, was the fact that they played it together as a squad. And everywhere else, they seem to be just trickling in one after the other, not really waiting for that backup. I mean, just spending a few seconds off of the hill, waiting for your teammate to respawn, catch up with you, and break the hill together as a squad has got a higher probability of giving you points rather than just rushing on in there and hoping to make a heroic play for your whole squad. And, you know, hopefully that is something that clearly they learned that, because they were trying that method a couple of times. It didn't work. And when they played it together as a team, things started to go their way. Even for a fact that when they did rotate around to the Money Hill at Garage, they tried to play it together as a team as well, but FRANIC had truly woken up at that point. They were like, okay, you know what? We cannot underestimate this team. We really need to take them seriously, and they just rushed on in. That Predator missile missed though. That could have been a game changer, which was unfortunate for SHUSHH, because I'm not saying that they could have held all of the points from that Money Hill, but it could have led them to capture that hill a little bit more solidly at the very start.
That could have delayed the push that's being made by FRANIC at the end. You know, there was like two players out there making their rotation at the P3 at the garage right through the gym. And unfortunately, that Predator missile really, you know, deeply impact what just happened at the late stage. But no doubt, great plays there for SHUSHHH. And, you know, just by feeling that you can do something, you can achieve something even better when you play as a team. Hopefully that they can do here at the coming game that we're up against. You know, Search and Destroy Summit. This is their map pick, SHUSHHH map pick, and they're confident to take the battle up against FRANIC here. We already saw this map earlier.
Yeah.
And we saw Whoopi dominate with that sniper. So you gotta replicate some things there, maybe perhaps with that scope. You know, get those first bloods, maybe perhaps. But again, you're a team that struggled with gunfights. Maybe just play as a team. It's gonna help you things a lot better here at SnD.
Yeah, and I hope SHUSHHH is actually listening into the broadcast right now, because if there's one thing that I would have loved to see them kind of play a little bit differently is to recognize the fact that the claw is very beneficial, especially in tight spaces, because you do have the shots ricocheting off of the wall, and he didn't really need to rush on out. You just had the blue van there. You could have just bounced your shots off of the wall. You would have still be able to nail anybody who's behind the van, and at the same time be able to aim at anyone coming out of the gym. So that was an absolute waste of the claw as well, which, I mean, when you go in for that operator investment, you really want to make sure that investment is a sound investment. You don't want to be overexposing yourself, unless you're a crazy guy like Incendio who can jump on out there and literally get kill after kill after kill and not be punished for a play like that at all. SHUSHHH is not like that. So they have to just play these angles as well as these operators as trickily as possible to make sure they benefit the most out of it. Hopefully we don't see unfortunate plays like that, because if there's one thing we know for sure, they cannot afford it in the competition. They need every single map win possible to make the playoffs a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, they need to win these next two maps here for this match for them to have a chance to still play at the playoffs. I mean, they're currently down 0-3 in terms of the series, and you can't afford to lose one more, because that just eliminates you at the playoff picture. Unless we saw some defeats up there on the ladder board and where it gets really spicy, but that's not gonna be very safe for you. You don't have a safety net for that, so at least you need to win every round. And we start to kick things off with RAU dominating on the defensive side. They're currently pushing spawns and Devour. They're just waiting for these players to push up, and they're gonna be able to win their gunfights. And Devour gets the final kill there, but of course gets ended up taken down there by FRANIC as they route around that snow.
I like how SHUSHHH pulled that back and allowed Fresh to take that quick snipe against that very aggressive player on the side of FRANIC. But apart from that, everything else just went downhill. They were just playing that way too defensively. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to understand that SHUSHHH is the attacking team. They have to dictate the pace just a little bit, but there was no dictating of anything. They're just playing this a little bit too scared. And I understand why, because mechanically they're just not matching up against FRANIC, and they don't want to get into those engagements. But it's a gunfight, man. That's how you win this game. You gotta find your way around.
If you can't win your gunfights, you're not going to be able to advance and, of course, score more opportunities to win your games. You just can't, respect FRANIC too much. You got to fight back, and that's what Fresh is doing here right now. Gets a kill against Arrow. Looking to find one more in the jail cell. And there it goes. It connects. 2v3 now. 2v2 now, AJ.
That's the kind of Fresh plays I want to see out of SHUSHHH. Fresh is doing great. Devour managed to take Paul down. It's a 1v1. It's all up to Fresh now, as well as his positioning. He's got the right angle. He's got the right thinking, but just not the right timing. The player gets away from him. Chase manages to back away, and it doesn't seem like it's the best weapon of play, but Fresh has been doing phenomenally well with this sniper in hand so far. And as I say that, he switches out to the CBR4, picks up the bomb as well. I love this play.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Fresh totally has a lot of advantage here. First, he's got the range. Chase only has an SG, and he gets the kill, and there it goes. First round in for SHUSHHH, and the good news here is it took them just only 2 rounds.
I mean, you gotta love the adjustments coming out of SHUSHH. And, you know, I'm just overhyping the team because I really want to see them grow, right? FRANIC obviously is gonna be one of those teams that makes it up to the top. FRANIC is already there in the second place, and they are aiming to take away the #1 spot from Lowkings. But SHUSHHH, on the other hand, we've seen struggles all throughout the first half of this double round robin group stage. We want to see them improve, and this is the kind of improvement that we love.
Yeah, Mouse getting that first blood, opening up the catwalks for the squad. They can open and attack this B side, but they gotta be worried about the angles that's being covered there by the squads right through that warehouse where number 5 and Paul is actually guarding. And well, as soon as we see that first blood, things just kind of snowballs right now for SHUSHHH, but they have the chance to change that. But Chase, he spots Mouse and he gets that kill. And so Frash is the last player alive, and Paul cleans it up easily. And FRANIC takes round number 3 instantly.
Yeah, no surprise there with FRANIC hitting back hard. But SHUSHHH just needs to... I mean, in games like this where you know you're going up against a truly strong opponent and you've got the bomb on you, I would just prefer a team rush to one of the sides, right? I mean, take your pick, keep it fresh, go to that A side, next round go to that B side, but stack all 5 men there. Don't split up, because the worst thing that you can do is take this 1v2, 1v3 fights, and that's exactly what SHUSHHH is still kind of focusing on, which just keeps me a little guessing as to whether or not they've got the right idea.
I mean, they're just spreading out in here again, and they're just getting picked apart one by one. But the good news here is they're able to trade out 2 players over one that they lost, which is Devour. So they got that mid-map control. They have the chance to plant that bomb, and just Frash dropping arrow there just gives his team more chances of winning this round number 4. They just have to plant that bomb, maybe at A, which is currently open right now.
Hey, you gotta love this fresh on take from the side of SHUSHHH. Mouse now timing, spots the player, gets the backstab, Pole goes down. Could have taken yet another one out, but didn't want to over-aggress. Bomb now, moving on towards that A side. Well, he get one, Chase gets both, and the bomb gets dropped onto the ground. Chase with a comeback play through that CBR.
He took the long route, routing around the snow, and he had the perfect timing there right through the entrances. Just needs to worry about 2 more. If he had the timing of that round and the 2 kills earlier, he might just have the timing here as well at these last 2 players that SHUSHHH currently have. And I love that he's just playing it slow, being calm and collected, but he's just gotta win 1, wins the second as well. No, Mouse wins it, and that's a tie game. Good job there for SHUSHHH.
I was about to throw my mouse at my monitor, but thank goodness Mouse saved the game literally and saved my mouse and my monitor as well. Good on him. 2-2. SHUSHHH really showing up in this SnD matchup, but that was just way too close for comfort.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a 1v4. Almost became a 1v4 clutch there. You can't let that happen. And now you're starting off. This time, they are completely balanced, spread around the map. But one thing for sure that we've seen so far for SHUSHHH effectively is playing through Frasha with that sniper, which didn't really happen here as he gets taken down. But they made sure they win there once, and that CBR4 definitely working for them. It's a 3v3.
Zerosh still has got 0 kills to his side. Mouse, what a wall bang. Manages to take Tristan out of the equation. Trophy system on the play for his team member, and he continues to rotate around. But there is another player who's rotating even further in the name of Chase. Goes all the way to the spawn of his opponents and now finally reappears inside of this firing range. And it looks like it is going to be an opportunity around this control room for Chase. If he can catch one player off guard, and that's going to be Mouse, who's well hidden. Misses the shot though.
Oh no, you can't let that happen. No, you can't let that happen, Chase. You have one job, Age. Oh well, no. Why you have to do that? But hey, opportunity now for SHUSHHH to get the lead here. Arrow's the last man standing. He spots the first player, and Zero finally, he's not 0 kills here. Gets the second kill on that round number 5. But talk about an opportunity lost there by RAU, AJ.
What the heck, Chase? But it's okay. Good on SHUSHHH then.
Yeah.
This match is turning out to be a really fun one as well. Now SHUSHHH with the lead. FRANIC, they dropped the ball a little bit, but I don't expect them to do that in each and every single round. SHUSHHH should expect the exact same as well. Zerosh, 2 kills in the previous round after picking up absolutely nothing in the first 4. Perhaps this is the moment where he truly wakes up. Fresh is waiting for a long rotation round for a quick backstab, potentially by Chase. But Chase is sticking to his spot this time around at that cable car edge, not overextending.
That's actually good for them, so they have information coming through right that Snows. But I mean, SHUSHHH, they're just full forcing their way here at this B side, and they're showing all their nades. So that should be information now sent through the side of RA FRANIC, and their rotation should be in now. But it's not going to affect them. They're just waiting for a player to pop off and show their information. But that's not going to happen quite soon, unless Frasha makes one player go down and sent to the next round.
And Mouse sorts Tristan out. Fresh doesn't get that opportunity to take that shot. Mouse gets a double for himself, as a matter of fact, as SHUSHHH now just moves on through. It is going to be a quick plant coming through, and Chase from the back. Nasty tags one up, and it is just a nasty response by Mouse. It gets taken out by Chase. It's a 3v1 though. Can Chase sustain? CBR4 in hand. Was low. Devour says hell no. Goes in for the chase, literally, and takes him out. 4-2, and it is SHUSHHH with the lead.
Yeah, and it's surprising, right? Knowing that we saw how well RA FRANIC dominated at Hardpoint, but here this time that strategies is just currently prevailing, and they're just slowing it down, playing through Mouse or Fresh for that first bloods. And if they can just replicate that and be consistent, they can close this out.
This is the most number of rounds that SHUSHHH has won in an SnD matchup so far. At Garena Masters all rotates. Now Zero's Fresh goes down as well. Paul finds Mouse, and this is just Rao FRANIC going ham against SHUSHHH. A team ace for them. 3-4. This is slowly crawling on back.
Yeah, 21 seconds. That's just how long that round number 6 just finished, and you just can't let that happen if you're a SHUSHHH. I mean, you got yes, you got the lead, but you just can't wander around and be complacent when you know you got RA FRANIC who's just fighting here, not just for this series, but they're looking to play for the playoffs, and every map counts for them, and they're looking to get that 3-0. And if you're SHUSHHH, just gotta replicate and again play through Mouse or Frasha, which is currently not happening right now, but they do eventually get that first blood traded, so it's still equally done 4v4.
See Rosh holding on to a tight angle, but Chase knows exactly where to spot out, checks his corners, manages to benefit out of that play. 2 more players on the side of SHUSHHH, and Devour makes it potentially equal. 2v3 now, Devour. I do that all the time, Devour, so I'll forgive you for that.
It's the nerves. It's the nerves. I mean, the guy is just prepared for the next gunfight, which is nice, but see that timing. That timing is not there for Mouse, and Chase able to fiend on that bomb plan on the A side. Devour, last man standing. He got to win this 1v1s if you want to get this clutch.
Spots out one player. Shots coming through. Beautiful delivery, but does not take out the other player that he does manage to see within the control room and get smashed for that. And this is that comeback from Rao FRANIC that is not surprising at all.
Obviously so. I mean, these guys, they may not have the greatest of achievements, of course, and win percentage in search and destroys, but one thing for sure is that they know how to bounce back, and they know how to play through Chase, who currently has the most kills in the game right now. 12 kills for him. He loves taking the long flanks, and that's been working so far for his team. We saw him get a double earlier on the long route, and, well, helped his team get through this high game. But clearly, now that SHUSHHH is on the defensive side, they might just be able to take this. Currently a 4v3.
Devour does not manage to make a turnaround, but Zero does manage to trade Chase right back out. Devour up from the top. Does he get it? Yes, he does. Full taken out, but immediately traded out by Nasty. What a game. 1v1 now. It's going to be Frasha going up against Nasty. Nasty with the bomb. Can Frasha get this? FRANIC in hand. He has got the mobility around the battlefield, but the timing is just a tad bit off. And Nasty's going to be able to find that bomb site.
It's just playing around, and if you're Frasha, you got the Fennec, so you gotta make sure you come in there close against your opponent and of course score that kill. I mean, you're not gonna have much damage on that long range, so you gotta find the right corner or the perfect angle to take Nasty away. Maybe caught him by surprise by using an off angle, but again, he still has that sniper, just maybe play with range. But now Nasty on the approach, looking to plant it bam over the B side.
This plant does come through. Oh no, Nasty is just going for the kill, man. Timing by Fresh.
Next round. GG 5-4. RU won the next, RU won the last 3 rounds here, AJ.
Yeah, and you know, SHUSHHH has done phenomenally well so far in this SnD matchup. Once again, this is their best performance on an SnD game so far within Garena Masters, picking up 4-round wins. But they need more. We need to actually see an SnD win coming through from the team. And they cannot do that if Inik just can't find those frags for himself. Mouse is doing a lot of heavy lifting alongside Devour.
Yeah, I mean, 19 kills for 2. And of course, I think only having 1. And if you're not going to help your team, just maybe play through the objective. Maybe just kind of wander around and play off angle, help this team get some kills. And there's Zero once again stepping up with that FRANIC gameplay. I mean, that damage on the close range clearly helped this team a lot, but the trades come true. Tristan attacking on the staircase. And well, now you see the push and the flood coming in, but you see shots fight back, which is nice. But the flank here, better for Edic. Now he's stepping up. Now 2 kills for him. And of course, tying up this round number 10.
Fresh has got that sniper in hand. It's all about the angles that they work now. He backs away ever so slowly. It's going to be Edict with the CBR4. Spots out a player, but Paul does not want to engage. He knows that distance. It's not going to be very much in his favor, and he wants to stay alive as long as possible. But Fresh takes Tristan out of the equation. Edict on the left. Can he get him? And he does. Oh, Edict does get it. He clutches the round for SHUSHHH.
Talk about stepping up in the big moments. Looks like he heard us. This is on. This is what we needed. We needed a win for SHUSHHH, and that is what Edic decided to pull up on the bait and switch. He traded his team, and now they are on track. And then again, knowing that they're on the defensive side, they're gonna have this one much pretty easier.
Tristan takes Fresher out of the equation. A beautiful God nade coming on through. Mouse tries to aim for the exact same as well. Is going to miss pretty wide. Devour. Angle held on. Does he get lucky? Does anybody check their corners? They will, though, from the long angle. Tristan does manage to take Zero out of the equation. But it's going to be Devour who manages to take back 2 for himself. What a play from this guy.
A very important kill here to just keep these teams alive. There it is, a 1v2 now for him, but he gets shot down. But Edic, he knows what he's gonna do. He's gonna take Nasty out of 1v1. The chance for him to take the lead here.
Beautiful! And Edict once again clutches it. Match point for SHUSHHH. They've woken up in the competition.
That's back-to-back clutch plays for Edic at the final moments, and that's what SHUSHHH needs here to do. One more round, and they take away their first map win in Garena Master Season 4, but it's still too early to celebrate that. They gotta win one more.
God nade. Does it come through? Zero. Already holding on to a tight angle here for the second floor control room. Expecting a push to come on through. Doesn't find it, but Fresh. Good opener. Can he find yet another player? A good slide across his crosshair. He doesn't spot it. But one more comes slithering on in. We lose one emulator, but we've got a backup, so don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We good in hands. We are in good hands.
The game is just too hot. The game can't keep up between these two, but the bomb plant here now at A. The first retake that we're going to have, it's a 5v4, and SHUSHHH has the advantage.
Mouse steps it up. Chase goes down. The numbers pretty much on the side of SHUSHHH. Mouse recovers as they circle on around. It's going to be a pincer maneuver that comes on together. Player number 1 and 5, both at the same time. Fresh with a backstab. But Zero, he gets traded out. And now 2 players up inside of the control room. Can they get this? Time is running out. 15 seconds on the clock. Fresh does manage to spot out that player. And he gets a beautiful headshot. Paul goes down. And this is the game for the one and only SHUSHHH. But Oro takes Fresh out of the equation, though. Can Mouse survive?
The time, and of course the position taken by Arrow. He just used the time, and of course he had advantage to just mess around SHUSHHH. That was supposed to be a round win now for SHUSHHH, but then again, we want to see more action, so we go straight through overtime. That could have been a round win for SHUSHHH if only they had one player controlling that mid-map.
FRANIC saves the game. They push this into overtime. So match point has been quickly equalized. SHUSHHH has to find it once again for themselves as the attacking team. The bomb is going to be switching sides back and forth. They have to play attack followed by defense. So they cannot waste this opportunity. They have to dictate the pace and they have to get this win no matter what, Kali.
I mean, Fresh is on at 12 here in this game, in this lobby. And if you can get a kill from him to open things up here as the attackers here at his A side, definitely going to benefit a lot as you're going to have more angles covered in. And he spots the player. He's going to miss the shot, but he's still alive, so that's still working. And they're trying to slow it down, waiting for a player to at least overextend. And that's not happening right now for RE FRANIC. They are just waiting for these players to commit.
Yeah, good prone response coming through Fresh earlier. Manages to avoid getting taken out of the equation. And they're still stacking up this B bomb site. Nobody's rotating around just yet. They are going to fully commit. 51 seconds to go. And Fresh still looking for that shot. And his timing's just off, unfortunately.
I mean, if it's not Frasha, someone has to go. I mean, Mouse is 11 on spree. He can get the kill there, but Paul manages to take him away. And Frash is failing to convert all the shots, but finally he gets it. Now a 3v3, AJ.
One more. Boy, doesn't get that quick scope as Nasty takes the shot from the left-hand side. It's going to be a 1v3. Eric manages to take one out. Beautiful Nasty headshot onto Nasty himself. Spots out yet another player. Eric almost gets the beautiful catch play, but it is chased from the left once again. Positioning supremacy for FRANIC.
I mean, that's just two angles, and that's the advantage of having two players over one in a game like this, in this search and destroy, where you got more angles covered, and that was just a perfect play for RAU FRANIC, but that was just too close. Edic, if only he has landed, and of course, aim his crosser to the left. That could have been a 1v1, but hey, we got more to go. Shush now this time on the defensive side. Godnade's coming through both of sides, and it's an equal 4v4. Bomb yet to be planted.
Nasty, scared to stand up. Chase, on the other hand, is going to back his team member Tristan up, who got tagged up, almost losing his life, but gets saved by a sliver. Oro, Nasty shot onto Mouse as well. It's all about the positioning. He is pissed. They want this win. Hit mark from Frasha, and he's going to get piled on. Everybody's rushing on in. No quick scopes for you this time, sir. And RAU FRANIC ends the game. Beautiful attempt by SHUSHHH.
What a play for RAU FRANIC, and of course the mental fortitude to come back into that matchup and save themselves from a potential loss. But wow, every day just gets better for SHUSHHH.
And Oro flexes multiple goals on that photo.
This guy's a player, man.
Literally in the game as well as in real life, Oro perhaps. Jokes aside though, amazing comeback by RAU FRANIC. It was SHUSHHH on that match point. They extended into overtime and they take all the rounds out of it. I love it. The best SnD match ever for SHUSHHH. And this is just proof that they are growing. They are not a stagnant team. They deserve to be here and they deserve a lot more. But I'm very sure if there's one thing they need is a lot more time on that practice.
Yeah, of course. And in this game, knowing that Call of Duty Mobile is a skill-based game, you just really have to put the effort, that not just in scrim times, but of course, when you try to practice your accuracy as well during the practice range. But again, just by knowing SHUSHHH, you know, they got absolutely decimated in the first week, and of course, the second week as well. And that SnD wasn't really looking good for them after all. They're 0-3 at this match, but they came so far here. They're leveling up as well, and they're learning against their opponents. You see, they were adjusting their playstyle against RAU FRANIC. They're using the sniper. They were playing with Frasha on that long range to open things up in the sights, and that's something that they lacked 2 weeks ago. And of course, progress is being made.
I can see a little bit of saltiness from some individuals from MYSG towards SHUSHHH. And these are pretty interesting names that I can see here in the comment section. Bang1 as well. I mean, instead of being salty, I would love to see you guys make a great play like SHUSHHH as well as qualify for Garena Masters Season 4, Season 5 moving on forward. Because, I mean, if you can't qualify, the least you can do is support your brothers from MYSG. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't pull players down. That's not how you do it, especially when, you know, there's only a couple of teams here currently at Garena Masters 4. I believe there's only 4 MYSG squads compared to, like, the dominance of the PH region here at this group stage, and of course at the entire season itself. And again, SHUSHHH, they came so close at that SnD Summit. Now come control standoff. Now RAU FRANIC, they have trouble playing defensive sides at this map. Again, we saw them against 4S Kings, where they had to go through a game 5 with them having to win all their offensive side. And this is so impressive because, and also interesting as well, because despite of the RAU FRANIC map pick, which is the control at standoff, SHUSHHH, they picked the attacking side.
I don't know why. I mean, they had an opportunity to dictate. I mean, they could have pulled the advantage to this side, but maybe they've got a plan. I want to see what sort of a plan it is, because I don't really see a lot of teams picking the offense, especially when it comes to control. But let's see exactly how things work out for them. But in the meantime, you got to support your MYSG teams, especially if you're someone who is trying to become a pro player and you see someone else qualify, you got to throw all of that support, you got to throw all of that love, you got to throw all of that encouragement towards them, because MYSG at the end of the day struggles against the Philippines. That's a fact. Apart from Almighty, every single other team that has appeared in the scene has struggled against the Philippines. And the least that we need from the scene right now is trash talking from people who are within the exact same country.
Yeah, I mean, that's not really great to see. Crab mentality, nah, that's not the way to go. But anyway, I finally found the reason behind SHUSHHH picking that attacking side. Again, looking back at Forest Kings, actually RAU FRANIC, they lost multiple defensive sides on standoff control versus Forest Kings. So maybe that's the reason why SHUSHHH is trying to pick that here. But again, it's kind of really risky. And see, they're being punished right now.
I mean, you know, you can't pick something based on the weakness of someone else. You gotta pick towards your own strength.
Yeah.
And Paul was just taking 3 years to shut down that player, and he got turned on. That's a little unfortunate. SHUSHHH still alive though. Asta manages to eat a couple of bullets, courtesy of eating, but there's 10 lives between them, and SHUSHHH has not been able to take a decent attacking round.
This is it. Come on. I mean, SHUSHHH is just trying to break free from the spawns, but RA FRANIC is letting them have it right now. They are trying to get away by breaking off that back alley, but when Arrow is out here slaying at the spawns, it's just dropping in the flies and killing off everybody. 5 lives left here for SHUSHHH. Looking at RA FRANIC, they have 18 lives left here.
SHUSHHH, nobody picks offense, SHUSHHH. Nobody! This is why!
You pick defense. You pick defense.
Control, if you get the opportunity to pick, you gotta pick defense, my friend. You gotta have the advantage to your side. They gave the advantage over to RAU FRANIC, and RAU FRANIC said, oh, wow, thank you.
Thank you. I mean, we got the map already. You gave us the favorable response as well. Thank you so much. 100% gratitude here being shown by RAU FRANIC. They are giving them the thank you here by serving up a very dominant first round.
I mean, 30-30, SHUSHHH. Let's see if or not they will be able to do a little bit more decently on the defense this time around, and they do. They get the first blood. Eating blows the car up alongside a player as well, but Tristan and nastily turn things around against SHUSHHH. All SHUSHHH needs to do is just hold on to these 2 bases, but look at the rush coming on through RAU FRANIC. They're all just attacking as a hive mind towards that A control point, and they're just overslayed. They're just hopping off of the control point and just going in for the kills.
You're aiming for the throat here, and of course, knowing that A side needs to be controlled for them to control, and of course, add in time here for them to add and attack that B side later on. They just kind of move in hastily because out of that flood that they made at that Granny's, they weren't really able to make a move here. And because SHUSHHH was able to shut them down, there wasn't really a progress being made. But now look at this play coming through. RAU Paul and Tristan with Asta just controlling the enemy spawns. They already have the second floor control, and this is just spawn trap enabled now for FRANIC.
22-16. And it looks like RAU FRANIC's gonna be able to run circles around SHUSHHH whilst they sneak away that A control point. But the challenge is in. They are in here, and that A control point surely should be given away to RAU FRANIC now. SHUSHHH just doesn't have the capability to move on in time. And that's just gonna give so much more time for RAU FRANIC to finish this off. And with the 9 life surplus, things are just way too easy for RAU FRANIC.
Yeah, I mean, it all goes down to how well they were able to invade the gas station and then gaining access to that P2 warehouse where we saw Tristan and Arrow just dominated the field with their guns. And that was the play that eventually led to SHUSHHH being trapped in the spawns. Even until now, you see Tristan on the L wall finding 1 player there. Good thing that Mouse was able to get that attack, but the damage has already been done. You know, there's 13 lives left for FRANIC. They got Nasty moving in at P2, and they got the power position. And SHUSHHH right now is on a sanctuary by the bakeries. And it's just gonna be a hard blow for them because the pinch comes true. But Frasha, good timing with that gravity vortex. But Arrow is here to clean it up, gets that double, and RAU FRANIC wins their second round.
No surprise here whatsoever. On the defense, they take it. On the offense, they take it. SHUSHHH now once again has the shorter end of the stick that they gave themselves. They were like, we will pick the shorter end. We will pick the smallest stick to beat our opponents with. But they can't reach their opponents because they keep getting shot halfway through.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it here. Actually, now Number 1 in blue, and Paul is already on the spawns. And I mean, right now, SHUSHHH is trying to attack that mid-map. That is a very great sign for them that they're doing some adjustments and they're putting 2 players towards B. So that the capture is going to be much faster for them for now. But RAU, every time a player falls from SHUSHHH, they immediately pick them here at the spawns.
Yeah, that's the way, Mr. Bang One. You support these MYSG squads. 25 to 23, and it looks like FRANIC is not going to be able to just walk away without a challenge. SHUSHHH is putting up a fight, and it looks like Mouse is going to be able to sneak in. No, the final second he gets nailed down to the ground, but it's okay. They've got 2 of those components away from that B control point already, but Nasty is just super nasty with that claw play.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a backup in here as well, so that's double trouble here now for SHUSHHH. They need to break free, and they have to team up, but the Predator missile is going to connect there as well. Same thing with the Hunter Killer drone, and RAU Nasty just popping up, getting that 3-piece, and here comes the Pred. Nothing's going to connect, but the damage that they did, and he's just spraying through. How is he still alive?
Yeah, I know, right? How is this guy still freaking alive? Finally goes down, all thanks to Devour. But half the lives of FRANIC, and they haven't been able to close off that B control point just yet. But valiant effort by SHUSHHH. But time is running out, though.
25 seconds left, and Devour, they're trying to make a move. They just need to get 1 flag for now. And that B side that's close to getting extended. They just only needed 1 segment for that B control point, and of course to extend more time in their favor. But they're looking to try to take A, and they are standing, but there's only 1 player left, and Devour, that's the real definition of back against the wall as he goes down. RAU FRANIC takes a very challenging 3-0 to finish up their week 3, day 1.
But valiant effort nonetheless. I would have loved to see them start off on the defense, though.
Yeah,
I don't know who. I want to interview SHUSHHH instead of FRANIC. Like, I want to ask them, like, why did you pick offense for control? But it's okay. You know, jokes aside, FRANIC, this was not the easiest of games against SHUSHHH. It was most definitely a little bit more challenging since SHUSHHH had woken up, especially in that SnD matchup. But FRANIC did manage to show us that regardless of how the opponents do manage to take wins or move towards those match points, that they can always turn the game around to their favor. And they did that in SnD. And this control was them just thanking SHUSHHH, like, wow, you want to give us a game? Thank you. We'll take the 3-0.
And they do so. I mean, just a dominant victory coming in here for this squad. But again, you know, the reason why SHUSHHH actually tried to pick that attacking side was because RAU FRANIC was struggling on the defense versus 4S Kings. But again, those two are just on a different level in terms of the attack power because of their abilities to time their operators correctly on that game. And this here today at this match, we weren't really able to see much of investments being made from Devour and of course Team SHUSHHH itself in terms of the operator skills, and that's mainly the reason why they really go down bad at this match versus FRANIC here at this control game mode.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, SHUSHHH just needs to take a quick peek into the YouTube chat and see all of the love and support that's coming their way. A loss is a loss. They're going to eat that. They're going to bite the bullet for that no matter what, because it is what it is. But what's for sure is they've got a lot of support in the community, and that surely can aid you when you're working your way up. Hopefully that gives them a little bit more confidence to put more time, to put more hours into all of their grinds and show up stronger every single time we see them. But what's for sure is today they did show up stronger as compared to last week, where we did see them struggle a tad bit, Cali.
Yeah, they may have lost today, but you gotta celebrate small wins. This is the best and the most impressive performance that they have showed so far at Garena Masters 4, despite the heavily dominant plays from the teams in the respawn. That SnD was very impressive. They were just 1 round away from taking their very first map win in the entire Garena Masters 4 season.
Yeah, and you know, unfortunately for them, it just was not going to go their way. And just when they thought that they were going to be able to sneak it away, here came FRANIC with that amazing comeback, pushing things into overtime and then smashing them down. I thought it was going to be a potential victory for SHUSHHH on that SnD no doubt whatsoever. Looking at how Devour was just really devouring all of his opponents in that matchup. And, you know, it was just a great team effort at the end of the day. We were talking about how Edict wasn't stepping up. And then just when we said that, the guy just wakes up, goes ham, gets those double kills in 2 back-to-back rounds. But it just wasn't enough. That awakening was a tad bit too slow. If only he had been performing at that level from the very start, things could have been a little bit different as to how that Summit match turned out. But overall, a quick update for you guys. In YouTube, 68% of people thought Ralph FRANIC was going to be able to win it. And Ralph FRANIC did exactly that.
Yeah, 3. It's a very dominant one per se. 3-0 in the overall series. I mean, the response clearly one of their better things, but that SnD needs a little bit more work, especially when they're trying to adjust. You see, when they were failing, they kept doing the same thing over and over again. They're like forcing one strategy when it hasn't been working at all, and that continued to do so because SHUSHHH was able to punish them over and over again, and mainly the reason why they are able to, you know, go down the distance.
Yeah, this was the unfortunate play with the claw as well, as they were trying to take the garage away. You know, that operator could have been the biggest of difference. I mean, it's not a game-winning play, but you got to fight for every single point available, and you cannot make those mistakes, especially when you get that operator activated. It's not like it's getting activated every single second for you, so you need to make the best use of it. But things were gonna turn for the better for SHUSHHH in that SnD matchup, and this was the final play where Fresh kind of lost that initial first hit. He got that hit mark, and then everybody just rushed in against him.
Yeah, I mean, 1v4, we're literally back against a wall there for the squad. But, I mean, who'd have thought that, you know, SHUSHHH would pick up that attack side here at this game? Yeah. And eventually, you know, we thought that they're going to put up a fight. But right off the start, we saw RAU FRANIC just dominating. And I feel like Paul was the guy that had a Predator missile in just the first 30 seconds, routing out lots of kills over and over again. And eventually, SHUSHHH had nothing left to do but, you know, get sent to the next round.
Yeah, I love that play when, you know, he just went in there for that spawn trap and he played that so well, Paul. But of course, the MVP of the game is going to be none other than Nasty. Nasty has been delivering those crazy shots. Look at that, man. Average 20 kills per game. That's super decent. But his deaths, though, is dragging him down a tad bit, Cali.
Yeah, I mean, 20 to 16.5. I don't know how that goes, but yeah, that's the average. But that KD ratio is still very impressive, though, 1.82. So he is definitely slaying more compared to his deaths. But I mean, he needs to do this same thing here and that consistency as they go up against WPM Lowkings. And of course, the inevitable matchup versus 4S Kings to really determine who goes to that number 2 spots. Because looking at it this way, Group D, number 1 spot, obviously, it's taken away by WPM Lowkings. I mean, 3-0 in the first half, and you gotta expect that they're going to end up with 6-0 in here. And your RAU FRANIC, who's currently on the 2nd place, and you only have 1 series advantage up against the 3rd place, so it's pretty much close. So winning this 3-0 is very important for them, and I hope that this momentum continues to shift over to their next few matches.
I mean, Ralph FRANIC, you know, they're not out of the woodworks just yet. They have to really hunker down and focus on winning out every single series, especially against West Point Mamba Lowkings. Because yes, they may have been able to take away that victory against the 4S Kings, but dude, that was a very close series. It was too close for comfort, and there's no saying what could happen in this double round robin setup for this group stage, because for all you know, 4S Kings could just make that phenomenal comeback, because we are expecting that out of all the teams, and 4S Kings definitely one of those teams that we're expecting out of. They have lost 2 out of 3 of their series, and if there is a potential for them to make a comeback, it is going to be against Ralph FRANIC. And like, once again, that was a super close match, not just in Hardpoint, but Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, as well as Control. Every single game against Ralph FRANIC was close, and you know, it's not too out there to think that they could make a strong comeback. So Ralph FRANIC better be careful, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if not for the gravity vortex that they invested on that control stand-up at the round number 5 where they were on the offensive side, they wouldn't have not made progress and, of course, win over 4S Kings. So, again, every map counts for this squad if they want to attack and, of course, push for that playoffs. And, well, they have already done the first step, but they got to do more than that, because it's always going to be challenging from here on out. You already dealt with SHUSHHH, you win the series, you're 2-0 up against them, but now the challenge is going up against WPM Lowkings and having that rematch up against Forest Kings to end, the group stage next week.
We still do have a interview segment coming up for one of the players from the side of FRANIC, and hopefully we do get a little bit of information out of him. I'm curious to see exactly how the mindset of the team was in that SnD matchup, whether or not they even expected a comeback from their opponents, SHUSHHH.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a shocker, I mean, having to go up by a lot in that SnD, then eventually getting almost close out, if not for Auro's heroic game where he actually added, that height advantage to his favor to win that round number 12. It could have gone to the side of SHUSHHH. And I hope that Auro actually comes in here because he was one key player. But of course, Nasty as well was the MVP of the game. He really shined here today, something that we didn't see from them during the first half of the group stage.
Well, at the end of the day, it is just fingers crossed for all of these teams who are fighting it out, especially for a team like FRANIC. Yes, they do have that second spot at the moment, but, they are, once again, not out of the woodworks. We still have got 4S Kings, a very promising team who has shown us exactly what they're capable of within the first half of the double round robin group stage setup. SHUSHHH, on the other hand, unfortunately, the race might be over from them, but I do not want them to give up at all. I still want to see that improvement. I still want them to see. I still want to see them take that fight up against Forest Kings as well as West Point Mama Lowkings later on to show us exactly how much they've improved. I mean, I think they got low-key embarrassed on that hardpoint matchup against West Point Mama Lowkings where they couldn't even hit 10 points, right? I think that was one of the most miserable times that they would have had spent so far on Garena Master scene in itself. But it's all about how they stand right back up against the exact same opponents. And I hope to see a much brighter future for them moving forward.
Yeah, obviously that what we saw from them then was definitely something that's different here at the second half. And I mean, they just fought through tooth to the nail here up against RAU FRANIC in all of the games. Despite the underperformance on that response, that's guaranteed because, of course, RAU FRANIC, that's their best game modes yet. But that SnD definitely showing some promises, and let's hope that it continues moving into their next few matches. Again, it's gonna get harder for them as well here because they're eventually going to end up with a matchup versus WPM Lowkings, which I believe will happen tomorrow if I am not mistaken. And just treat this last few games. You're not going to get to reach the playoffs, but treat this last few games as a sort of experience for you to learn even more. And that's how you do it. You stick your team, learn, and of course, ball out in the next season.
I mean, if you are not able to scrim against some of the top flight teams a lot, whilst you're preparing for a tournament of this level, use the remaining few matches as that perfect opportunity to do exactly that, right? I mean, all is not lost. We are waiting a tad bit too long for that interview segment, don't you think, Ali?
I was kind of waiting for him to pop off. I was ready to call out maybe even Auro or Nasty, but it's not gonna happen quite soon. But we'll make sure that you guys will be informed about that and we'll call them to action. But we're still preparing their interview. So again, we really have to talk about this, chat. But again, signs of promises being made by SHUSHHH, and that's all I can ask for here, AJ. Progress is always better than none.
Yeah, FRANIC, on the other hand, lots of questions that I have for them, especially as to how they're going to be taking on the 4S Kings right after this. Yes, they managed to sneak away that victory, but that victory was not easy. And what was very impressive about that victory that FRANIC did manage to take was they played that on the offense as well when it came to the control, right? Which was a tad bit surprising.
Yeah. I mean, not just for them, but of course for Forest King as well. Both of these squads on that control game mode, they didn't win any defensive side. They won every round on the attack side. So it made the game not just, weird, but of course interesting as well, because in a game like control game mode where we saw on that World Championship, the defense always have the most advantage. It wasn't really the case for those two. And I can't wait for them to actually go up. I can't really wait to see actually these two go up against each other because they're fighting for the playoffs here. We're talking about the playoffs that they're fighting for.
Yeah, they most definitely are. But what we are waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is the interview segment with one of the players from FRANIC. Let's see exactly who we have.
Hello. Okay,
Can
AJ,
you
take
guys
it away.
hear me?
Hey,
Yeah,
Tristan,
we can
yes,
hear you.
yes, we most definitely can hear you. How are you doing,
Okay,
first of all,
okay.
Tristan?
I'm feeling good right now, AJ and Kali.
Fantastic, man. I mean, you're coming off yet another victory, but that SND matchup almost turned into a nail-biting moment for you guys.
Yeah.
Tell me, in terms of communication with the squad, what was happening, what was the mindset at that point of time, and what spurred that comeback?
So what we did out there is, since it was a close fight, right? So we tended to do a firing in every entrances, and before and additionally, before taking the site or retaking the site, we should make sure that each of us have their own tandem, you know, before engaging in a gunfight. Yeah.
That's a great point, and I think that is one of the mistakes that we usually see, Cali, a lot of teams actually not going on in with, right? Everybody's trickling in one at a time, and great on you guys, because Tristan, it clearly worked out.
Yeah, I mean, the flood is always going to be more important when you're trying to play this response. Obviously, in the SND as well. But, you know, great job on the win once again, Tristan. Now, I'm going to ask you this. You know, good job on the victory versus SHUSHHH, but your next game, you're going up against 4S Kings. Of course, you're in a deadlock and for that number 2 spot. So, obviously, what will be the preparation to look like? Because whoever wins that match actually would end up with the number 2 spot of this Group D. And of course, the Group D, you need top 2. And if you're part of the top 2, you're going to be able to play up. So what's like the preparation looking like?
Basically, what we keep in our mind is we should win the upcoming match against them. So we are still trying to give our best shot so we can play in the playoffs.
Obviously, it's going to be very hard, AJ.
Yeah,
But it's
absolutely, man.
possible.
I mean, it's absolutely possible, right? Tristan, it's not like FRANIC is a very popular brand, very popular name out here within the pro scene in itself, but you guys are making a lot of noise within the scene. Do you have a shout out for all of your current fans as well as future fans? And do you have a reason as to why they should support you with all of their heart?
Shout out to my RG stock right there, bro. Special mention to Creamy and Saika and everyone who is supporting us. Thank you, guys.
If I want to ask you now, I'm a free agent fan, man. Tell me, why should I put all of my eggs in your basket, Tristan?
You should support us because, you know, we are trying our best. So as a result of all sacrifices and the late night grind, you know, we have made it to this level, and it's an honor to be here in this kind of tournament. And also, additionally, it's an honor for us to be called by the amazing SKADI, you know, or cast.
Thank you very much, Tristan. You are amazing. I love the way you guys are growing. Good luck on your journey, and hopefully we see you guys at the playoffs as well.
Thank you, Saint. Thank you, Ali and Nostalgia.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Tristan. And that's about it, ladies, German boys and girls. Why you should support them is because they're putting their hearts and souls as well as all of their time into this, and clearly it's paying off, Cali.
I mean, AJ, you actually muted, so I can't hear you properly. But yeah, I'm just gonna pretend that, you know, that, oh my God. Okay, AJ, what did you say? Take two. Pretend that nothing happened. It gets tricky, right? It gets tricky.
I said clearly all of that effort and grind has been paying off for them.
Oh yeah. Oh, I read that lips perfectly when you were muted. But hey, I'm gonna continue saying that this team absolutely is. You know, their hard work is paying off, and with all that, they just need to get past one more trial, which is up against 4S Kings, which will happen on Sunday. But that's gonna be it for now. We gotta go to a break. When we come back, we have another series for you, and we're kicking this. We'll see you guys right after this break.
Group stage setup, come on, production is all about the road to redemption, and that's exactly the case for EZR as well as RND, more especially for RND, who hasn't managed to get a single series win so far. The two of them, they go up against each other right after this. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Cali, and we are gonna be your casters, not just for this next game, but the whole day.
Yeah, we got 2 more matches up ahead, and this next one coming right up next is extremely going to be important for both ends. One for RND, who hasn't won anything yet, and they are staying positive as a rookie team. They're really building up their matches, and well, they had a couple of matches where they absolutely had shown promises, and well, they have to win today. But they're going up against EZR Esports, a team that is hopefully looking to make a run to play for that playoffs. I mean, the last time these two met, EZR Esports Joke, the player who played at Hardpoint, scored 64 kills against RND. So the guy is extremely nuts.
I mean, EZR just made it look so easy out there on the battlefield against RND. But you know, we are always talking about, we are always focusing on those comeback plays. This is the redemption arc. This is the place where people show us that they can make real good use of this double round robin setup for the group stage, and that they can take whatever that they have learned from within the first series and kind of played against their opponents in the second series. But that can really work two ways, right? I mean, for all you know, EZR could have an even better win against RND this time around, because I mean, last time they had a little bit of challenge on that hardpoint matchup. I mean, not a lot of challenge, but a little bit.
Yeah.
They might just make it look a little bit easier this time.
I wish not here for RND, because this is a team that showed promises all throughout the first week, but doesn't really manage to really close out a game or two. And it's just a matter of bounce back, just like what you said, as they go up against EZR Esports. Yes, second time that they're facing this team. And just like what we saw from SHUSHHH earlier, where, you know, they got absolutely trashed by FRANIC on the first half, but eventually putting up a great fight. I'm expecting the same thing here for RND. I want them to be revitalized, more engaged in the gunfights, and having a better initiative compared to how they did up against EZR Esports in their first meeting.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we are looking for EZR Esports as well to do phenomenally well in this series. I mean, it's so difficult, man, because I want to see that redemption arc for RND, but I also want to see EZR do really well and then give the Broke Boys Club a run for their money to fight for that second spot. Because if EZR does manage to falter in the series against RND, who are going to be trying their best to win it, it's just going to spoil both of the chances for both of these teams, because I don't know if or not it's going to be possible for RND to make it to the playoffs, even if they do beat EZR. But beating EZR will make sure EZR doesn't make it too. I mean, they will drag them down along with them.
That's something that EZR Esports have to worry about here. They just can't make sure that RND is gonna make that happen. And of course, for this team lineup for EZR Esports, they've done so much. You got one player from Joke who absolutely crushed the record for the most points and the most kills in a hardpoint match for Garena Master Season 4, and is one of the guys here that you really look forward to the most. But overall, the 6-man lineup, Strux, Moy, Joke, Ashuri, Jai, and Judas, has been making a name for themselves here at this Group A. Currently standing at this Group A as the third team. They still have a chance if they win this matchup against RND, or at least win against BONDEE Boys Club and SKADI at their next meeting.
Yeah, no doubt whatsoever that EZR is going to be putting in all of their money on the table to challenge the players of RND. They're going to be going all out. They've shown us that the result of going all out against RND results in a donut being served up hot or cold, if depending on how you want to look at it. But of course, RND once again has got all of the favor in their court to make a good comeback play today. Even if it's just 1 out of 3 matches that they do make a comeback, we're gonna hype the heck out of them either way, because of how badly they faltered the last time around. Tokyo, Audets, Modern J, Ezreal, Malik, as well as Jay, they'll be desperately trying to step their gameplay up this time around.
Yeah, all eyes on Malik here. This guy lighted up every match that he played despite his team losing. He always ends up with a positive KD and always the last man alive, honestly, on the SnDs. He's always there to make plays for the squad, but hasn't really translated into them winning. And hopefully, it's not just Malik that we see today stepping up. We need to see these 3 players carrying the load of offense here and of course finally get a serious win. Because if they can drag easier esports, that could just mess things up here at this Group A.
And of course, R&D, we have seen how Malik performs out there on the battlefield. Odets as well, alongside Tokyo, have stepped up a couple of times. It's not a one-man hard carry for the team, but Malik always finds a way to shine. Especially in those SnD matches, you know you can count on him to get those shots. But, you know, although Malik has managed to step up time and time again, every single time, the team itself has managed to falter. The team itself has managed to go down. Tokyo is another player that I am looking forward to seeing out there, and he's going to be the one that is taken into this head-to-head against the one and only EZR Joke.
Wow.
And there's no joke as to how this is going to end up for both of these players, right? 31.67 versus 26.5. Joke wins that hands down. But the average deaths make me cringe a tad bit, Callie.
That's double, 20.5 to 44 times 2, 20.5 times 2 for Joke, and he still dominates the average. That just says how good so far Joke has been doing, and it really says a lot of what's happening with R&D lately and the reason why they are currently 1 and 8 in the map. And it's just because they're dying a lot, which means they're really not winning their gunfights, especially in respawns. And that's something that they need to be consistent here up against EZR, because the last time they met, they got gunned down every now and then. And just by looking at the KD ratio, you can absolutely see a brief view of what these two can offer. EZR Joke with 2.32 and R&D Tokyo with 1.2. And again, almost doubled here, AJ.
Yeah, and that's just a little unfortunate if you ask me in terms of statistics even before we head on into the match. But hopefully the map picks can be the saving grace for the team of R&D. If they win the coin toss, they get to dictate the pace, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Easy Reborn Esports gets the win on the coin toss, and they pick Takeoff for this hardpoint matchup and Slums for control later on. The response from the side of R&D is this Summit hardpoint, which we witnessed between SmarterMega and ALMGHTY earlier on. And hopefully it ends up the same way where they can win that map pick at the very least.
Yeah, one thing so far that we can point out is that both ends have won one Takeoff map at Hardpoint. R&D won against BONDEE Boys Club, and Easy Reborn, I believe, has won one against R&D. And this is the only map where we really saw this team shine, you know?
Yeah.
You had one player in Joke scoring 64 at the same exact map with 32 deaths, and that's a 2.0 KD, and that's really, really impressive. So I'm really curious to see if they're going to make their performance at this Takeoff even better, or will R&D try to stop them and cut their offer rotation, because at this game, we're just going to see the same exact map being played all over again. And I just hope R&D manage to find a way to stop Easier Esports from building up that momentum early on.
You know, I really want to hype up their win against the Broke Boys Club at the Takeoff matchup in itself, but I'm just finding it a tad bit difficult to do that, only because that was a close match.
Close. 247, 250.
That was way too close. 247 to 250, 3 points between them. They almost lost that, and they almost ended up with 9 losses out of 9 maps played, right? So that win I would count as very lucky, but at the same time, they did manage to fight their way up to 250. Even if they had lost it, it would have been a super valiant effort from their side. But that's the theme of R&D. Valiant effort is the theme of R&D. They keep giving it their all, but just not seeing it all the way through. So hopefully this time, things can be a little bit different for the squad. As we head on into the first hardpoint in itself, it's all about the setup, and it looks like R&D has got the good idea here, sending in 2 towards that launch center and 2 towards the control room. They want to take over the power point first before playing the hard point, but look at this backstab by Joke. Joke is having the exact same idea, and he smashes them at those points.
I mean, he tried to flank, and of course it eventually worked. And that guy starting off a double is something that you don't want him to see him going like that. You know, this last time we met here at this hardpoint Takeoff, 64-point bomb, and EZR Esports already got the hardpoint in their favor by taking over the second floor control, but they also have the spawns for P2 as well. So if you're R&D, you gotta pick between attacking that power position or setting up right up next at this medical center to get that P2 spawns. And currently they have one, and it's by playing that hard point.
13 to 12 now. R&D, They are making a slow comeback, but they are taking that scrap points as Easy Reborn tries to set up this P2. But what's the use of setting up P2 by hopping on into that launch center if you're not going to be holding on to the spawns? R&D has got the better idea. They can supply that manpower now to torture Easy Reborn, but Easy Reborn seems to be winning out a majority of those gunfights that are still keeping them in this matchup, Cali.
Obviously, right. And of course, number 5 in yellow, great idea for him to make sure that the team spawns is back. But the 2-piece from Jai with that nade, that might just buy them some time to reinforce here in the hill. Despite not having that spawn, that just made it possible for them to contest. But then eventually the collapse is on and R&D gets back in the point, and now they're soaking up time.
One almost went in there to challenge for that anchor spot down in here for this P2, but R&D, they don't care, man. I mean, as long as they are able to hop on in there and sneak away those points, even without holding on to the spawn, they are going to be doing exactly that. And EZR is having the exact same idea. And once again, very early rotation coming through from R&D, but this is for that hold towards the Aurora launch. I don't know if I'm a great big fan of this, but they are doing what it takes. They have got the right angles covered, especially for the spawns and generators. I might like this or I might absolutely hate it depending on how this bout ends up.
Yeah, it's a 50-50, but right now with Uni winning the gunfights in a cheeky angle, he finds that double. That's it. That's going to help this team a lot, but look at the pressure made by Easy Reborn. That's a potential pinch play here right now. They're attacking the generators and of course right through the base of the Special Force, and right now it's a 50-50 battle.
It's a 50-50 indeed, and the points look like they are going to be 50-50 at this point as well, 44-44, but EZR will continue to pull up ahead. R&D were first there to hold on to the spawns, but EZR just goes ahead to prove that it really doesn't matter who gets there first. It's all about who does it better, and EZR wants to be the team who does it better. And it's a 3v1 against player number 3. The one and only Tokyo goes down, but I love this. R&D, they take that backstab and they take generators right back. This is not just going to help them try one. No, they're not even trying for this hard point. They're just going in for the early rotation once again, and nobody's holding on to generators, so I don't know what's up with that idea there, but I'm not a big fan of this play.
Yeah, of course, and especially they're letting off Easy Reborn to rotate here. Easier Strokes is now on the flank, but good thing that Malik wins that gunfight. So they're still currently in the hard point. Right, as it opens up, they're still gonna claim time inside, but here is the way for you to go, investing that Annihilator to eventually score some time in the hill. Greatly beneficial, and Tokyo there to help this team up.
And Jai just goes in for the Annihilator investment as well and turns things around against Tokyo. Here comes out of nowhere a Gravity Vortex gun that just slurps them all on in. Tokyo takes himself out of the equation, but what a close matchup we have. This is so unlike that previous game that we saw between R&D and EZR.
Obviously so. You see that the first 4 hard points, it is dead equal. 66 to 68 right now is current the score of the game. And despite Easy Reborn having that spawn, it really hasn't mattered at all for R&D because they kept claiming time. And 18 seconds is a lot of time for you to give up. And if you're Easy Reborn, you gotta at least contest and make sure that you got a challenge to stop this team from soaking the hill. And it looks like that's not gonna happen here, prioritizing for that early rotation. And one thing that we see so far that R&D has made great changes is that they've been winning the early rotations, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And this is just such a well-played match. A double coming through from the pretty of audience as well. Time to perfection. But is it going to give them a huge advantage? It does give them the advantage around the generators, but not for this hard point that they're going to be playing in for. And therefore, they hop on in. All guns blazing. R&D, they managed to sneak away this hard point first with EZR trailing from the back. I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
R&D just managed to get the momentum, and another Fred coming through, and another double there for Malik. And we talk about this guy making highlights for himself, and he's definitely shining and helping this team. Look at the lead that we're currently seeing. They're just trying to pull away.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And R&D is just playing this to perfection now. EZR is just a tad bit slow to the point, but they hardly want to challenge this first hard point. They don't want to allow their opponents to streak up anymore. And they've got a couple of score streaks already activated on their end. They just want to rotate around from the outer perimeter and get these easy kills off of R&D. I love that strategy. Only sending in one objective player is going to help them pick up those scraps. And the second hard point on rotation, I believe the players of Easy Reborn will have an advantage here as they go in for that pincer. Easy kill for them.
Yeah, just a clinical retake here for Easy Reborn. Despite late on the rotation, they still managed to put a Shuri there to gun down the player at the medical head center to, of course, remove the anchor spawn. But again, this spawn's favoring SnD right now, and they gotta get inside the hard point and, of course, break away. And right now, it's SnD just scoring time. You know, Shulk is trying to break here inside, gets the double there, and of course, playing with his life, he has made some progress and, of course, opened things up for his team. 30 seconds left at this P2, and that's a lot of time for them to decrease that lead that already has built it up.
Very smart play, and this time the Gravity Vortex gun will come out here for the pop. The shot towards the left right-hand side is not going to be super effective. He gets taken off of the hill, but the challenge is still there as Easy Reborn wins it back with the Jokes attack. But Malik and Ezreal once again step it up for SnD. Back and forth we go on this crazy hard point as the Shuri hops on off of the hard point. The scrap points are given up by SnD as well. Everybody's fighting for this third hill. This is that money hill. They all understand, but EZR has this advantage with that backstab until Ezreal shows up and takes a Shuri out.
Wow, what a flood in made by SnD to break this P3 right in time for them to open things up. Tokyo now investing that operator, not gonna find any good use in that investment, and that's going to hurt this team a lot. But SnD Ezreal, great timing with that Gravity Vortex, spots 2 players down, so that's gonna buy the team some time to set up inside a hill and, of course, force Easy Reborn away from this hard point.
Yeah, fantastic push. Now Tokyo getting super aggressive, but he still manages to get the slay, though, only to be turned on by Moi. Moi tries for it, but Malik steps it up, takes him out of the equation, and SnD still holding on to the hard point, tooth and nail. They're fighting back for this. They want to ruin the chances of EZR making it through to the playoffs, and it looks like they're going to be successful. But there is still time for EZR to fight their way back in here. We've always talked about how even a 60-point lead means nothing, but EZR really needs to put the pedal to the metal now.
There's just one good hill, could turn things around for Easy Reborn. If they get this next 60 right here, we're looking at a tie game, but Joke losing that gunfight will greatly affect this team as the hard point opens up in 5 seconds. And Tokyo up there in the top 4, investing that gun down and, of course, helping this team set up with this P4 is obviously very crucial as they are looking to end this here at P4.
And at the moment, YouTube chat thinks that 84% out of them think that it is going to be a win for Easy Reborn Esports. But it is SnD running circles around EZR. Will the YouTube chat be correct at the end of the day? We will have to see, because this hardpoint matchup seems to be in the hands of SnD. But a slow comeback from EZR might still be on the table here.
Yeah, I mean, they're investing their players by putting them in the corners, which has helped them gradually score some time. And well, for SnD, they just kept sending players over and over again inside that hard point. And, you know, at some point, Easier Reborn's gonna give up. And that's just what happened here. SnD, they just are so persistent as a team. And that's what makes this team hard to beat right now.
Yeah, the miss toss on the grenade, it doesn't punish, but he doesn't get punished for that miss toss as well. SnD still holds on to the scrap points off of that hill. And here we go for the second reset of the hard point back into Fountain, where both teams are gonna play this like chicken. They do not want to step on out, and I do not blame them, right? Because this is an easy score streak build up for your opponents if everybody piles themselves in as the objective player.
At least when you're trying to get inside of this hard point, you gotta at least have 2 power positions. Maybe take away the red area or the launch area here at the second floor to get that height advantage. But that's currently not in the hands of Easy Reborn. But in the hands of SnD, they certainly do so. The map control is clearly a lot better, which gives them the confidence to put a player inside of that hill. And they've been claiming time just a little bit more here to reach 250 points. And if you're Easy Reborn, if you want to host a comeback, it is by putting the players inside of that P1 now and setting up for P2 as well.
Big risk, big reward. SnD has always been about those early rotations, map control from the very start, spawn control from the very start, and it's all paying off towards the very end. But it is too early to celebrate. Easy Reborn Esports still has an opportunity to smash their way right back in here. SnD needs to win every single gunfight, especially at this launch center. P2 is going to go back and forth if they're not careful, and EZR is slowly waking up. They rotate around from that launch center with player number 5 just breaking their play down, though. Ezreal, one more shot out of that Gravity Vortex, and he doesn't get taken down. Audits from the back backs him up, and this is just SnD at their very best.
It's just the operator skill investment is just perfect, but the gods of RNG give easier reborn response, and now it's a 50-50 battle. Talkie now comes in with the flank. He finds the first player, but then immediately gets traded. But Easy Reborn surviving the onslaught that R&D ended up with the early rotation, and now they are just standing their ground inside, which is guaranteed to have a slow late game that we're gonna have.
Yeah, and it's going to be 223 to 174. Easy Reborn trying to play their way back in here. 17 seconds will be able to match them up to R&D a tad bit. And now just a 40-point gap between the two teams.
Damn.
It's great to see EZR fight their way back in here. But R&D on the verge of winning things out. They give them away the scrap points. And EZR this time focuses on that early rotation for generators as well as opening up Aurora launch. It's all going to be in the hands of Strokes. But he finds absolutely no one with the Annihilator.
The clock is sticking for this Annihilator. Needs to find good investments with it. He pops two player. He gets the corner, but in that that's what he needs. And the team absolutely there, but they all go down at R&D in the point, but they are still contesting.
They are still contesting, and this fight is still very much alive. 200 points reached up by EZR now.
No way.
Just a 27-point lead for R&D. Everybody's going ham, and R&D is panicking. They've held on to the lead for so long now, but EZR, they have woken up, and they want this win. They desperately want to be in the playoffs, and this is the kind of play, this is the kind of fight that gets you that, Kali.
Yeah, it all started with the Annihilator investment. Now they respawn here, making sure that the anchor is intact on the generator. It's 14 seconds, and now they're about to take the lead. And take a look at this. They're trying to change that P3 to P4, giving away the scrap time. And this is the late game. P4 is where it goes. And if EZR can stand their ground, they might have the win. But same thing goes for R&D. As it opens up in 8 seconds, every gunfight will count. And Jai with the double kill with the nade, that might just do it.
70-point lead undone by EZR, and now they're going all in. They want to go for the win. It's gonna be Strokes back to back. Pop that smoke and wait for R&D to step on up. 10 more points to finish things off, and Easy Reborn eSports with one of the biggest comeback on Takeoff Hardpoint so far in Garena Master Season 4. What a play, what a win, what a survival fight.
That was just an amazing matchup between two teams. I mean, Easier eSports joke. That guy in the top right corner scored 58 kills to end that matchup.
Damn.
Just 6 points away from his best 64 kills on the map. But that late game was key. Taking over the power position at that launch. And of course, chaining that by, of course, getting the generator area spawn to control that control room later on was just key for that victory. Do take a look at this. 250 to 234. Definitely a close one, but Joke stands at the top with 58 kills and 35 deaths.
I almost started questioning whether or not the title of the upcoming champs was just a little too premature being given over to EZR eSports. But they proved with this game that it is not too early and it is an apt title to be given to them because they truly are the underdogs. They give me flashbacks of West Point Mamba Lowkings on their rise to the top. EZR, I don't even know if or not they've got a coach on their side, but they surely are playing like they are true masters of this game. And there was a 70-point lead at one point, and R&D was playing this to the T. Early rotations, controlling the spawn, controlling the map, and all EZR had to do was undo everything, make their way back in, and they did exactly that, Callie. And it all started with the Annihilator.
Yeah, I mean, finding those 3 kills to eventually clean up the launch perimeter and, of course, taking control of generator area was key for them to change that P3 to P4. But, of course, they standed their ground with the investment with that Annihilator. I mean, we did saw Joke on that P4 at that last few moments that he was popping up. I think he scored 4 Annihilator kills to clear out the area and the parameter of P4 control room. And that just helped this team buy some time inside of that hill. And, of course, they only allowed at least 7 points. I think on that last few moments. And again, to answer your question, if they have a coach, they actually do. You know, they have Teflon, who is currently a player, the former player for CKG Elevate and a former teammate of Cisco. That's their coach, and obviously it's been working so far for them.
Oh, dude, it's been more than working, man. I mean, Easy Reborn Esports, they're investing everything in the right places. And I'm not just talking about their players out there on the battlefield for certain specific key points, but I'm talking about getting a coach to your side. It does wonders for your gameplay, right? And Easy Reborn, being those rising superstars, they are on the right track. What a comeback against R&D. Just when you thought that it was R&D that was making a stellar play, a stellar comeback, a phenomenal effort to make us scream and shout their names a little bit more, Easy Reborn Esports just say, put a stop to that. Talk about us.
It's our time.
You know, this is no joke.
Yeah, no joke at all. No pun intended. And well, it does really remind us of the former WPM Lowkings, which came last year. Not only they do have strange resemblance. First, they have a coach. They also have a power player. Before it was PJ for WPM Lowkings. Now for EZR, that's Joke.
Yeah.
And well, I am scared. The strange resemblance is scary. But yeah, this might just be the new kings on the block, but they still have a lot to go.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've got a lot of grinding more to do. They've taken the win over R&D. This is just the first match. The previous series was a flat-out 3-0. But against SKADI as well as the Broke Boys Club, they couldn't match up. In fact, they got trashed when they met SKADI. It was not an easy series to watch at all if you're an EZR fan. But against the Broke Boys Club, they did stand a chance at that Hardpoint. They most definitely stood as a great chance at that SnD matchup where they were just 2 points away from kind of matching up against the Broke Boys Club. But Control has by far been the mode where it has been most challenging for them. So I'm very interested to see exactly how they play Control against R&D today. Hopefully they can prove to us that they are capable of yet another 3-0, because clearly this is a better side of R&D that we're seeing. This is most definitely a stronger side as opposed to the first 2 weeks. So it will be a good litmus test for the players of EZR, Cali.
Obviously so, and it's a matter of just making sure that you adjust and adapt here. It all starts at this SnD. As we load up to Summit, we've seen this map 3 times. As we open it up, as you can see, R&D and Easy Reborn. You gotta respect R&D now. I mean, of course, there's always gonna be key players like Malik who's gonna step things up for the squad, but Uni has been performing well as well today, and might as well make sure respect the range and what they can offer.
Let's see what they can do here on this SnD matchup as EZR starts things off on the attack, but it is a very aggressive defense coming on through. Ezreal delivers by taking Jai out. This CBR4 way too long in the meta, but I'm not complaining. I'm still ripping through all of my rank badges with the exact same gun.
Well, R&D, they're just trying to slow it down. They got the top floor control, so they're investing so much by stacking these players at the middle of the map, but they open things up at the A side, and the bomb plan is on. They're going in for the retake. Now a 4v3, and Tokyo is going to catch one on the rotation. Moy shot down, and just one more player to worry about. This back against the wall, holding is off. Tokyo spots him along with Malik, and there it goes. The retake complete. They get the defuse. They win the first defensive round.
Yeah, fun fact, R&D has not won anything more than 3 rounds on an SnD match in Garena Masters Season 4 so far during the group stage. And hopefully this is the game where things turn around. Just like SHUSHHH, man. I mean, nobody expected them to go past 3 rounds, and they pushed the boundaries. They went all the way to 6, almost taking it away from FRANIC. But, you know, things kind of fell apart. Hopefully it's not the same for R&D. Yes, Honest opens things up once again. Beautiful first blood as Ashuri gets taken out, but Joke responds well by shutting down Tokyo.
And this is a very impressive defensive tactic for R&D. First stacking the players at the top floor, but Israel finds Moy, Joke, and Jai responds with an even better action there. Jai with the double struggle with the final blow. Wow, that round just ended in 30 seconds despite the first blood for R&D. Easy Reborn bouncing back.
Now let's see if or not they can get that done a few more times, EZR, because this is just a back and forth now between the two. But R&D, they just need to keep focusing on those first bloods. And, you know, you've got the statistics, Cali. A lot of these first bloods usually turn into a round win.
Yeah, obviously so. And of course, that automatically gives you the pressure for your opponent. Of course, the number advantage and the amount of area you can cover inside of the map, knowing that this is a very big map for 5v5 action, and automatically that 4v5 gives you the number size. And of course, the rotations in here as well. But look at this. It's happened so fast. And now EZR up by 4 players. The bomb plant is on.
Great grenade, but Tokyo just misses by a few millimeters there, but he has to be careful. He has got no idea whatsoever. The Joke's just standing at that container area waiting for him to make a mistake, but Tokyo smartly jumps on down. He knows the positioning of Ashuri, exposes himself just a little bit, but from the back, Joke doesn't need to do much as Ashuri responds with a switchblade. Great attack, and now he tries to tag up yet another player, finds nothing, but time's running out for the defense.
And the Switchblade has such a fast time to kill in the short range, but Malik still gets it to go with his scope. Looking for the final timing, but the timing is just not good as Moy gets the jump with that shotgun, and AZR Reborn taking their second offensive round. And knowing all this, it all boils down to how well Easy Reborn has been playing for Plant. You know, the pressure is definitely being felt right now by R&D as they lost the 2 rounds on defense.
Unfortunate response time coming through from the final player on the side of R&D, and Joke punishes early. Mwah finds Ezreal as well. Uni with a good trade back with the KRM. Is that going to be the equalizer between the two though? It's going to be Mwah once again rotating long way round, but punished by Malik, who was already waiting for someone to show up.
This is a prime position for R&D right now. You got Uni on the top and out that's on the short range with that Fennec. So now you have the numbers. You just got to play space and of course wait for that bomb to get picked up. But Joke, you know, he's been so reliable in that hard point, and he's been such a great Plexi player. You know, despite him wielding that CBR4 earlier, he can really wield that DLQ33 as well. And of course the birth of another Flexi player here for Easy Reborn. A 2v2 still hasn't picked up that bomb yet, and they eventually have to do so, and R&D just waiting for them right now.
See exactly what R&D can do. Oh, that says he can do a lot with that Fennec. Joke taken out of the equation. It's a 2v1. Jay has the bomb though. He can call the pace. 49 seconds is a lot to play with. He can keep his opponents guessing, and his opponents are not waiting on standby at all. They're quickly rotating around, and look at Jay. He's just holding on to a corner, expecting someone to show up aggressively to shut them down. Finally makes his way towards that B bomb site, not going in for the plant. On the second floor of control room, Malik might just be able to meet him halfway through.
R&D's playing for retake, and Malik, I think he spots him. Oh, he gets him real nice with that pistol, and that's it. That ties it up. R&D now. That's actually a very smart thing to do, knowing that it's a 1v2 and you don't really know where the player's location is. One thing that they do is they went into the enemy base, wait for that bomb to be planted, and play for retake. Wherein eventually that didn't happen because the guy was just overextending and looking for a player to take down and play a 1v1. And R&D, that's a nice response, and now it's a tie game.
I don't know if that was the best of ideas, you know. He was just right by the bomb site. Could have just planted, rotated long way rounds, and then try to play for picks, but instead had to play it a little bit more aggressively. Strokes gets a double for himself on the side of EZR. It's a 3v2 now. Malik is still alive, which means the team might just be able to pull things off. Good scope, and Malik hits the beautiful headshot. Quick scope once again does not hit, but the second time round, Ashuri gets nailed down onto the ground. It's a 2v1, all thanks to Malik.
And that's a nasty shot, and there Malik completes the triple to end the round and take the lead as well. And R&D, that's a super obviously aggressive defense that they did. I mean, attacking, going head-to-head against Easy Reborn on that mid-map is very risky, but with Malik's shots, it doesn't really matter. And now that they're up, looking like they're going to do the same setup here once again, and Joke got a good read on that. But they have that mid-map control, looking like they at the second floor.
Ezreal shuts down Moy, but Jay with a fantastic response, instantaneously trading out 2 instead on the side of EZR. All that undone by Tokyo, and there's no trade back onto Tokyo, but Jay's still on fire with the Crit 6, just continuously beaming down player after player, avoiding Tokyo and his gunfight, and the positioning timing's just perfect out of Jay, and Ashuri backs him up. What a play coming through from EZR.
It's just back and forth, just like what we saw from that hard point at Takeoff earlier. I mean, if anything you can do, I can do better for both ends.
Yeah.
And at this point, this is where your creativity kind of kicks in, and this is where you kind of get, you know, develop your ability to adapt to certain situations, and looking to be a very intense match that's lined up for us here today for this match number 3.
All equal, and once again, Record here is RND has not done anything better than 3-round wins on an SND matchup, so they are on the verge of breaking that record. J spots 1K, RM cannot deliver. Strokes shuts Tokyo down. RND responds with 2 back-to-back, but Strokes trades one out. 1v2, RND with the advantage, but Strokes makes it a 1v1.
That's just it. Look at him. He even has that baby buff on with that iPad on the couch. But hey, if anything we can do, he can clutch this up. He's got the timing. He fights the play corner. Malik. He got a good read on that. I mean, element of surprise, AJ.
Very smart positioning by Malik, and RND, all thanks to that, has broken their unfortunate record of 3 wins in SND, and they are for the first time on a 4-round win. Can they turn that into an all-out victory? We'll have to see. Or can we depend on ECR to once again make a final second comeback?
It's totally possible for Easy Reborn to take this as they get the first blood with Strokes dropping down Uni. And it's a kind of a very balanced defense for them, by the way. Everything is all covered up. But that attack at that Snows with Moy shutting down Outdash, that drops the bomb, so Hardy has to pick that up, AJ.
And Tokyo, fantastic push, but it just doesn't expect Strokes to be there to come back in for the immediate response. That Lappa lapping up quite a number of players. CBR4 on the other hand. Israel, it's going to be quite a sticky situation for this guy. 1v4. He needs to be on a major clutch round. He does have the numbers on his side to prove that he can get the job done. Timing is going to be on his side to find Joke. Takes him out. And it's going to be 1v3 now. The numbers still don't look all that too advantageous for Israel.
He got to check the corners.
Ooh.
No. Ashuri got a good read on that. And if only he could have stick to that corner, waited for the player to pop out, that could have been a kill for him. And that could be a 1v2 potentially. But great job there for Easy Reborn for retaking back the loss that they got. But at this point, if you're going at this pace, you gotta at least win 2 in a row. If you're Easy or Reborn, you just can't let RND get all these rounds and trade it after. Because at this point, you might reach at overtime.
I mean, this is just EZR showing us a recap of that hardpoint, man. Continuously nipping at the heels of RND. RND still with the lead, though. And they just need to make sure they see it all the way through this time round and not let EZR make any last-minute comeback. Jay positioning. Krieg 6 from the corner. And Tokyo is the one that catches Strokes out. RND with a little bit of headway here with that first blood.
Obviously so. And well, Malik follows it up with Moy, but Ashuri there to clean something up. And I think the other kill here has to be in Joke, as we see the bomb is getting planted here at this A side. The lineup has to be amazing as well. The timing is there now for RND to plant that bomb, but Joke is prepared for the next gunfight. He misses the first one, so that should be sound cued now for RND. They might be able to push a cable car, but they're going to wait it out here for now, AJ.
It is a opportunity for Joke to go in here for a... Oh my god, timing from Malik is just unreal. Joke shuts him down. And Audit's down from the bottom. Can't do much. A Joke opportunity does manage to shut down Audits, but from the back, it is a good recovery. It's 5-4 now. And Easy Reborn Esports continuously on the back foot.
Yeah, they just kept chasing away. I mean, R&D has just been doing a great job initiating. And I tell you what, that first blood has been working for them so far. They have been able to translate that and opening things up on the bomb side. And the play per plant has been working so far for them, able to keep the pressure. But now you see engagements coming through at the mix here at this middle of the map. And Jai and Moy following up with that double and the triple. That makes it easier for them now to win as we have a 4v1 out of nowhere.
I mean, it's EZR just doing EZR comeback stuff, but Malik is the best one to leave in these clutch positions. Guys, really the best player at the moment for R&D, but it's just a pincer attack from EZR. Great angles held on to, and it's all equal. And like you said, Kali, you might just be spot on with that overtime.
Yeah, I mean, at this pace, it's just what's going to happen is what we are kind of expecting unless Easy Reborn pulls up with the stun here and wins this coming round and ends this streak of R&D taking the lead. But that's not going to happen that easily. You see R&D, they are taking over the mid-map. They have sent one first blood already, Tokyo to Jai. And a 5v4. Not really much of an opening made at this B and A site, but that extremely removes the angles that can be covered by Easy Reborn.
Let's see if or not EZR can make their way back from this one man down already. In such a tight map like Summit, it's going to be a challenge, but it's all about those angles that you play. And RND knows that as well. They are just holding on to those angles that they've initially forced already. Not aggressing forth with the bomb. This is a defensive-sided map. And RND doesn't want to take any unfortunate moves and give it all away to EZR. Can they get another kill? It all depends on where they want to focus that bomb towards. The bomb doesn't have much of a backup though, which just worries me a little bit. But as I say, that bomb catches up with the rest of the players.
And they're stacking it at A side. That's potentially where they might go. And R&D Malix is on a good side here. They're looking to anticipate the player to pop out of nowhere here at this catwalks, which is obviously not happening. So as Easier Reborn is just waiting for them to initiate this offense. And they're coming to a stalemate. 40 seconds left, and R&D has to make a move. But Joke ties it up, but the push comes through the flood in. But Ashuri still wins the gunfight.
Come on. That was just a crazy fight back by EZR. I don't even know how Ashuri did that. The timing was just perfect, and now Ashuri spots out yet another player, turns around, but gets turned on by Ezreal. A 1v3 once again. Unfortunate situation to be put in for R&D, and he's just going up against a masterful player in the name of Joke.
That's the best dance I've ever seen so far from a sniper. The slide cancel, and of course the cover down on the pillars to take some cover, and of course get away from getting fired on. Great reads there for Joke as he got 10 on the board, along with Shox who's got 12. And I feel like Easy Reborn, after breaking off that streak from R&D taking the lead, they might have the chance to end this here. Now on the defensive side, they might be looking for a very passive route here this time. Yeah. And they're not really playing for picks.
I mean, the defense on Summit, the world's your oyster, man. You can just wait for your opponents to run at you as long as you cover all of those angles. You got to be good. You got to play those trophy systems as well. You don't want to get caught out by a god nade, but Uni fights one. But what a good escape, and he just runs right back out. Strokes initially had that in the back. Tokyo finds Jay as well, and EZR on the back foot to allow R&D to catch up and pushes into overtime.
And this is where it gets tricky. Having that one player at the top of that tower is something that you need to deal with immediately, or else it's gonna persist. 38 seconds left, and Moy has to stick with the gunfight, dropping Ezreal. That's one key play. But for this comeback to work, he has to see a play from Ashuri, and he finds one on the corner against Tokyo now. They have 3 players to worry about, but they haven't managed to find the player on the top, and Moy now, the final player alive, and this might just be an R&D win.
That's it. And finally, he does manage to spot the player up top, but he's overexposed. He gets taken down, and into overtime we go.
Yeah, here we go. This is the second overtime that we had. So definitely the SNDs are getting better over time. And after all, having a second chance gives you a better outlook on what these players might just do in the game. So good reads for both ends. Now it's a matter of who outlasts two here at this SND.
Just like SHUSHHH, R&D has clearly improved over the break, and they know that they have to do exactly a few things right to manage to get this win over EZR. They're quite equally matched, both in that hardpoint as well as SND, but EZR has managed to kind of stop them in their tracks in that hardpoint. Will they be able to do that in this SND as well? We have to wait and see. So far, it's all equal in this round. 3-3, but the bomb on the side of EZR, they get to dictate the pace, and they want to just wrap a long way around Tokyo.
And this is a possible attack towards A. And, you know, Strux is already making his way, but they don't really have enough player to be in the middle of the map. So once the bomb gets kicked in, the height advantage is going to favor R&D for now. But Ashuri is finding the right timing here. He's up against Aldeds, who's currently on dead corner. Now, who makes that first move is going to matter a lot because it's a deadweight 3v3. And of course, the trades come true. Alded finds that timing, and now it's a 1v2 with Strux as the last man alive.
That's just crazy, man. And R&D once again in front, but Strokes turns it around! And EZR gets yet another round victory. Match point once again. Let's see if they can do this 2 times back-to-back.
Oh my god, Strokes. This reminds me so much of Yopi with the way he actually reads this kind of plays. I mean, the game sense for him to spot not just one player, but of course, to be able to see way behind the second move is absolutely stunning so far, and that just gives them that match point. Just one more round for them as they are on the defensive side. Once again, they're on the advantage here. You just have to wait it out and maybe get that first blood to help them through. But for R&D, they're slowing it, waiting for their Malik sniper to actually make a move.
I'm weirdly supporting R&D in this one, although I voted for ECR to win. But R&D is just getting me excited with this matchup, man. Both in this game as well as Hardpoint, they've performed phenomenally well. What a great improvement from last week. The first time these two teams met, it wasn't this close. And R&D is just showing they've done everything right to prepare for this game once again. And it seems to be clocking out perfectly. Misses that opportunity, but not with that reposition. Jai gets shut down. And he gives the advantage to R&D.
The opening is now on. They just have to deal with one more player down below, and Uni's gonna take care of that. They can push towards that warehouse as well to extend the parameters covered here. And the plant should be coming in anytime now. So they have perfectly set up in this map.
Oof.
And again, a 2v3, 2v5.
Yeah, 2v5. It's crazy, man. Bomb on the plant. Joke! Strikes Stroke as well. Tries to turn around, but Uni finds him either way. It's a 1v3. But the bomb already planted already. R&D, they just need to find a way to shut down Strokes. Strokes doing great so far. Needs to check his right. Spots the player. Timing. Shuts him down. Can he flick around? Yes, he can! And he doesn't go fall to that head glitch. What a clutch by Strokes. Enough time for the defusal. And ECR, not once, but twice, they get that phenomenal comeback.
Strokes with the emote.
Oh.
He has every right to flex that. I mean, the first 1v2 clutch to win to win their 7th round. And a 1v3, so that gradually was a lot better performance from him. And well, that's just amazing performance. I mean, the mental fortitude.
And he played that round to perfection, right? Checking every single corner. I really thought he was going to mess up that final one because he was going up against a hit glitch, but it was just panic moment for his opponent. Strokes gets it. 19 kill MVP.
Kills.
He's the clutch king of this round for the side of EZR Esports. What a play by EZR. Not once, but twice on the comeback, Cali. This team, they know how to put on a good show.
I mean, if we're talking about personal statistics, I mean, the highest kills that we've had so far in an SnD match was 15 kills with Whoopi. Now, Strokes, again, this team has been breaking off records individually, you know, 64 kills from Joke on Hardpoint Takeoff. Now, this time, 19-point output from Strokes and incredible clutch plays here at this Summit Search and Destroy. This is so refreshing to see.
No doubt, man. I mean, once again, this is the team of the upcoming superstars. Easy Reborn Esports. You got to remember the name. You got to watch out for them. And they are on the rise to the top. They might not dominate from the get-go. I mean, West Point Mama Lowkings, they didn't dominate from the get-go. But they were just one of those newcomers that always kept us on our tippy toes all throughout every single match, every single series that they hopped on into. EZR is going to be one of them. But this is the easiest out of the 3 challenges that they have in this group. They still need to go up against the Broke Boys Club. They still need to take down SKADI. And that doesn't look like it's going to be easy at all. R&D has shown us how much they have improved. EZR has beaten them down now in the series. They've got the series win, but can they now go all the way and get that 3-0 once again and show us later on that they've improved against the Broke Boys as well as SKADI? We'll still have to wait and see, Kali.
Yeah, it's totally possible that they're going to be going head-to-head versus BONDEE Boys, Broke Boys Club. But against SKADI, I think we might just have to see the first match or the second match between them and BBC. But incredible performances so far for Hardpoint and SnD. Now we go to Control Slums, where we did see Easer Esports have played already, and they have managed to win 2 defensive sides and 1 offensive side on this map. So everything is in their favor right now here.
I'm not going to count my chicks before they hatch, because this is a very different sort of R&D we are seeing here. This is the kind of R&D that has got all that it takes to make a comeback in this control match, because the last time it was just hands down victories for EZR all throughout their games, right? It was 250 to 170, it was 7-3, and R&D was just nowhere close to winning it. But today has been such a different story, and EZR has been forced to make these phenomenal comebacks. But could it be a game where R&D finally sees it through? They start off really well, they just can't find a good finisher, but maybe Control is their game mode.
Yeah, they currently stand at a 33% win rate overall in winning control. 1 win and 2 loss right now, but they have the opportunity to absolutely turn the tides around just by judging how well they've been performing in this last 2 matches that they've faced against Easy Reborn. Starting on the attack, Moy is gonna pop off, and that's a great start for EZR, but RND is obviously so looking to have a slow start, but they're finding their traction here already. But again, they're letting go of the B side. So they're focusing on the late game here, the late game route where they have to defend the A side later on, where it's going to be a standoff.
I hate those late game plans, man. Most of the time, they just don't go your way.
Yeah,
and Slums is just very one-sided, especially when you're talking about that A. Because you don't get to flip spawns on control.
Yeah.
Which means all of your opponents are going to be spawning out in a very advantageous position to defend that A side. And I don't know if or not this is going to be great, but looking at the attacking side of Easy Reborn, they might have gotten it easy, but R&D stepped it up to the plate the very final second, right? They kind of realized that, okay, you know what? We can't go easy on them. We can't just be giving away these control points. They clear off those markers from the second quadrant of the B control point. Good on them. This is the fight we deserve.
All right, here we go. Easy Reborn get a good read on that rotation from R&D as they were waiting for them at the graveyards, and Strokes has been phenomenal so far, but we can really highlight how well the offensive is currently working for Easy Reborn as they're sending out their one player only to play this objective, which is Ashuri has been doing a great job so far. But the way that they create distraction at the graveyards with #1 and Moy earlier, and of course Strokes is providing that output and distracting this team. Now they have added 1 minute to their bag. 8 more life counts for R&D. They have 15. So just by looking at the statistics, they are currently in line to win this.
Oh, they are absolutely in line to win this. And now as the defensive team, R&D, they don't get to lock down many of these positions carelessly. They have to play this down to the T. They cannot overexpose themselves at all. But as I say that, Tokyo makes one mistake, pushing out against Ashuri. Ashuri punishes him, punishes Uni as well. And it's going to just be 3 more lives. Make that 2 left for R&D. Easy Reborn, easy win in this control match.
Yeah, they can just go and flood this in. But they're gonna go in, win their 1v1s. Joke there to trade it off, coming off from that alleyway. Ezreal, the last man standing back against the wall, and Easy Reborn claiming that round #1, despite on the offensive side. And your R&D, you know, they were kind of divided in defending this B side and that A side earlier, which is something that slowed them down in terms of their rotation, because at some point they were focusing so much on A, and then at one end they were focusing so much at B that Easy Reborn started to pick it up and of course win their gunfights, and the next thing you know, they were up by life count. So same thing is hopefully it doesn't happen here though.
And look at this super aggressive EZR. They want to go for the spawn trap straight up. They don't care about no defense. They want to play offense on defense. I love this. I love it when teams take it upon themselves to go in for that extra bit of push. Hunter Killer Drone almost gets a double, but gets slain out of the city. 23-26. The players of R&D still low in lives, and EZR's not easing off the gas at all. They are pushing up so high up, and R&D just cannot find a play.
It's just really hard when you're on the offensive side here, especially when you have EZR so confident that they can win the gunfights. Look at this. Jai popping off with that annihilator. The investments are currently on, and they are currently in line as well to initiate the spawn trap in here, with Moy hiding around the hideout. And there it is, dropping Tokyo. And the onslaught just continues here. 16-22, it's still very close, but at this pace, the positioning that EZR Reborn has accumulated, it could turn for the worse for R&D.
Yeah, 28 more seconds left in here, and EZR slays out all of the players from the side of R&D out of the control point, which only means the clock will continue ticking. R&D doesn't have many more lives to play this aggressively, but they have to force the case, and they have to rotate over towards that A control point at the very least, or try something, but nothing seems to be working their way. EZR, once again, easy victory claim.
Yeah, time ticking, 3, 2, 1, and that's just it. EZR on the defense, clearly a lot better than R&D just by looking at how well they timed the operator skills properly. I mean, one way that we did see was when Jai used that annihilator to break open that B control point, and when that was on, Moy was there to complete the hideout attack, and the spawn trap was just enabled. And if you're R&D, you're on the defensive side, you gotta win now or else this might just be another 3-0 for Easy Reborn.
Players now on the push, and this time R&D wants to play the exact same way. They get aggressive and they
There
find
we
the
go.
kills that they most definitely deserve. But can they keep this up? Tokyo with the Annihilator investment needs to flick it around towards the right hand side. Manages to get one. Can he get another one? Yes, he does, and he delivers it phenomenally well. Tokyo on the push now, and this is a great angle to hold on to, but he gets turned on.
A different R&D approach here this time around. The Annihilator investments definitely working as they diminish Easy Reborns to their final 20 life count. That's 11 life counts that they have managed to remove so far. But Jai, I think he just removed a 100 killer drone with that LMG. I mean, talk about that accuracy. But hey, 24-16, R&D still in the lead.
Yeah, fantastic play coming through from R&D. They go in with an aggressive push confidently, and they get the game onto their side. But can EZR once again show us a phenomenal comeback? It'll all depend on the plays of Ashuri as well as Jay. Jay very low on that HP already, but still sneaking away this control point. Ashuri pushes on out fourth, but doesn't turn around just yet to support his team member. Finally flicks and gets the kill. Can he play for the control point? Unfortunately, answer is no, as R&D find this out of nowhere.
Oh well, EZR starting to slow down, but R&D still have to manage to fend off the attacks coming in from EZR. But now Operator's kills are on, and if this final 4 bullets from this Annihilator could be connected, that could just turn things around for Easy Reborn and their odds of winning this round number 3. As they're trying to push up here at this Laundries, if they get this, these things could just go spiral and out of control for R&D as they come in here, guns blazing. They take the B side, and now a minute to go here to take away this round against R&D.
My God, this is a phenomenal comeback from EZR. I mean, it's all equal on the lives, and EZR is pushing in for this A control point as well. Strokes, Annihilator investment. Can he get another one for himself? This guy fully streaked up. He tries to peek around, and he gets the final kill as well. Easy Reborn Esports, easy win, easy comeback.
That's just 4 out of 4 with that Annihilator. I mean, these guys are just on another level up against R&D. So that's it. That completes their series up against the squad. They are 6-0 in the map wins and 2-0 on the series. But anything that we've seen so far, Easy Reborn definitely have stepped up their play. Not just by, not because of their dominance, but their ability to adjust to the situations that they're put in and how well they answer with the situation.
Joke needs to ask for a profile picture without the mask. Unfortunately, if he doesn't, he's gonna get catfished like Warden.
Well, yeah, Warden got catfished not once but twice, man. Talk about bad luck. I told you, man. But yeah, it's okay. He's responsible now. He's responsible now.
You gotta be careful, man. I guess some people learn the hard way, right? Jai, 24 kills, MVP picked up, but come on, the whole team did so well in this game.
Obviously, so Jai, not just Jai with 24 and 9, but I mean, their ability to time their operator skills gradually is the difference here against R&D. We saw that on the defensive side of that round number 2, where Jai popped off, Moy was able to time his operator skills correctly as well. And the same thing happened on the end game, where R&D was up by what? 10 to 5 life counts, and they used the Annihilator from Jai to pop up the players to break off Ghetto. And when that happened, they immediately had Moy, who had the Annihilator open as well, to break free from that A side. And that was just it. R&D didn't see that one coming. Yeah. And the next thing they know, it was over.
I mean, as aggressive as R&D got at the initial part of the 3rd round, EZR responded with the exact same level of aggression. The one thing that made the world of difference was EZR had so many of those score streaks just on standby without investing it. They were waiting for the perfect opportune moment, because you know, you never know. It could be pushed into the 4th round. It could be pushed into the 5th round. So you got to save up these resources for a rainy day. And then towards the end, they were like, okay, now's the rainy day. Let's pull it out. And they just went guns blazing against R&D. Yet another 3-0 victory, but this time they really had to work for it. So kudos to R&D for stepping up their gameplay, but it's still gonna be Easy Reborn Esports.
Yeah, hard-earned victory. Now, apart from this dominant victory from this control slumps, everything had to be earned by Easy Reborn, and everything had to come to a comeback, by the way, AJ. You know, at Takeoff, they were trailing by 70 points, if I'm not mistaken. At that Summit map, they were trailing by at least 1 round every time, only to turn it around at the late game, where they were able to manage that victory by clutching it up. but they can't rely on clutching it up the most. You know, you gotta make sure that you're prepared for the next moment, especially when you're up against like the likes of SKADI and BONDEE Boys Club, where they are obviously much more experienced in the Garena esports scene. And that's something that they need to prepare about. But again, a win is still a victory. A win is still a win. And Easy Reborn, great job shocking us here in these 3 maps that we saw.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, R&D, they started off this Hardpoint like champs, and Easy Reborn were wondering, scratching their heads like, what in the world happened? But towards the end, they played all of the strategy of R&D against them. They went in for those early rotations. They were controlling the spawn towards the, I would say, the final tail end of that matchup, not even from that halfway point, right? And they still managed to upset R&D. In this SnD matchup, it was pretty much the same thing. R&D was always on the lead. They pushed it into overtime, and EZR just picked the win. A sweet, sweet victory in this SnD matchup to set up the control game.
Yeah, and again, we did see the control where Shock was able to clutch up that round number 13 by winning a 1v2. And do take a look at this timing right here, where he found not just 1 but 3 players, obviously, to defuse the game as well, and of course win that game 8-6. And come by control, we did see a little bit more dominance in the hands of Easy Reborn, and surprisingly, they were able to win one attacking side, which completely snowballed the momentum in their side once they came in at that second round, because at that point, you already have the operator skills, and it was just a wonder for them. And this highlight right here, where we did see a 4 out of 4 for Moy, was completely a deal breaker, but the MVP of the game, Easier Joke, 29 average kills and a 1.85. And again, remember, 58 kills and Hardpoint Takeoff.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt it is always going to be Joke. This guy is just ravaging player after player out there on the battlefield. But Strokes was my personal MVP for this game. He got the clutches twice in both the endings, right? I mean, in that SnD matchup, the guy 1v3, and in the final control matchup, I mean, it's not like without that play they wouldn't have won, but you know, he kept it exciting. But Joke definitely deserves this title, man. 23.5 average deaths, 10 average assists, a KD of 1.85 makes him a monster to fear out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a big threat out there in the respawn spot. As well with the scope, we did see him get some couple of first bloods for this team, setting them up during the SnD, where they're trying to come back and, of course, trying to cling on. And eventually, they ended up with a victory. But again, let's talk about Shock. Now, every time he plays, there is always a chance that it gets intense, more intense over the last round. And we did see it. And that guy's just built for moments. And clutching up a 1v2 and a 1v3 consecutively, it takes incredible timing to do that, AJ.
Yeah, it takes amazing game sense as well. I mean, we see people who are just in 1v1 situations and they don't check their corners. This guy, he was not taking any chances whatsoever, right? The game sense was just absolutely on point. And he had to go up against a head glitch towards the very end. He was close enough, though, to make it count, to make it work. He went in for the sprays confidently, didn't really, you know, dodge around, no slipping and sliding all around to confuse his opponent. It was just a straight-up gunfight, because he knew if he didn't just take that fight head on, he was gonna be at the losing end, right? So it's those kind of decision-making moments that shows if or not you are fit for a stage like this. And the guy just did phenomenally well today. Easy Reborn Esports overall did phenomenally well today to prove themselves against the rising R&D. Although their opponents managed to show that they've improved a lot, Easy are still a couple of steps ahead of them.
Yeah, that's it. You know, this is the first step of coming back and taking over that number 2 spot here at this Group A. Now that they've dealt with now that they dealt with R&D, that gives them a 6-0 on that series. Now they have to face BONDEE Boys Club. That's the second step. If they want to win, they gotta take the number 2 spot away. But it's definitely hard, because the last time these two saw each other, they got frenzied by Broke Boys Club.
Yeah, the Broke Boys Club are no joke whatsoever. The last time the Broke Boys went up against EZR, it was a flat-out donut. You know, and nobody was expecting the donut. I didn't expect the donut. I expected it to be a tough fight, but it was a close fight. It was a close fight in that Hardpoint as well as in that SnD matchup. But before we move on further with the analysis and all of our boring talk, we've got a pop quiz for you guys.
Wonder what it is. Now here for the Call of Duty Mobile Garena. Garena Masters 4 Academy. Which of these maps receive a Halloween edition in 2022? Now this is kind of tricky. I don't actually know. But yeah, AJ, do you happen to know?
Of course I know. I mean, anybody who has been playing for a long time.
Oh my god, I'm so
knows.
sorry.
This one is an easy one, right? And I want to say it starts with S.
Okay, so that removes letter A out of the picture. So if you guys, so you already have a 1 out of 3 odds of getting this answer correctly, chat. So again, if you want to qualify and have the chance to win exclusive crates here, make sure you answer with the format of answer plus player ID and the Popquiz hashtag, which is Popquiz hashtag number 2. Now, which leaves me guessing.
I can help them out actually. It's not Summit and there's no map such as Slum.
Oh, okay. That's all. Oh, that's it. That's it. You guys got the answer.
The
you guys
typo,
got the
no?
answer.
I'm not saying that's the answer. I'm just saying there's no map named Slum. That's all I'm saying. All right?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that's two things out of the picture. So you guys have a 50-50 chance. And if you guys still messed it up, I don't know. It's easy. I think I played it once before. Yeah,
you gotta spam your answer in there right now to be able to pick up the prize for yourself, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I mean, I tell you, these pop quizzes are just easy wins, easy pickup of prizes. And if you guys are wondering exactly what you're gonna be able to get this time round, we'll be able to tell you only if you tell us exactly how much you love the broadcast. No, I'm just kidding. I'll be able to tell you right now. What's the date today, Callie?
It's currently March. Oh no, it's not March. It's February 24, 2023. So guys, it's just last year. So you obviously just gotta make sure you Google it up because it's gonna make things easier.
Bombero Crate. I mean, if you ever wanted some of those crates, now's the time to pick one up for yourself. So spam that answer in. It's a super easy question in our pop quiz. And if you don't win and if you get the wrong answer, I'm gonna be so mad at you. So mad.
Guys, you're clearly better than this. But yeah, you guys have to. You have the chance. So you better not mess it up, right? So you better not mess it up. So again, that's just one of the. This is the last pop quiz that we're gonna have today. But we're gonna have more tomorrow, which is going to be at game number 1 and game number 3. So again, if you don't win today, you can always participate tomorrow and of course have the chance to win, but only if you answer it correctly.
Yeah, I mean. Really, Callie?
I'm mansplaining right now.
I thought you could get it even if you got the question wrong. I mean, I'm just kidding, man. But of course, we're waiting for a player to interview. Let's see exactly how EZR survived that grueling battle against SnD, Callie.
Well, here we go. The interview is ready. Hello, my man. Strokes, what is up? The bird of the clutch king, man. How are you feeling after a challenging series versus SnD?
Oh, so hello, Kali. Hello, Mustachio. I feel great, like doing those clutches, like doing it for my team, because it was a close fight. I admit that with SnD, and I was actually, my hand was shaking during the clutches, but good thing that I got the shot, you know.
Oh, fantastic, man. I mean, not just in that SnD matchup, but also in Control as well in that final round, right? Strokes, a lot of people, a lot of the viewers out there, they want to be like you. They want to be like EZR. They want to be the rising superstars of the future as well. Do you have any advice for anyone who's aspiring to be a pro player like you?
So the most important advice I could give is that it will really take a lot of time. It could take about a year, 2 years, even 3 years. It just depends on how much you dedicate your efforts towards actually becoming a pro player. Like Garena Masters, to qualify for Garena Masters is not actually easy. Like even there are a lot of sacrifices you have to make. You have to sacrifice sleep, your time management, and especially that I'm still a student, right? I gotta have some time management skills. So yeah, it's really about the sacrifice that you're gonna make and your dedication and how you want it.
I love that, man. You put it so perfectly. Thank you so much for that, Strokes. And I hope you guys take that advice to heart, because it's going to take a lot of your own dedication to reach a stage like this. Isn't that right, Callie?
Yeah, obviously so. And of course, one more question for you, Strokes. You know, you've already dealt with SnD. You won the series. Now you gotta aim for that number 2 spot at least to qualify for the playoffs. On Sunday, you're going up against SKADI, which is the number 1 in the group right now. So How is it like? How are you feeling going up against this team? And is there already preparations being made?
Well, like I said, the last interview where we're really grinding our skills right now because we also lost. We had a devastating loss against BBC. We got 0-3. We got a egg in that matchup. So like, you know, we really ask each other how much do we want this competition? How much do we want to play in the playoffs? Because that's where we put our, once again, dedication and our efforts towards it. Now that we lost against BBC and that decreased our chances of going to the playoffs, we really grinded. We're really sacrificing a lot right now, especially how we're deep in our time management. Like I said earlier, like we sleep about 3 hours now. We scrim up to, let's say, 1 a.m. 2 a.m. just because of that, and discuss with our teams what went wrong, what should we do, what's our next strategy against SKADI. And we're watching the different matchups for example, SKADI versus BBC, SKADI versus R&D, BBC versus R&D, and yeah, we're checking their skills.
Talk about hard work, studying their opponents, something that reminds me so much of another team, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know what? At the end of things, I really wish and hope EZR makes it through to the playoffs. And I say this with all of my heart. Good luck, guys. I really want to see you there. The rising superstars of Call of Duty Mobile. Good luck, Strokes, in your journey towards them.
Thank you, Pistachio. Thank you, Kali. Thank you.
All right, have a nice day. Bye-bye. Kali, EZR. Dude, I mean, we've crowned the Clutch King, and I think we need to start crowning a comeback king, dude, because I think they're gonna snatch the throne right away from Smart Omega one day.
Yeah, I mean, this team not just did it once, but twice in the same day. And to pull off with those to pull off those situations like that, it requires mental fortitude, right? I mean, one comeback, it's all and more than enough for you to get drained, right? But I mean, you guys did it twice, and the highlights just on it, AJ.
You just gotta love plays like that, and that's exactly what we live for, Kali, as shoutcasters, right? Amazing, exciting games like that. But we still have one more. The Eastern Champs are up next against Kazoku Legacy. We'll be right back after a quick short break.
We're now on our final match of Freaky Friday. The Eastern Champs Blacklist International Ultimate taking on Kazoku Legacy on a Play All 3 series. It's Kali alongside the one and only AJ joining you in the caster's headquarters. And if there's anything to talk about here, AJ, it's the sudden rise of Blacklist International once again. Ever since they got Yato back, they've been frying the competition.
I mean, tell me something I don't know, man. This is the Blacklist International Ultimate that I've been waiting for. I mean, I think right now is where they actually deserve to call themselves Blacklist International Ultimate. I don't think Blacklist was ever complete without these two boys, right? Yato and Yobabs. They're not the only ones that make the team up, but without them, the team just felt like it was missing a huge piece of it. And if they don't go all the way, I don't know who else can. Blacklist International Ultimate, this is the form where they are at their best, and Kazoku Legacy better hope and pray that they don't set a record for the quickest series of the day.
Yeah, I mean, the quickest series was held by WPM Lowkings, which was just 35 minutes of action. That's including all the airtime and of course the delays that we had. But again, for Blacklist Ultimate right now, I mean, we got to talk about Rage as well, the recent addition. This guy was the weakness of Blacklist Ultimate and has been the bane of why Blacklist hasn't been winning Garena Masters 2 and 3, and of course the Garena Regional Champs as well. With him on the Smart Omega side, he just kept winning, and now that he's here for Blacklist Ultimate, he's looking like the missing piece that this team needs to be back in track.
A lot of people have forgotten that Blacklist International Ultimate is a huge threat in the world of Call of Duty Mobile, especially from the side of Garena, especially after the recent World Series where it was Smart Omega as well as Almighty representing the server overall, right? But this team did not have what they have right now. And on top of all of that, you pointed it out, Rage being in the mix as well, they are just absolutely deadly. But Rage hasn't found that perfect momentum to shine in the team just yet. Kazoku Legacy might be able to take that point and use it to their advantage. DNA, Michi, Type, Clayhouse, Sin. This is the team that will really need to work hard, just like some of the others who have been in that number 4 spot so far. They only have a 1 out of 9 map victory. That is not the kind of statistic that you want to have on your side if you're trying to make it through to the playoffs. But it is all about trying your very best and improving every single step of the way. And Kazoku Legacy, they have an opportunity to do exactly that. But it's unfortunate that they have to go up against a team that is to prove that they are definitely ones to fear out there, Kali.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist is currently on a resurge ever since getting, you know, the crew back and adding a 1 key piece in Rage. And this team is, of course, aiming for that number 1 spot. They want it back. But of course, it's not going to be that easy, and they have to take things steps here one at a time. And of course, the 4th step was here against Kazoku Legacy in their 4th match here, the group stage. Head-to-head, Garena Masters 4 between BLCK and KZ. Jabin is the man to go. 22 kills average compared to KC Zin with 15. And of course, the difference on the KD ratio, again, doubled of what Sin has. Jabin has 2.28. So this guy, people call him Jabot for some time, right? And now, ever since Garena Regional Champs, he's been lighting things up, AJ, and he's constantly improving.
People who called Jabin Jabot have zero clue about how Call of Duty Mobile works, right? Jabin has been one of the best players out there on the battlefield, no doubt, hands down, and he's one of the better leaders out there as well. He's very steady when it comes to his play, call-outs within the game in itself. He's one of the best people you want to have on your side. And all of those people right now just need to find a small hole, dig it a little bit deeper, bury their heads, and not come out for a week.
You guys, you already heard the threats. You already heard the threats.
But it is Kazoku Legacy that wins the coin toss, though. So hopefully that kind of pushes a little bit of the advantage to their side, Kali.
Yeah, of course. And taking us on a Slums map is obviously a lot better compared to you taking this team on Takeoff or at least on Standoff. So that's going to be a one key thing here. Saving grace for Kazoku Legacy, bringing Blacklist International Ultimate in Slums. Yes, you're going to have a chance, but you're going to have a rough time doing so. You got to remain consistent, taking on that early rotation because once that P1 ends here at this Slums hardpoint, P2, P3, P4, you got to change those hard points together by, of course, taking on the power position and the anchor spawn to spawn your team on your back and be there at the hard point right beside.
Yeah, it's a smart move by Kazoku Legacy to also ban out the Gravity Vortex gun. Sparrow taken out by Blacklist International, but just, you know, the Sparrow's just not the strongest operator out there. But they just are opening up the Purifier for the play for themselves. That Claw is definitely going to be quite the annoying operator to face out there on the battlefield as well, especially if it's in the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate. In fact, I don't know if any sort of bans will work well against this sort of Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have total map mastery in every map, and of course, they also have deadly aim. And it's not just Yato that you're gonna have to talk about at this map or at this game. You have to talk about AG as well. Has been performing so well, not just by slaying, but doing the objective time right now, averaging 201 seconds. The guy's just insane, okay?
I mean, insane is definitely an understatement for any one of these boys. Yato, AG, J-Bit, Good, Raid, you gotta fear them all. No doubt whatsoever. Blacklist opening up the hard point, and Kazoku Legacy will struggle from the get-go, but I like this long wraparound, and they are moving in towards dumpsters. One goes down first, and player number 1, Type, still available. He manages to get the slay, and it looks like Kazoku might be able to take the spawn away from the Special Forces base, but that's not even the play they're trying for.
Yeah, but I mean, they already had a chance to take away P2, but they flanked in and get around the middle of the map, which is something that, of course, is gonna remove the player inside of that hard point. But if you're looking at the big things here, you need to get that P2 spawns, and that's something that they missed during that play that they initiated. But again, they're going to claim time inside of that hard point, while Blacklist International Ultimate is busy getting their back. They're getting busy by getting themselves back together by, of course, setting up for the next hard point. Legacy, they're gonna take the lead after this P1, but looking at the rotation, Blacklist already there to begin with.
Yeah, Blacklist Ultimate knows the priority in this Slums hardpoint. You can give up a few of those points, but you most definitely need to pick up the spawn for P2. This is a money hill right here. If you've got the spawn at the Special Forces base, as you can see, Skirt holding on to it. He goes down, though. This is one desperate maneuver that you cannot let go. But it is not just Skirt who's doing the job. Jabin's also keeping an eye on it. Even if you do lose one player, Jabin's going to spot that out. But look at this. God spawns out of nowhere for Kazoku Legacy.
Yeah, Type, you gotta win your gunfights here. You gotta stay alive, but no, he played with his life too much and gotta pay the price for it. He gets shot down, and Kazoku Legacy, they've been trying to break since the start of this P2, but nothing has been working so far. The gods of RNG already tried to give to that favor, but no, they aren't really able to convert. So Blacklist, they're gonna claim most time, 56 to 29. Casey's gonna try to get that scrap time. But here's the good news. They have the spawns for the next hill, and they just gotta bounce back. This P2 is already done, 62 to 32.
And the objective is clearly ticked off here by Blacklist International Ultimate. They wanted to make this their money hill at P2, and they do exactly that. And now if they want P3 as well, we got to see them rotate around and get that spawn away from Kazoku Legacy. And Kazoku's not even holding down to anchor that spawn. So I think that'll be quite the easy maneuver for them to pull off. But Blacklist says, no, we are going to bash our heads into the hard point and win our gunfight. Good luck, boys.
Yeah, I mean, they won that already, but again, they just got the hard point briefly, and Kazoku Legacy, knowing that they had the spawns, finally gets it to go. But now they have flipped the spawns. They open up with the annihilator, AG popping off with it. He gets 2 there, and the laundry is now currently in the hands of Blacklist. So Kazoku Legacy is currently in deep trouble. One more player inside, and the break comes through. The collapse is on for Kazoku Legacy, and now Blacklist, they break the spawn, and of course, they break the hard point as well.
Predator missile literally misses, and Kazoku Legacy, though, they still do have the spawn with them, but just not enough players to flank around in the nick of time to pull away that hard point. But scraps given away by Blacklist International. They know their priority. Once again, early rotation coming through from everyone. They snap away the spawn, and they take the hard point as well. They should be able to open it now, looking at all of that firepower. But can we give some praise to Kazoku Legacy, who have been doing phenomenally well to keep up in Blacklist International Ultimate? They still have an opportunity to outshine them.
Yeah, man, no matter what Blacklist is trying to throw at him, they just keep answering back with the attacks, and it all leads down to how well Clay, how and Michi has been winning their gunfights. But again, spawns are something that they've been trying to improve on this P4. You see, we had number 2 in yellow. That was Sin on that fountain spawns. But now they get broken through and they're spawning onto bricks. And the only way for them to attack here is in multi-angles. Take one route on that graveyards and attack on the front of the garage. But AG still managed to shut them down. And so Blacklist continues to claim time in the hill.
Yeah, too annoying. AG is Hunter Killer Drone now out for the prowl. Can he strike one down? Answer is absolutely no. Players of Kazoku Legacy all scramble away from that Hunter Killer Drone. Now they try to set up P1 on this reset, and Blacklist Ultimate just snaps up everything from Garage instead. What a play, all thanks to AG.
Oh yeah, I mean, this guy, again, I told you, he's been averaging 200 seconds in the hard point. It is currently 119, and the Predator missile connecting against DNA. And this guy is just on a spree, and he's been leading this team in terms of the hard point. We're still halfway through the game, 133 to 69, but you're starting to see Blacklist already pull away, and Kazoku Legacy slowing down. But as soon as I said that, 4 players coming with the kill pin, but scared, shut them down, all single-handedly.
Fantastic play, but now objective still in the hands of Clayhow, but he sacrifices that to go in for a couple of gunfights. Should have just held on for his dear life whilst he waited for that backup. But the rest of the players of Kazoku Legacy, they are on point. Everybody rushes on in towards that statue to hold on to every single point that this hard point can give away to them. Blacklist International Ultimate, on the other hand, they prioritized rotating to take that spawn of P2 first before attempting for P1. In fact, they're not even going to go for P1. They want to cash in this money hill once again.
Oh yeah, here we go. I mean, they're doing the same thing that they did earlier by, of course, prioritizing what's important. By you getting this hard point anchor, they're gonna spawn right beside of that hill. And of course, with that, you get unlimited reinforcements, and Kazoku Legacy has to break through that. And it's gonna be hard knowing that there's gonna be 2 players looking to handle that anchor spawn. So everything has to be multi-angled here. And Taip did a great job sneaking through, and this investment from this claw could be detrimental. He finds 2 players with it, and now they're inside of the hill, but they still gotta break that spawn.
Yeah, great play coming through to take that claw player out. Sin now just holding on to a tight angle with the CBR4 and still loses that gunfight, but it is only because his opponent brought a annihilator to a gunfight. That's a little bit unfair, but that's exactly how you win out all of these hills.
And of course, with that shot right there, that opened things up for Blacklist to get back inside of that hard point, and Scared has just been tearing this team apart with those double kills that he has landed through over and over again. But again, it's currently a big lead that Blacklist has here. 15 seconds left. Yeah. And Kazoku Legacy, they just only need 1 good hard point to get right back through it. And by taking over this fountain spawns and taking it away from Yato, winning this gunfight is key for them to come back in here.
Yato needs to get taken out, and it is a good position held on here by Clayhow to shut him down. No spawns going over the Blacklist just yet, but player number 2, Jabin himself, trying to anchor down the spawns and fountains for the team of Blacklist International Ultimate. He needs to stay hidden away first, and he allows the rest of the players to run away. Jabin just brings a Freddy right above his own head. Talk about some bravery out there, and he goes on to slay. Gets a double kill, but the spawn still held on by Kazoku, but the damage has been done, Kali.
Yeah, that delayed the attack from Kazoku Legacy to flood inside of that hard point. But not only that, they have been able to score to put themselves on streaks as well, and now they are past the 200-point mark. Just a few more points to get this victory. And if anything so far you really have to highlight here is how well Jabin with the pace. You know, we know every player would love to attack that fountain spawns 1v1, but he waited at the garage and of course waited for players to extend out, and that led to him building streaks and of course tearing things apart and flipping the spawns, and that's it. 8 seconds left towards P3, and if you're Kazoku Legacy, you gotta move into P4 now because Blacklist is already there for the setup.
Yeah, it's a super well-played round by Jabin, but Kazoku Legacy, they still have an opportunity, a huge lead of their opponents, and Blacklist just needs 1 solid push into this hard point, and they will be able to get the win for themselves. A good challenge coming through from Blacklist right now, but Ty, he circles around. This Grade 6 beaming down nobody, and he gets taken out of the equation a little too quickly. With Blacklist now on the hill, things look like they might just be all over, Kali. Oh, beautiful break.
DNA, huge pop-off there. Very key for them to stay alive, but they're kind of playing with their life. They got a flood inside, and of course, Clayhow on the corner is gonna play a great factor of that victory, and the flood comes through. The collapse from Blacklist International Ultimate. Give them the chance to still managed to extend time. And of course, now that they're trying to reduce that lead, might as well, of course, get some attacks to come true, right? Of course, final 20 seconds left, and Clayhow and the squad still trying to fight.
It's just a little bit of a scramble there with that claw, but now AG steps on in. 9 more seconds to go. They're just piling on all of these scrap points to their side, and Kazoku Legacy just does not know exactly what to focus on. They rotate around, they want to attack, but nobody's on the hill just yet. They're losing out their gunfights, but a crucial gunfight won out by Sin. He gets a double for himself, allowing Kazoku now to step onto the hill, and that's exactly what happens. What a play by Sin.
Sin is just on a spree 4 in a row before he gets shot down. In Kazoku Legacy, they're definitely fighting, right? And AG now, one of the players that will be pushing towards his Hardpoint. He's gonna win one gunfight before eventually getting taken care of. But Kazoku Legacy, they failed to invest that club properly, and now Scared is gonna be in the hill. 4 more points to go, and Blacklist International Ultimate will not just pull away just yet. They gotta win through one more challenge, and Scared is on a roll here, AJ.
I mean, come on. Y'all gotta praise Kazoku Legacy for this, because nobody, and I say nobody, has pushed Blacklist International Ultimate this far in a hardpoint matchup so far in the group stage. Praise Kazoku Legacy, but it was always gonna be Blacklist International Ultimate.
It's always them, of course, being a step ahead by securing off the early rotation at that P2 to P3. Well, although some instances where they had to lose and of course have to go on a late rotation, one thing that they did is just try to slow it down and wait for the players to commit and focus their attention towards the point, and that's where they were able to kind of frenzy this spawn away from Kazoku Legacy. But wow, what a performance, not just from Blacklist but Kazoku Legacy. They were hanging in there in that hard point.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a phenomenal match for the one and only Kazoku Legacy. Blacklist International Ultimate obviously always had a one-up over them. They've got, I mean, they don't have good players. They've got crazy players onto their side. And Kazoku Legacy was playing a losing game. But to be that one team to reach 159 points against Blacklist International Ultimate, who has just been beating down team after team. The last time around, it was the Huntsmen who got super close to that 100-point mark. It was 250 to 83. Even the Huntsmen could not exceed 100 points. But here is Kazoku Legacy taking the fight up to Blacklist International Ultimate. I mean, it's not a win on the matchup, but it is a win in my heart for sure, Kali.
Yeah, of course, the progress that this team had made so far is definitely incredible, knowing that they're currently sitting at the number 3 spot, if I'm not mistaken, for Group B. But just a couple of facts is to land here. Kazoku Legacy is formerly known as CKG Legacy, and they're one of the only teams that have managed to score a map against Blacklist Ultimate. If you remember, honestly, GM3 on the group stage where CKG Legacy was fighting for that number 2 spots to play at the LAN event, and well, eventually they had to go up against Blacklist Ultimate. They took that hardpoint raid away from Blacklist, but only to get destroyed at the SnD in control, which is something that they've had trouble since, AJ.
They most definitely have been having a lot of these troubles, right? And with CKG out of the mix already, one would expect Kazoku to just literally drop out of the competition. But no, man, that's not exactly what these boys are all about. They've got that fight in them, and they are proving it by improving from this first half of the double round robin setup for the group stage into the second half. And I am just seeing them grow from here on end, right? How about this SnD matchup? Can they continue to push on the boundaries? Because just like some of the other, pretty soft contenders in the competition so far, they've never been able to get more than 3 rounds of victory in that SnD matches so far. So maybe this is going to be yet another time where they prove themselves against the one and only Blacklist.
I mean, with all the matches that we've had so far, we've had so much surprises, and it's been a freaky Friday for us here at this day. And who knows, CKG Legacy, they've managed to hang in there at that hard point. Now that we're going to slow things down at this SnD, they might have a chance. But then again, it's going to be a map pick by Blacklist International Ultimate. So in terms of the range of the map, it's going to be focused on mid to long range.
Yeah.
And that's something that Kazoku Legacy has been having trouble playing in SnD so far, knowing that they only had one recent change in their team where, Clayhow, I believe, is using the sniper, and it's just a very recent change that they had here, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, I have nothing to fear whatsoever when Kazoku steps up out there onto the battlefield. I will be willing to put my money on them because they're the kind of team that has got the capabilities of taking it all the way, even against a team like Blacklist International Ultimate. But like I said, this is the ultimate version of Blacklist that we have ever seen out there on the battlefield. They've got the perfect composition now, and it looks like it might just be a little tough to take down. But look at Kazoku. They are making great headway. A good takedown, and it looks like Jaben almost gets taken out of the equation. This double snipe setup, though, is helping them survive with those long-range engagements.
Yeah, definitely controlling the long range is something that will keep away Kazoku Legacy from advancing here at this map. But not really a lot of moves being made by Blacklist apart from that bomb getting crossed towards that A site, which is definitely going to be very beneficial. But if you're going to push that site, you got at least one win gunfight, and there it is. Yobab's taking DNA, and Yato, the prodigy, comes back with a Clayhow attack, and Jabin there with the traded Michi, and just happened so fast. Now it became a 2v3.
I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about. Whenever the boys of Blacklist International Ultimate are in here, it's all about the positioning. It's all about the timing of those skills. And Jaben, talk about a little bot running around the battlefield, outperforming everybody else.
2 kills in this first round, and that's just how good as it gets. And I think he's gonna spot one more there, but Yato there to clean it up. And well, impressive start for Kazoku Legacy getting that first blood. But Black is better adapting to the situation. Notice how earlier that round number 1, they played it slow. They weren't really rushing to put that bomb down. Instead, they were using Yobabs as an opener to pick away a player at this B side, and now they get the first blood here. So that's even better for them to start this round number 2.
Jaben misses that one shot, but Rage follows it up perfectly for himself. DNA gets taken out of the equation as well. An over-aggressive Kazoku Legacy being punished one after the other. Jaben gets that wallbang through. Clayhow gets taken out of the equation. Sin trades one right back. Make that 2. Sin making great headway for himself. Now this is the tricky situation. Can he get it? Rage says absolutely no. CBR4 delivers, and Blacklist once again pulls that round to their side.
I mean, a great place, despite a great place for Sin. Again, Blacklist having that first blood, they had the control right off the start. But Sin has just been popping up. I mean, we saw him earlier at that hardpoint at Slums, where he pulled up with 5 Ps before he got shot down. So he's definitely on point today. And I want him to continue that consistency moving here throughout the succeeding rounds. And Jabin, though, gonna get that first blood. So they're opening up this A side, and the bomb plant is free here. They can do that initially, but Sin, he knows what's happening. He hears that sound.
He hears it, but can he do anything about it though? Jaben continuing to pop off, takes out yet another player from the equation. It's a 5v3. Sin needs to check his corner. He knows exactly what to expect, but Yato is one step ahead of him. It's a double stack AG as well. That's just too mean,
nasty.
man. Yeah, man.
That's nasty.
GG.
That's just nasty. I thought there was only one player there. It turns out it was a trap, and not really a friendly entrance there for that guy from Kazoku Legacy.
I thought you were going to say it's not a friendly trap. No traps are friendly.
No. It's a friendly entrance.
3-0. Blacklist International Ultimate now. Jaben once again. Can he get one? Gets stunned halfway through. He's not going to be able to push on up first. But Yato finds the head of Clayhow. Can he find yet another? The player's right there in front of him, but Jaben sorts him out instead. I mean, the kind of backup that these boys have on the side of Blacklist is phenomenal. Dive responds with a double for himself. That's a good way to hit right back.
Oh, he almost got that 4-piece there up against Jaben, but not gonna find that correct timing yet. But KZK, Kazoku Legacy, definitely had the number advantage, and that bomb being dropped means automatically that they're gonna know when the team is making a move. So right now they're just trying to slow it down. But again, the last 2 players that you're going to go up against with, definitely not the one you would love to take on head-to-head.
It's a 2v3. Numbers just not on their side. Jaben, good angle held on to. He's just keeping an eye on that B site. But Michi, grenade. Trophy system not played, and Michi forces him out. What a play. Jaben response though. That's just way too good from the side of Jaben.
That cheeky angle just tied it up here. Equal now 2v2 situation. And the bomb hasn't been really tapped in here yet, but now they're aiming for the B side. And Jaben just having the oversight here with the scope is definitely going to be handy here for the play for this defense at this B side, AJ.
You know, the disappointment on Jaben's face when they could not make it to the World Series was, you know, very heartbreaking to see, man. You know, the guy was very, very extremely disappointed. Not with the team, but with his own performance. But look at Jabin literally just run circles around everybody else out there on the battlefield. 9 kills so far. We're just 3 rounds in.
Very impressive knowing that he's hugging all the kills here. And it's not just, you know, like trash kills. Every kill that he has is very important. But Sin! Oh no, he doesn't spot him. There's not much time anymore. And Yobabs though will get shot down, but the bomb will explode. And Blacklist International Ultimate, no matter how many numbers they're up against with, they still end up with the win. And the composure is what makes this team great so far. And Jabin plays a huge role in that. On that win at round number 4.
Yeah, and that laugh from the side of Blacklist International wasn't that the timer ran out on Kazoku. They were just laughing at Yobab. Like, how could you miss that shot? Should have gotten him. But that's the kind of teamwork. That's the kind of engagement you want to see between the team members. And that's the kind of vibe you want to keep going all around. Even when you're struggling out there, you want to keep that vibe. Kazoku Legacy needs to remember that. Michi, fantastic shutdown onto Jabin. Raid shaken out as well. Greyhouse stepping it up with a double for himself. And this is Kazoku Legacy.
Allow them to introduce themselves in that round number 5. Definitely, that's what we needed from this team. And there it goes. Hopefully, that could spark something that can counterattack Blacklist here in the succeeding rounds. And well, that's a very impressive round for them, honestly, knowing that they've been outgunned every time, and that response was just perfect. That's what they needed here at this current round that we have. But again, first blood in by Yobabs, and he's been that Reaper, setting things up for Blacklist International Ultimate. But Sin finds an answer for that, AJ, and now it's a 4v4.
Yeah, Sin always finds that freaking answer, man. It is going to be the one and only Jabin now circling around. He's going to double stack this with AG. Just forcing a choke point, not allowing any Kazoku Legacy player to run across. But do they have all those angles covered? Yobabs shuts down DNA, just making the job a little bit more easier for the side of Blacklist to get the plant as well. Yobabs timing takes his crosshair off, but still manages in time to shut down Takeoff. How, Yobabs? How?
I mean, that flick, it takes a lot of time for you to master those kind of flicks. And of course, the experience to act up as well. Oh my god, I mean, Blacklist, this is just their greatest form yet. 19 seconds left for Michi to take this attack, and I mean, he's trying to search for the players, but they're definitely not out there. They're on the outside waiting for you, and of course, for Yobabs, he's gonna lose that. 9 seconds left, and AG only need to play time, but he's gonna stick to the fuse. Just 3 more seconds, but AG jumps up, flies through, and Blacklist gets the 5th round win in here at the first half.
Good attempt by Michi, though. It was a very good call to just go in there for the defusal and stick to it. But AG just one step ahead, makes it around in time. DNA still clocking in 0 kills in this SnD matchup. You cannot have that. But if you're going to be like an AG who just gets those important kills at the very end, then that's absolutely fine. Yato hits that double, finally gets taken down by Type. Jabin responds. It's a 3v1 with Type all alone. Jabin says, you get the heck out of here. 11 kills, match point for the side of Blacklist International, and Jabin doing a lot of heavy lifting.
That's a very impressive efficiency that we're currently seeing from Jabin right now. 11 kills on 7 rounds is a 1.5 odds of him taking at least a kill. And well, for him right now, he's definitely doing lots of work here that AG and Rage doesn't really have to work anything through. And right now it's picking up the CBR4 to just try to spray things through, but Michi and Sin responding back with the Great attack. Now that we're talking about that, they only need 1 more, and they have to go up against Yobabs.
Great Prince, but Yobabs has got the EM2 though. It's a crazy gun if you want to have it on your side. Has got an opportunity to circle around, but 1v3, the chances don't look great, Cali.
Yeah, but if anything, Yobabs can do is clutch it up. I mean, we saw him have precise accuracy with that sniper earlier. Now, this EM2 has a very fast time to kill on the long range. I'm assuming that the attachments are correct with that monolithic suppressor, but hey, as we move through here, he has to take at least 1 angle, and I think the best way for him is through Medcare Center. He picks the wrong angle, and DNA there to punish him up, and Kazoku Legacy now takes their 2nd round win.
Kazoku just buying a little bit more time for themselves. It's just a matter of time, though, for Blacklist International Ultimate to finish this off. They've just been truly dominant all throughout this SnD matchup. And now, They are gonna punish the players of Kazoku Legacy unless Kazoku can pull a victory out of nowhere. They push on in. There's just no patience whatsoever shown on the side of Kazoku. They just want to rush at the players of Blacklist.
I think that's not a great idea, knowing that AG's got a good jump on the players on the fountains, and DNA has to stay alive. Good thing he's got the Sanctuary by this box and this bomb site, and he's gonna continue spraying, but Rage wins with the scope, and Japin comes in with the headshot as well for Clayhow. And now it's all down to Type. Not looking good in a 1v3.
When you can pull off a jump shot like that on the scope, dude, I'll quit my game. I'll be one of those guys.
It's hard. That's hard to pull off.
That was nasty, man.
You. Yeah. Headshot on a head glitch. It takes precise aim, AJ.
Type. Can he get this though? Circles around, finds absolutely no one. Has got time to play Kazoku Legacy, but they don't have the bomb. He needs to circle around. At the very least, take Rage out of the equation. But we saw Rage on the scope earlier. Kai has got like just absolutely monstrous response time.
Clock is still ticking here right now for Kazoku Type. I mean, this guy's the leader of the crew, and it's definitely trying to lead shocking victory here. He finds the first against Rage, but Yo Bob's on the outer edge gets him. And well, the pinch play was there, honestly, but it didn't work out, and Yo Bob's had to step in. Good thing that the guy picked out of the window, and there it goes. They close it out in just 9 rounds, and impressive for Blacklist's ultimate on this SnD.
Dude, what you said 35 minutes was the record previously. We are right now in, I think, about less than 20 minutes. So this might just set the record. Kazoku Legacy better buy a lot of time on control. They better push this into a round number 5 and then take the win.
Yeah, Kazoku Legacy, you're currently on pace to be one of the teams that will be set for the record books by Blacklist Ultimate. And again, you know, what's impressive here is that Japin had 9 kills in the first 3 rounds of action, right? And then only following up with 3 kills on the other end. But it's fine. It's absolutely fine because he's done his job. He created the momentum for his squad, and he passed the ball on the other 4 crew, and they stepped it up. Yo Babs with that scope, definitely helpful in terms of like trying to open up the bomb site, and we did saw him do that here earlier. And Yato, surprisingly, wasn't wielding a scope today, and using a CBR, still very effective. 8 kills for him, AJ.
And you got to respect AG, man. I mean, picking up each and every single opportunity to get that bomb plant, that's no joke whatsoever. Just one of those rounds he faltered because he stepped on out a little bit too early, got punished. But Yo Babs, he sees it through. And you got to respect that out of Blacklist International Ultimate. It's an SnD matchup. They've got the attack. They're always going to be planting that bomb and piling that pressure on you. And that's what you want to see out of all of the attacking rounds from any of the teams that go out there.
Obviously so. I mean, you always want the teammate that has... You know, that does all the objective work. And I mean, that AG scored at least 2 minutes in that hard point at Slums earlier. And of course, planting that bomb creates that pressure. And Kazoku Legacy felt that here at this SnD. Now moving into control. Again, Blacklist Ultimate, they're going to pick the side. As far as we all know, firing range, it favors the Special Force heavily out of all the maps that we had, knowing that they're going to have immediate access to that tin. And of course, that trailer, it's gonna be quite hard here for Kazoku Legacy to start it off. And they just have to maybe slow it down in case that they get trapped in spawns. Because obviously that will be Blacklist's aim here at this round number 1.
I got a tough question for you here, Kali. You look at the roster of Blacklist International Ultimate. You look at the roster of Smart Omega. Who's making you smile?
I mean, I'm much more impressed with Blacklist Ultimate right now, knowing that first, Japin is obviously stepping up. Something that I've been expecting him to do. And not only that, they also have Yato here. The Prodigy finally is eligible to play for the World Champs. So knowing that, they are such a strong crew right now.
I am smiling for the exact same reasons as well. And on top of that, they gave me Rage to smile for. I mean, Blacklist Ultimate is just doing every single thing right, getting themselves prepped for the World Series this time round. I mean, almighty Smart Omega couldn't have taken it all the way, but could the Eastern Champs get the deed done? Ooh, I'm feeling a very strong yes in my heart. Blacklist International Ultimate. And they are, look at this aggression, man. On the attack, not wasting a single moment whatsoever. And then A-Site's gone.
A-Site's gone here right now. But actually, it goes all the way to the side of Kazoku Legacy here. And Blacklist International Ultimate, there's a reason why they try to let go of this A-Site first. It's really hard to contest that. And so they're trying to transition this team to set up them in a trap where they're going to be caught in between, rotating towards B. And with number 1 in blue connected there at the tin where eventually he gets taken down, that still is currently in the trap. That still technically falls into the trap of Blacklist International Ultimate because they're letting this team attack in the middle of the map.
And it is all about exactly how they lock down all of those angles. Look at each and every single corner that's held on here right now. It's just that nobody's watching that branch row. They're allowing those players to trickle on in. Michi gets Yato only to be traded out by Yobabs. But that angle needs to be shut off as well. They're holding all of the other angles very, very furiously though. Trails and containers has been opened up all thanks to Clayhow, who gets a double. Now this is Kazoku Legacy making some good headway.
And slowly, surely, we are seeing Kazoku Legacy pushing, but they have 19 live counts. They got to worry about that because Blacklist International Ultimate, just taking a look at the angles that they take, that's a spider web. You enter inside, you're gonna get trapped, and you're gonna get your hands dirty. And for Blacklist, they don't have that live advantage. In Kazoku Legacy, they can win this through elimination, but it's gonna be quite hard knowing that this team is just camping around the B side.
It's gonna be Kazoku Legacy that calls all of the shots here, and they pile on the attack. Multiple players going in for the push at the very same time. They get that one slay, only to get traded out. It's back and forth between the two teams. Skird gets a double, and that's not good when it comes to the equation. Clayhouse shuts down Skird. Yobab takes Type out of the equation, but it is going to be Clayhouse who's still pushing and poking and playing with them, but Rage finally sorts him out. Yobab does not get that double for himself, but Yato sorts out DNA. This is just back and forth with 9 lives. Make that 8 on each side, but time is running out for Kazoku Legacy.
Yeah, they gotta go here. They gotta come in here fast and flood this A side, this B side right now. 10 seconds left. And Playhouse is gonna route around the mid map, but his teammate is not gonna win their gunfights for now as they get immediately flushed away by Jabin as he finds the 2 timing there. Gets the triple as well to try to close things out and prevent the attack from happening. Blacklist taking round number 1.
It's just Jabin stuff, man. This guy built for MVP titles. If Jabin does not get the game MVP, I don't know what it takes, man, because this guy is just a champ all year round.
Yeah, it's been leading this team again by example, which has been the case so far in the first 3 series that they've played here at Green Masters 4. What the play for Rage on that headshot once again on the head glitch.
I mean, you gotta love that. Rage just knows those angles, but can he check his corner? Yes, he does, and Michi gets play out for the backup as well. 2v1, but he had that played down to the T, though. It's just unfortunate, like you said, as to how that one ended up. But SnD now, pushing on in. He wants to make sure this A control point is not taken away. Needs to watch his back, and he does exactly that and punishes Rage as well.
Great job by SnD here. Has that annihilator loaded up as well. Activates. Gonna spot the first one, and that's a lock and loaded gun with a one-shot capability. Gets the second as well, but the flood comes through for Blacklist International Ultimate. And do note, they use an annihilator and of course a claw to break that hill. And now they're claiming time.
Yeah, it's perfect in terms of a push coming through from Blacklist International Ultimate. One final player in there, but a God Nade out of Type manages to sort the control point out. Here comes a Freddy as well, and a Kingslayer title for the one and only Yato, who has been punished by Kazoku Legacy time and time again. But Kazoku's down on lives. They cannot waste any more, and therefore the decision is to back away towards the B control point and stop contesting for A. Good decision made by Kazoku.
Obviously so. And now for Blacklist, they're just waiting for this A to be claimed. And Yobab's already making his rotation towards B. He's gonna lose that gunfight. Kazoku Legacy still is maintaining their attacks here at these Americans. They're trying to prevent a spawn trap to happen here. And again, double the life counts here for Blacklist International Ultimate, and they got to win 2-for-1 trades here, one at a time over and over again. And Type gets a great sight and a good read off of that. 12-7. The defense so far is holding.
The defense is holding absolutely well. Sin, fantastic kill on Yobab. Can he get away though? No wallbang is going to take him out of the equation, but he gets stunned halfway through and Rage just hops on in with that battle kill. It's going to be 3 more lives for the side of Kazoku Legacy to hold on for dear life. Can they do so though? Yobab's on the other side. It is just going to be 2 more lives now. Cali, things look like it's going to get to an impossible point for recovery.
Oh yeah, there you go. The final 2 blows. Carrot and Rage taking on Clayhow and Sin, and Blacklist International Ultimate taking an offensive side, and that is match point. Anything particular that we've seen so far is how well utilized those operator skills from Blacklist International Ultimate were used to enter points. And that led to Kazoku Legacy getting taken down and then claiming time here, AJ.
Yeah, Jay, but God mode, but Yato as well as Yobab both stepping it up. 14 kills each. These Wonder Kids are just on freaking fire. Yato, 4 kills in a row, tries to go in for the 5th. Skirt sneaks that away. They don't care. It's all about the team play out there.
Obviously, right now they have been on and on and on. Yato on the 5 speed there. Yobab's on the top floor control, and right now they might just initiate the spawns in here. And notice how Yobab is the only player to rock that EM2 as well. So definitely experimenting with the new gun changes in the current update. And it's been working so far for him. He's caught 16 if I am not mistaken. And this trap is on for Jabin here at this woodhouse. So every time Kazoku Legacy spawns, they will take them down here with the height advantage.
It's just all angles locked down. Kazoku Legacy cannot sneak around on the attack. They are trying though. They are trying their very best. And now access towards the B control point. None of the players on the side of Blacklist managed to keep an eye on it. And it is going to be that investment of the Claw on behalf of Clayhow that manages to win them a couple of kills. 11 more lives, but Kazoku Legacy hanging on.
Well, right now, they gotta make sure they stand it. Just gotta claim that B time. They have done 2 segments in already. They just gotta do a little bit more to increase that time. And of course, they gotta take care of their lives here. They gotta win their gunfights. And that's a nice play for Sin, but the trade comes through for Rage. He's got the claw with him. And that discussed stop to push it to B side at the very last moment. And that's just unfortunate. 6 lives left for Kazoku Legacy, but they get the objective B. But to the point that they have to lose 3 lives there. Clearly inefficient. 3 lives left here. And it's looking like a Blacklist International Ultimate 3-0 victory.
Yeah, man. And it's just been 23 minutes since we hit the 10 p.m.
Oh, no.
Add on 5. That's 28 minutes. Come on. Can they do this in 28? Yes, they
28.
do. It's a brand new record, but it's Blacklist International Ultimate stuff. You always knew they were going to take it all the way, especially against Kazoku Legacy. But it's great to see Kazoku really proving to us that they can improve as well out there on the battlefield. It was a good fight when we first started things off at Hardpoint.
Yeah, something that we didn't see for them since on Garena Masters 3 was the gunfights. Something that was very lacking. Here this time around, they've shown that they've been able to have streaks, and that's very promising, knowing that Sin and Clayhow, despite the negative KD here at this game, they have shown some lapses. Yeah. They have shown some signs where, you know, they can go up there and streak, get that flow state ready, and even doing that against Blacklist Ultimate, that's very impressive, AJ.
It most definitely is. And Blacklist Ultimate, on the other hand, just maintains their 100% win rate in the group stage so far. Yet another 3-0 served up. They do not look weak at all. Apart from Almighty, they just look like the mighty ones in the competition. Cannot wait to see the showdown between the two.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist Ultimate has, despite the changes that they had in the lineup, it feels like it hasn't really mattered at all.
Yeah.
I mean, just by looking at Smart Omega and Blacklist Ultimate right now, Blacklist Ultimate is currently winning much more compared to that squad because of, you know, keeping intact Yato and Yobabs from this crew. And of course, Rage, we all know he's a great piece. And we all know how he greatly adjusts. Know that at Garena Master 2, he was a great addition for Smart Omega, and he fits right in instantly. So I think that personality from Rage greatly is very helpful for Blacklist Ultimate here for Garena Masters 4.
But to be fair to Smart Omega, they don't, like, Blacklist doesn't have Almighty in their group, so
yeah. But they struggled against LF Org and of course SR NACAGUE. So I think Yeah, they're in the group of death, so that basically says it. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly. But it will be quite the upset if Smart Omega does not make it through to the group stages. Sorry, to the playoffs, because like you said, group of death, anything can happen in there. And with Almighty once again beating them down, things look like it is going to be a little bit dire for them. But bringing the story back to Blacklist International Ultimate, yet another donut served up hot, and they will not have it any other way.
Would you want it hot glaze or with sprinkle on it, AJ?
I like my donut filled.
Okay. With cream, I see. Okay, I like
Not
that.
cream,
I like
like
that.
maybe
What
blueberry,
cream?
maybe some jam, bro. I like
Oh.
it sweet.
Yeah, I mean, I am kind of a very classic guy. I only want glazed, but never mind. It's still a donut. It's still a donut. Blacklist Ultimate, Kazoku Legacy. Great showcase so far. If anything that we can talk about, I think this day has been the most impressive, knowing that the teams definitely put up a great fight up against each other. It is...
Yeah.
Despite some games are one-sided, there's definitely challenges that the teams had to figure out on their own. And great day today.
It has been a phenomenal day, and all of the matches, as expected, were super exciting. And even the matches where we expected them to go one-sided, it was equally as exciting seeing some of these underdog teams really put up a strong fight, proving that the double round robin setup is truly effective in terms of helping them really level up their gameplay. We see the improvements from the first 2 weeks into week number 3, and I am just absolutely fascinated by how quick they were to adjust to their opponents.
Obviously, and again, for one of the greatest thing to point out here is how SHUSHHH has been able to turn it around, puts up fight in that SnD earlier. And for Kazoku Legacy as well, hanging up against Blacklist International Ultimate is a very tough, very tough report. It's going to be very, very tough. But them, they made sure that they made great strides. They've been able to manage to put pressure on that hard point. And there were some instances where they had some great lapses on that SnD as well, where they flood in and of course called Blacklist International Ultimate guarded. But here we go. The man that just improved so much. He's the one that wants Blacklist back to the top. He is the MVP of the game. Jben, he's been on a roll. He's been on a streak here, AJ.
Can we get a hashtag JGOAT in the comment section? Because this
J-Goat,
guy, he's on the way to being one of the greatest of all time in Garena Call of Duty Mobile. No doubt whatsoever. You gotta respect the determination, you gotta respect the grit and grind, and you gotta respect the absolute level-headedness of this guy, just leading by example. This is the kind of leader every single team needs.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a very influential team. Of course, he makes the difference by supporting this team in the biggest of moments, but his ability to lead by example, by scoring kills, opening things up for the team, makes it a lot more easier for his squad to perform better out there by decreasing the burden. Because usually when we talk about captains, they're not really the best, like they are obviously more of the anchor players, but for Jben, he's just all for one.
Yeah, he's the anchor and he's the best player.
Yeah.
You can't have it any better than that. The guy has to be super proud of himself. He deserves it. And I just want to see a little bit more from Blacklist International Ultimate, because if we are going to be betting big on them to take it all the way into the World Series and bring the trophy back to Garena, maybe we need an Ultimate Squad, and maybe we've just found that Ultimate Squad, Kali.
Yeah, it's funny how the Ultimate Squad is already formed right off the start of this season of Garena Masters, the very first season, in fact, of 2023. And well, for them, I just hope that their consistency will continue throughout, not just in this group stage, but for the playoffs as well, because that's where it all mattered the most. A chance for you to redeem yourself, get back that trophy, and of course, get the money in the bag as well, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And at the end of the day, if you can get the money, get the fame, get everything on your side, nobody's gonna complain. And Blacklist International Ultimate surely does have experience doing exactly that already. So they've done it one time around. The very first time we saw them go on out there, they became the Eastern champs, and then a little bit of a slump. And then we saw the fact that, you've got a great big fight and improvement coming through from Almighty as well as Smart Omega. So kudos to them. But this time, the fight is just going to be so much more harder to see exactly who represents Garena. And there's another team brewing in Indonesia waiting to make a little bit of noise as well.
Yeah, I mean, all the best players just gathering in one spot. I mean, that's just the next level Avengers right there. I mean, you got Clove, Reef on the same team. That's just a respawn nightmare. And I can't wait for your, CGI 2023 to happen around, because that's where you can really gauge what's going to happen for the Garena scene itself. But again, that's that's going to happen in a very long time. So you just gotta have to do this one first. Do it here at Garena Masters 4, prove that you're one of the best, and do it there later on.
And I think a lot of these teams are already good on their way there. And in terms of Blacklist International Ultimate, I think the roster addition that they had, bringing Rage into the lineup, it has not affected them anywhere near to how the roster change has affected Smart Omega so far. Granted, I made the point that, Blacklist does not have Almighty to their side, but you came up with a good point. LFR kind of, gave them a good tough fight. You also saw SR NACAGUE really putting up a strong fight against them, showing some chinks in the armor on the side of Smart Omega, and they just cannot have anything like that, man. Blacklist International Ultimate, on the other hand, they have zero problems with any of the players kind of fitting in. And even when we do see Rage kind of struggle to find that chemistry alongside the rest of the team members, the team is just set up so aesthetically well that every single player is just performing. Rage barely needs to do anything out there.
Yeah, obviously. And I think what Blacklist Ultimate really is great at is how well they win their 1v1s and their individual battles. And now let's bring in one of the players from Blacklist International Ultimate to interview, because they've been so well off with the way they play, and we're gonna bring him to you in a while back. But again, we're gonna make sure that we talk about how well Blacklist International Ultimate has been lining up all of these matches so far. And Rage definitely one great part of that, and of course Jabin, but AG is well doing the objective work. But we got the prodigy himself out there in the interview. Yato, man, how are you feeling?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to hear Yato. Production, Kali, can you hear him?
Yeah, I don't think I can hear you, Yato. Maybe you have to fix your... There. We can hear you now.
There you go.
All right. Yeah, how are you feeling, man, after that fresh off victory?
It feels great. It feels good to be back.
All right.
I've been gone for 2 months now.
It's been a while that we've been able to see Blacklist International at their very ultimate. I'm very happy to see you as well as Yobabs join back in. But talk to me about how Rage has been fitting well into the composition so far. Do you think that it's a great match? Where do you see him, or what sort of role do you see him playing in the team?
I see him as a role player. He can play any role. Objective, Anchor, and Slayer, and we can adjust to his playstyle.
Oh, fantastic, man. I mean, just having a flex like Rage, on top of that, having a stellar team like this, Kali. What more can you ask for, man?
I mean, I am just lost for words about what this team has been putting up. I mean, amazing stuff, and glad to see you put on a show today, Yato. Man, after not playing for 2 months, how is it looking like for you when you're playing in the games? Did you feel any pressure, or have you been struggling? Do you have any game modes that you've been struggling so far?
Nothing actually. I'm just having fun.
I'm a prodigy, AJ. Okay, you have one more question, AJ?
There's no flex in there whatsoever. Yato, I mean, as usual, man, a quick shout out to all of your fans who have been waiting for your comeback.
Thank you guys for watching us. I hope you're enjoying.
I can speak for them. They're definitely enjoying. I'm enjoying. Kali's enjoying. Thank you so much for your time, Yato. No doubt whatsoever you guys are going to be in the playoffs. I cannot wait to see what you guys have got against the big dogs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I mean, Kali.
It's so spunk.
The guy.
Man.
The guy's just so smooth, man. I mean, just chilling.
Yeah. It's just chilling, man.
Hey, Kali.
Hey,
2 months
Kali.
I haven't played, but it's easy. It's ice, bro. No, nothing's been tough.
He's a good role player. I mean, that guy is so cool, and you can feel that in this game as well. And man, honestly, for me, for Yato, I'm glad that he's back as well, because finally we are, we are finally approaching the golden age of Blacklist International Ultimate. Now that he's eligible, it's gonna be here for a very long time.
Let's take a look at the standings as well and see exactly how Blacklist is cracking it up at the top. 3 series wins, 9 points picked up so far. I think that one's needs to be a little bit amended, but Almighty will move to Group C first. Almighty 4 series wins and 10 maps out of 12 to their side. I mean, you gotta be ecstatic for yourselves if you are Almighty.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, having a rough game at that SnD, but only to bounce back on that control and coming back, that's gotta feel nice, right? But for Almighty, they currently are 4-0. So with this win, actually, they're guaranteed at least top 1 or top 2 to play in the playoffs. But Smart Omega's not really safe here at all. They're down there in the second rank, of course. And LF4 is down there with 1 wins and 2 lose. And right now, if LF4 can win against SR NACAGUE tomorrow, that puts them on 2-2. And so we're gonna be able to determine who really goes to that top 2 or to that playoffs between LF4 and Smart Omega. That's going to be the battle that we're gonna have to look forward to in this group of death.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And I no doubt want to root for Smart Omega, but you want to see
underdog, man. I want the underdog. Yeah,
you
underdog.
But it's so difficult for me to kind of wish for that, because come on, this is Smart Omega.
Smart Omega.
I want to see these boys rise up. I want to see these boys in the playoffs as well. I think a lot within the community will be upset if Smart Omega is not in the playoffs, but that's exactly what the group of death is meant to do, to make you nervous in the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, sweaty hands here for not just Smart Omega, for LF4 as well, but we got more action happening tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, AG and Neptune will be joining you guys to bring in packed action. Don't miss out tomorrow, 11 a.m. plus 8 GMT. We're going to see you guys right there.
Yeah, absolutely. My ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's going to be 11 o'clock in the morning, so don't come here at 6 p.m. all right? You would have missed everything. You would have missed the pop quiz. You would have missed the giveaway. You would have missed the matches, and all you have is a replay. So don't be that one person. Don't wake up late. I gotta tell myself, because recently I've been waking up at 1 p.m. every day. I'm casting tomorrow.
I mean, the body clock.
Callie, if I don't reply messages, you better take my spot.
No, I'm gonna call you. Don't you dare leave Garena away. Come on, AJ.
Dude, I've got my fingers crossed. I wake up tomorrow early, but make sure you guys wake up early as well.
Obviously, so AJ, it has been such a wild day for us here today, and I'm excited to see more tomorrow, because we're nearing the group stage end. We just got 1.5 more weeks and we're on the playoffs already.
Absolutely, man. I feel you, and I absolutely agree with your feelings. I'm waiting to see exactly who are the Titans that moves on to the playoffs. But of course, we got to cross over the second half of the group stage in this double round robin setup. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Cali Gaming. We are signing off, but we'll see you tomorrow in the morning.